Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
She traveled so far. I have told this account to two people. The first was my sister, on a phone call in November of the year it happened, and she listened with the careful, slightly tilted silence of someone who loves you and is not sure what to do with what you are telling them. The second was a grief counselor in Bristol, whose office smelled of sandalwood and whose wall clock ticked with regularity. I found, over the course of 8 sessions, increasingly unbearable. Neither of them said anything that diminished what I had experienced, which I appreciated, and neither of them said anything that fully accounted for it either, which I had expected, so I am writing it down instead. My name is Caroline Marsh, and I am a textile historian. I specialize in pre-industrial fiberwork, the way ancient and medieval cultures produced cloth, the techniques they used, the social and ritual significance of specific weaving patterns, the things that fabric can tell you about a civilization that its monuments and its politics cannot. It is quieter work than it sounds, and lonelier, and I have loved it for 20 years with the specific devotion you give to something that consistently returns more than you put into it. I went to Denmark in the autumn following my mother's death. I want to be precise about the order of those two facts, because the order matters. My mother died in late January, in a hospice in Gloucestershire that smelled of institutional warmth, and cut flowers were placed on a Tuesday and Friday schedule. I was with her at the end. My sister was not, because she lives in Auckland and the flights are long, and the mother had declined faster than anyone had prepared us for. And so it was just the two of us in that room, my mother in the bed, and me in the chair beside it, holding her hand, watching the light change on the ceiling through a window that faced west. She had been a weaver, not professionally. She had worked as a secondary school librarian for 30 years. But, seriously, in the way that certain people are serious about the things they do outside their working hours, with a discipline and an attention that their professional life never quite received. She had a loom in the back bedroom of the house in Stroud where I grew up, and the sound of it was one of the foundational sounds of my childhood. A rhythm, patient and repetitive and deeply regular, like a large, slow heartbeat in the wall of the house. I had not been back to that house since the funeral. The Denmark position came through my department head at the University of Bristol, where I hold a research fellowship that is renewed every 2 years, with the kind of institutional uncertainty I have learned to treat as a permanent condition rather than a source of anxiety. A museum in Copenhagen, the National Museum, whose Bronze Age collection is one of the finest in Northern Europe, was undertaking a new technical analysis of several key textile artifacts from their collection, and they needed an outside specialist to assess the findings and contribute to the catalog. 6 weeks of work, possibly 8. Travel and accommodation included. I said yes before I had finished reading the email. I told myself it was a good professional opportunity. I told myself the timing was reasonable. 10 months after my mother's death was long enough, surely, to travel without it meaning something larger than travel. I packed my case in a single focused afternoon and drove to Heathrow in the early morning dark and sat in the departure lounge with a coffee I did not drink, watching the planes move slowly on the tarmac in the orange glow of the runway lights. And I did not think about the back bedroom in Stroud, or the sound of the loom, or the specific weight of my mother's hand in mine at the end. I was very good at not thinking about things by then, I had been practicing for 10 months. Copenhagen received me with the particular grey welcome of a Scandinavian city in October. Not unwelcoming, simply honest about what the season was and what it offered. The sky was a uniform pale grey from horizon to horizon, not threatening rain, but not offering anything brighter either. And the light had that flat northern quality that means the sun is present somewhere above the cloud cover, but has decided to be indirect about it. The streets were clean and quiet, in the way that northern European cities are quiet in autumn. The summer visitors long gone. The locals moving with the purposeful economy of people who have made their peace with the dark months ahead. My accommodation was a small apartment in the Norbro district, arranged by the museum, 2 rooms and a narrow kitchen, with windows that looked out onto a courtyard, where a single birch tree had dropped most of its leaves onto the stone pavement below. The leaves were still there when I arrived, yellow and translucent in the wet, arranged by wind and gravity into patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost intentional, the way natural accumulations sometimes do when you are tired from travel and your eyes are doing something your mind is not caught up with yet. I stood at the window for a while with my coat still on. The apartment was warm. The radiators were the old cast iron kind that hold heat slowly and release it slowly and make no sound at all, which I found, after the first hour, deeply restful. I had been living in a flat in Bristol where the heating system announced itself constantly, clicks and hisses and the occasional deep resonant clunk, and the silence of these radiators felt like the silence of something that had been doing its work for a long time and no longer needed to call attention to it. I unpacked methodically. I made tea in a pot I found in the kitchen cupboard, plain white porcelain, and I sat at the small table by the window and drank it and watched the birch tree in the courtyard do very little in the still autumn air. I was tired in the way that long travel makes you tired, not sleepy but displaced, your body still occupying the coordinates of the place you left while your mind slowly catches up to where you actually are. I thought about calling my sister in Auckland. It would have been evening there, a reasonable hour. I decided the call could wait until I was more fully present in one location or another. The museum briefing was the following morning. I read through the materials they had emailed me while I ate bread and cheese at the kitchen table. The technical specifications, the conservation reports, the preliminary findings from the isotope analysis team. I had read most of it before leaving Bristol, but I read it again, because reading known material is a way of settling into a new place without requiring the new place to do anything for you. The primary artifact I was being brought in to assess was a textile ensemble from a Bronze Age burial. A young woman, approximately 16 to 18 years old at the time of her death, buried in an oak coffin in a peat bog near the village of Egtved in Jutland. In approximately 1370, before the Common Era, the coffin had been sealed well enough that when it was opened in 1921, her clothing, a short-sleeved blouse of woven wool and a corded skirt, was almost entirely intact. Her hair was preserved. Several personal objects remained in the correct positions. The isotope analysis, conducted over the previous 2 years, had established something that the original excavators could not have known. She had not been local. Her teeth indicated she was born far from Egtved. The current best estimate placed her origins in the Black Forest region of what is now southern Germany. Her hair, which preserves a chemical record of the final months of life, showed that she had traveled repeatedly between Denmark and her home region in the last 2 years before her death. Long journeys, hundreds of kilometers each time, made with a regularity and a purpose that the evidence confirmed but could not explain. She had died somewhere in the middle of a journey that had not finished. I read that last sentence of the preliminary report twice. Then I set my tablet down on the kitchen table and looked at the birch tree in the courtyard, which had not moved, and I sat with the particular stillness of someone who has just read something that has touched a nerve they were not aware of exposing. My mother had died in the middle of something too. Not a journey in any literal sense. A project, a large tapestry she had been working on for 3 years. A piece of work she had described to me on my last visit as being almost ready to begin its final stage. She had been planning the final stage for months. She had ordered new yarn in colors I had not seen her use before, deep greens and a particular warm gold, and they were still wound on their cones on the shelf above the loom when I went back to the house after the funeral to begin sorting her things. I had not touched the loom. I had not touched the cones of yarn. I had closed the door to the back bedroom and driven back to Bristol and told myself I would deal with it later, and later had not yet arrived. I finished my tea. I washed the cup at the kitchen sink and set it on the drying rack and went to bed at 9:15, which was early even for someone adjusting to a new time zone. I lay in the dark of the Norpro apartment and listened to the silence of the radiators doing their patient work. And somewhere below in the courtyard, a light wind moved through the birch tree and lifted the fallen leaves briefly from the pavement and set them down again in the same places, more or less, as if the movement had not happened at all. The museum was a 20-minute walk from the apartment, through streets that smelled of coffee and cold stone, and I had the specific sensation, on that first morning walk, that the city was showing me one face while holding another carefully behind it, the way a place sometimes does when it knows something about you that you have not yet told it. The National Museum occupied a large neoclassical building near the center of the city, its facade the color of old bone in the October light, its entrance flanked by stone columns that had absorbed 3 centuries of weather and were entirely indifferent to one more season of it. I arrived 7 minutes early, which is my habit, and stood on the pavement outside with my bag over one shoulder, and watched a group of school children file in through the main doors in a loose, cheerful column, their voices carrying in the cold air with the particular bright randomness of children who have not yet learned to modulate themselves for indoor spaces. I followed them in at a distance. The museum's interior was warm and high-ceilinged, the kind of building that holds its heat differently from a modern structure. Not the uniform regulated warmth of climate-controlled, but something more uneven and characterful, warmer near the walls, cooler in the center of each room, as if the building itself was generating the heat from its own stone mass rather than from any mechanical system. I have always found old museum buildings calming in this specific way. The weight of the walls. The sense of material that has been in one place long enough to have opinions about it. My contact at the museum was a conservator named Lars Benson, who met me at the information desk with a handshake that was brief and firm and entirely professional, and who had the quality I have learned to appreciate above almost all others in institutional colleagues. He spoke only when he had something specific to say, and he said it without decoration. He was perhaps 50. With close-cropped gray hair and the particular posture of someone who has spent decades leaning carefully over fragile things, a slight forward inclination that had become structural, the body permanently oriented toward close attention. He carried a folder of printed documents that he handed to me as we walked, and he talked me through the Conservation Suite's protocols without preamble, covering access hours, handling requirements, photography permissions, and the storage conditions for the textile materials in exactly the right amount of detail, which is to say enough to be useful and not enough to be excessive. I appreciated him immediately. The Bronze Age collection occupied a series of rooms on the first floor, and we passed through them on the way to the Conservation Suite, and I slowed without meaning to when we entered the central gallery. The cases here held the burial assemblages in their entirety. Reconstructed displays showing the objects as they had been found, coffin lids open, contents arranged as the excavators had documented them. The lighting was warm and low, directed precisely at each case, and the effect was something between a museum display and a vigil. Each case its own small illuminated world. Lars waited while I stopped. The Egtved Girl's display occupied an entire case near the center of the room. The original bones had long since been reinterred, but the replica of her burial arrangement was exact. The corded skirt lay flat, The blouse folded, the bronze belt plate centered above where her waist would have been, a small pile of cremated bone in one corner representing the child buried at her feet. Her hair, or the museum's careful reconstruction of it, was arranged as it had been found. Fine, light brown, spread around the space where her head had lain. I stood in front of the case for longer than was professionally necessary. The corded skirt was the reason I was here, technically, specifically, and I looked at it with the trained attention of someone who has spent 20 years learning to read cloth the way others read text. The cords were wool, individually twisted, attached to a woven waistband with a precision that spoke of long practice, of hands that had made this kind of garment before and knew exactly how the tension needed to fall. The weave structure of the blouse was equally accomplished. These were not the clothes of someone whose community made textiles as an afterthought. These were the clothes of someone whose community had invested deeply in the knowledge of how to make them. She had been buried in her best things. Someone had dressed her with great care. Lars touched my elbow lightly. We needed to move on to the conservation suite. I followed him. The suite was at the back of the building, through 2 sets of security doors, and the contrast with the public galleries was immediate and total. Fluorescent light, white surfaces, the faint chemical smell of conservation materials. The particular focused quiet of a working space where the objects are present but not on display. 3 other conservators were working at separate benches along the far wall, and they looked up when we entered and nodded in return to their work, which I found correctly professional and also, in that moment, comforting. Lars showed me to a bench where the textile samples were laid out under preservation film, each piece labeled with its catalog reference in the museum's numbering system, each one accompanied by a printed sheet detailing its dimensions, fiber composition, and current condition rating. The isotope team's reports were in a separate folder beside them, and he placed his hand briefly on the folder and said, "You will want to read these before you handle anything. Some of what they found changes how the textiles read." I asked him what he meant. He considered the question for a moment. He was not a man who answered quickly when a considered answer was available. "The blouse," he said, "has fiber from 2 distinct wool sources. We confirmed this through the isotope work. The primary weave structure uses wool consistent with Danish Bronze Age sheep populations. But there is a repair section, here along the left sleeve seam, that uses wool with a different isotopic signature, consistent with a Central European source, southern Germany most likely based on the range." He paused. "She repaired her own clothing," he said, "with wool she had brought from home. She was wearing something mended with the fiber of the place she came from, in the ground of a place she had traveled to." I looked at the blouse under its preservation film. The repair section was visible once you knew where to look. A slightly different texture along the left sleeve, the weave structure matching but the material subtly distinct, the way a patch of sky looks slightly different from the sky around it when a cloud has just moved through. Someone had sat with a needle and wool from home and repaired a tear in a sleeve, somewhere on a journey between 2 places, and had been buried in that garment still wearing the repair. I wrote 3 lines in my notebook, and then stopped writing and simply looked. Lars left me to the work after that, checking in twice during the morning with the quiet efficiency of someone who understands that textile analysis requires sustained attention and is not improved by conversation. I was grateful for his judgment. The morning passed in the specific way that focused work makes time pass. Not quickly, but without friction, each hour moving into the next, without the drag that empty hours produce. It was not until I broke for lunch, eating a sandwich at the small table in the suite's anteroom, that the first thing happened that I could not immediately account for. I had been making notes on the weave structure of the blouse, cross-referencing Fenton's, the museum's, the isotope team's reports. I had Fenton on my mind for reasons I could not explain. He was a different archive entirely. cross-referencing the technical reports with my own observations, and I had developed over the course of the morning a strong intuitive sense of the maker of the blouse, not the person who had worn it, the person who had made it, the hands that had set up the warp threads, that had passed the weft through with the specific tension visible in the finished weave, that had known without measuring how tight was tight enough. The hands I was imagining were my mother's hands, not metaphorically, not as a general sense of craft or textile knowledge, specifically her hands. The way her left thumb rested against the shuttle, the particular angle of her wrist when she was working a fine section. I had watched those hands at the loom for the first 20 years of my life, and the muscle memory of watching them was apparently still in me. And it had found its way into my reading of a Bronze Age textile in a conservation suite in Copenhagen without asking my permission first. I put my sandwich down. I sat for a moment with my hands flat on the table, pressing my palms against the cool surface the way you press something against a bruise. Not to stop the pain, but to give it a specific location, to keep it from spreading. I thought about the cones of yarn on the shelf above the loom in the back bedroom. The deep greens and the warm gold still wound, still waiting. I thought about the door I had closed and not opened since February. I thought about how I had told myself, in the way you tell yourself things that are convenient rather than true, that I would know when the time was right to go back and finish what she had started. I thought about a girl of 17 traveling hundreds of kilometers through the Bronze Age landscape of Central Europe, carrying wool from home in her bag, stopping somewhere on the road to repair her sleeve, continuing until she did not. I finished my lunch without tasting it. I went back to the textile samples and worked through the afternoon with the careful, methodical attention that the work required, and I made good notes. And I did not allow myself to think about the back bedroom again until I was outside the museum in the early evening dark, standing on the pavement with my bag over my shoulder, and the cold air off the canal reaching me from 2 streets away, sharp and clean and smelling of deep water. Then I allowed it briefly, and then I stopped allowing it, and I walked back toward Nørrebro through streets that were beginning to fill with the early evening movement of people going toward warmth and food and the ordinary company of others. At the corner of a street I did not know the name of, I passed a shop window that held a single displayed textile, a large piece of hand-woven cloth in deep green and gold, hung against a white wall. The weave structure immediately visible to my trained eye as something made with considerable skill and care. The shop was closed. The cloth was simply there, in the lit window, in the dark street. I stopped walking. I stood on the pavement and looked at the colors for a moment. Deep green and warm gold, exactly. The colors my mother had ordered for the final stage of the work she had not finished. And then I looked away and kept walking. And I told myself that the similarity was coincidental, that those were simply 2 common and frequently combined colors with no significance beyond their visual compatibility. I told myself this with the specific firmness of someone who suspects the explanation is insufficient, but is not yet ready to replace it with the one that fits better. The canal smell followed me all the way back to the apartment, cold and deep and carrying something ancient underneath. The way water that has been in one place for a long time carries the memory of everything it has held. There was a woman at the museum whose name I had not yet learned, who worked at the bench nearest the window in the conservation suite, and who had looked up when Lars and I entered that morning with an expression I had not been able to read at the time, but which returned to me now on the dark walk home, as the expression of someone who has been expecting a specific person and has just confirmed that the right one has finally arrived. Her name was Astrid Dahl, and she had been with the museum for 19 years. I learned this, not from Lars, who introduced people only when introductions were strictly necessary, but from Astrid herself, on the second morning, when she arrived at the bench nearest the window 12 minutes after I did. set down her bag with the particular care of someone who has been setting it down in the same place for a long time, and has an established relationship with the exact angle of its placement, and said, without preamble and without looking up from the material she was arranging, "You were looking at her for a long time yesterday, in the gallery." I said that I had been. I said the textile work was more accomplished than the published literature had led me to expect. Astrid looked up then. She was perhaps 60, with silver hair worn in a loose arrangement that suggested it had been pinned up quickly and without particular attention, and her eyes were the dark brown of old oak, steady and direct without being aggressive. She had the quality of someone who has spent 2 decades in close proximity to very old things and has absorbed some of their patience. "The textile work is remarkable," she said, "but that is not why you were looking." She said it as a plain statement of observed fact, the way you note the weather, and then she returned to her own materials and I returned to mine. And we worked in the specific companionable silence of 2 people who have established, in the space of 40 seconds, that they are capable of being honest with each other. I spent the morning on the corded skirt. The cord work was more complex than I had appreciated from the published photographs, which flattened the 3-dimensional structure of textile into a 2-dimensional image and lose, in that flattening, the most important information. The individual cords were twisted to a specific tension, consistent across the entire garment, the same hand throughout, and the attachment to the waistband used a technique I had seen in only 2 other Bronze Age textiles from the region, both from sites in northern Germany. It was a regional technique, possibly a family technique, the kind of specific knowledge that is passed directly from one pair of hands to another, rather than through any broader cultural transmission. Someone had taught her this. A mother, most likely, an older woman in her household, whoever had been responsible for teaching the textile skills that a young woman of her apparent status would have been expected to carry. Someone had sat beside her and shown her hands the specific angle, the specific tension, and she had learned it, and she had carried that knowledge with her across hundreds of kilometers of Bronze Age landscape into a country where the techniques were different, the sheep were different, the light was different, and she had kept making cloth in the way she had been taught, because that is what you do with the knowledge that was given to you by someone you loved. You carry it. You use it. You do not put it down. I wrote none of this in my notes. I thought it while my hands did the work of measurement and documentation, and I kept it in the part of my mind that runs parallel to the professional part, the part that has its own ongoing project, that does not always align with the work on the bench in front of me. Lars came to my bench at 11 with the full isotope report and a printed timeline that the analysis team had constructed from the hair data. He set them beside my materials and stood for a moment, as if deciding whether to say something. He said, "The hair record is the part that changes things. The technical summary does not fully convey what the data represents in human terms. I wanted you to have the full document." I thanked him. He went back to his own work. I read the timeline at the bench, holding it flat with one hand while I kept my other hand near the textile sample, close enough to feel the faint warmth of the preservation lamp on my skin. The hair data was presented in a graph, a chemical record across the final 23 months of a young woman's life. Each centimeter of growth, a month of lived experience. Each isotopic shift, a change of geographic location. The data showed at least 3 complete journeys, possibly 4, not wandering, not gradual migration, back and forth with regularity between the isotopic signature of the Danish Midlands and the isotopic signature of the Black Forest region. The same 2 points, a line drawn repeatedly between them across nearly 2 years of a young life, each return confirming the previous departure, each departure confirming that whatever drew her back was still there, and then the final departure, which was not followed by a return. The hair in the last weeks of her life showed the isotopic signature of Denmark. She had arrived for what would be the last time, and had not yet left when she died. The journey she had been in the middle of, the one that would have taken her back, again, to the place she had come from, remained unfinished. She had died mid-crossing, between two places belonging fully to neither. I set the timeline down very carefully on the bench. I looked at the window. Outside, the October sky was the color of pewter, consistent and unchanging, the kind of sky that does not make promises about clearing. The street below was visible in a narrow slice from my angle. Wet pavement, the legs of pedestrians moving at the purposeful pace of people with specific destinations. A bicycle leaned against a lamppost with a red bag in its basket. I thought about my mother's hands. I thought about the cones of yarn, the deep greens and the warm gold, still on the shelf in the back bedroom of the house in Strout that I had not entered since February. I thought about the tapestry on the loom, covered now with an old sheet that my sister had placed over it during the week she had come to help with the house. Because she had thought, correctly, that the sight of the unfinished work would be one difficulty too many in a week that was already more than sufficient in that regard. The covered loom, the waiting yarn, the final stage that had a plan and no hands to carry it forward. I understood something in that moment that I had been refusing to understand for 10 months. Not finishing a thing that someone you love began is not a neutral act. It presents itself as neutrality, as patience, as waiting for readiness, as appropriate respect for grief's own timeline. But underneath that presentation, it is a choice, made daily, to leave a distance unacknowledged, to let the crossing remain incomplete. And a crossing left incomplete does not simply wait in stillness. It continues to exert its weight on everything around it. The way a door left open changes the temperature of every room it connects. Astrid spoke from her bench without looking up. The first time I read the hair data, she said, I had to leave the building for a while. I walked along the canal for 20 minutes. Lars did not ask me why when I came back, which is one of the reasons I have stayed here for 19 years. I said, what was it about the data, specifically? She was quiet for a moment, the precise quiet of someone selecting the right words rather than the available ones. She kept going back, Astrid said. Whatever the journeys were for diplomatic, ceremonial, personal, we do not know, and we will probably never know. She kept making them. There was something at the other end that was worth the distance, and then the last time she went, she did not come back. And whatever was waiting for her at the other end of that final return, in her home region, in the Black Forest, wherever she had been going, never received her. She set down the tool she had been holding. I think about that undelivered arrival quite often, she said. The thing that waited and did not receive what was coming to it, that specific kind of loss, not losing something you had, but not receiving something that was on its way to you, seems to me a particularly difficult kind to carry. The room was very quiet. The other conservators were at their benches, absorbed in their work, and the building held its uneven warmth around us, and outside the pewter sky continued to be exactly what it was. I said, I think my mother was in the middle of something when she died. Astrid did not respond immediately. She allowed the sentence to have the space it required. Then she said, what was she making? And I told her. I told her about the loom and the back bedroom and the sound that had been one of the foundational sounds of my childhood. Patient and rhythmic, like a heartbeat in the wall. I told her about the final tapestry and a plan for its completion, and the new yarn ordered in colors my mother had not used before. I told her about the sheet my sister had placed over the loom and the door I had closed, and the 10 months of calling that closure appropriate. Astrid listened with the quality of attention that very good listeners have, fully present, not preparing a response, simply receiving what was being said as if it were a material she was being handed and needed to hold correctly until she understood its weight. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. The house in Stroud, she said. Is it still there? Is it still your family's? I said it was. The estate had not yet been settled fully. There were complexities with a small property my mother had inherited from her own mother, and the solicitors had been patient with my slowness in addressing it. The house in Stroud specifically was still exactly as it had been. "The loom is still there," Astrid said. It was not a question. "Under the sheet," I said. "Yes." She nodded slowly, not in sympathy exactly, but in the manner of someone receiving a confirmation that connects to something they already understood. "There is a woman," she said, "who you should speak to before you leave Denmark. She is not connected to the museum. She lives in Vela, which is the closest town to the Egtved burial site itself. Her name is Hanne Mahler, and she is 81 years old, and she has spent 50 years thinking about the girl in the ground in a way that is different from how we think about her here." She paused. "Different how?" I asked. "We think about her as evidence," Astrid said plainly, "and thinks about her as someone who did not finish." The preservation lamp above my bench made its quiet, constant contribution to the room's light. Outside, a gust of wind moved along the street below the window, and the bicycle with the red bag shifted slightly against the lamppost, and was still again. I thought about the girl's hair, its chemical record of departure and return, the line drawn repeatedly between two distant points by a body that kept making the crossing because the crossing was necessary, because something at each end required the presence of the person moving between them. I thought about the final data point, the last entry in a record that ended without a concluding movement. I wrote Hanne Mahler's name in my notebook. Below the technical notes about core tension and weave structure and isotopic fiber signatures, and I drew a single line under it. Then I went back to work, and I worked carefully and well for the rest of the afternoon, and I did not think about the back bedroom in Stroud, or the sheet over the loom, or the cones of yarn in their deep greens and warm gold, or the 10 months of a door kept closed. I did not think about any of those things because thinking about them was no longer the same as it had been that morning, and I needed a little time before I was ready to acknowledge what had changed. Vesely was 2 hours by train through the flat interior of Jutland, and I booked the ticket that evening at the small kitchen table in the Norbro apartment. And while I waited for the confirmation email, I sat with my hands around a cup of tea that had gone cold without my noticing. And outside the courtyard was dark and still, and the birch tree that had shed its leaves was a bare white shape in the darkness, stripped down to its essential structure, which was also, I thought, a kind of honesty. The train to Basel left Copenhagen Central at 7:42 in the morning, and I had a window seat on the left side of the carriage, which meant I watched Denmark unfold westward for 2 hours through glass that was cold enough to fog at the edges when the heating inside the carriage worked against the October air outside. The landscape was not what I had expected, though I could not have said precisely what I had expected. Something more dramatic, perhaps, ridges, fjords, the kind of geography that announces itself. What Jutland offered instead was flatness of a particular and specific character. A flatness that was not empty but full, the fields stretching in every direction to a horizon that was simply the point where the gray sky came down to meet the gray-brown earth, and in between those two grays every gradation of ochre and dun, and the specific dark green of winter crops just emerging from the soil, low farmhouses with red tile roofs, windbreaks of planted pine that appeared and disappeared as the train moved through them, the occasional white church tower rising from a cluster of buildings that the train passed before I could form a complete impression of them. I had my notebook open on the table in front of me, but I did not write in it. I watched the landscape instead, with the particular quality of attention you give to a place you are seeing for the first time and suspect you will not see again, trying to hold it fully enough that it will stay. There were birds in the fields, lapwings, I thought, though I am not a naturalist and could not be certain, moving across the furrows in loose, unhurried groups, and twice I saw a heron standing in the shallow water of a drainage ditch, with the absolute stillness that herons have, That quality of presence so complete it reads as absence, as if the bird has temporarily vacated its own body and left only the shape behind. I thought about what Astrid had said. The hand molar thought about the girl as someone who did not finish. I had been turning that phrase since the previous evening, not obsessively, not with the circular quality that anxious thought has, but with the steady, returning attention you give to something that is in the process of becoming clear, someone who did not finish, not someone who was taken, not someone who was lost, but someone in the middle of a forward movement that simply stopped, mid-stride, mid-crossing, mid-sentence in a story that had not yet reached its natural conclusion. My mother had been in the middle of a sentence, not metaphorically. She had been, in the most literal and material sense available to me, in the middle of a piece of work that had a plan and a direction and an intended completion, and the completion had not come, and the work was still there, covered and waiting, and I had been treating my inability to go back to it as a form of respect, when it was, I was beginning to understand with increasing clarity, a form of something rather different. I ate a pastry from the bakery near the station where I had stopped on my way, plain and slightly sweet, and I drank coffee from a paper cup that cooled faster than I drank it, and I watched Jutland continue westward at 160 kilometers per hour, relentless and flat and quietly beautiful in the way that undemonstrative places are beautiful, offering nothing, withholding nothing, simply being exactly what they were. Vejle was a small city at the head of a fjord, and the train station was modern and clean and smelled of coffee and floor polish, and I took a taxi from the rank outside because the address Astrid had given me was 20 minutes from the center, and the morning was cold enough that walking with a bag was a less appealing prospect than it might have been in another season. The taxi driver did not speak, which I appreciated. We drove out of the town center along a road that followed the fjord's edge for a while, the water visible between stands of bare-branched trees, dark and still and holding the sky in it the way deep water holds light, not reflecting it exactly, but absorbing it and returning something slightly different, something the water has processed through its own particular quality. The house was at the end of a gravel trek, set back from the road behind a low stone wall, and a garden that had the austere orderliness of a garden maintained by someone who has strong opinions about what belongs and what does not. A climbing rose on the front wall, cut back hard for winter. A single rowan tree at the gate, bare of leaves but holding its clusters of dark red berries, the color so saturated against the gray morning that it seemed almost artificial. I paid the driver and asked him to return in 2 hours, and he nodded and noted it in his phone without comment. And I walked up the gravel path to the front door. Ann Mahler answered before I had finished knocking. She was smaller than I had imagined. I realized, been imagining someone of Edith Crane's scale, a different keeper entirely, and I had to adjust quickly to the reality of a woman who stood perhaps 1.5 meters tall, with white hair cut in a precise straight line at the jaw and eyes that were a very dark blue, almost gray, the color of the fjord from a distance. She wore a dark wool dress and a cardigan the color of heather, and she moved with the deliberateness of someone who has made a careful agreement with gravity and intends to honor it. She looked at me for a moment with the direct assessment of someone who does not have patience for the preliminary stages of conversation. "Astrid called," she said in English that carried its Danish foundations clearly and did not apologize for them. "Come in." The interior of the house was warm and book-filled, and smelled of wood smoke and the specific herbal sharpness of dried plants. Bundles of something hung from a beam in the kitchen ceiling. Lavender, perhaps, or something related to it? The smell present throughout the house is a steady undertone beneath everything else. The furniture was old and well-maintained, the kind of furniture that has been in one family long enough to have stopped being objects and become simply part of the atmosphere of a place. She took me through to a sitting room that faced the garden through a wide low window, and we sat across from each other in two chairs angled toward a wood stove that was producing a steady, patient heat, and she poured coffee from a pot that had been waiting on the small table between the chairs. I thanked her for seeing me without more notice. She made a brief, dismissive gesture with one hand. Astrid said it was time, she said. Astrid does not say things like that casually. I asked how long she had known Astrid. 30 years, she said. We disagree about the girl constantly and productively. Astrid thinks about what the evidence shows. I think about what the evidence does not show, which is a different discipline entirely. She wrapped both hands around her coffee cup and looked at the garden through the window. A blackbird was moving through the rowan berries with focused industry, selecting and consuming, entirely absorbed in its work. Tell me what you know, she said. Not what you have read, what you know from having worked with her things. I thought about this carefully before I spoke. I told her about the repair in the sleeve, the wool from home, the hands that had mended the garment mid-journey. I told her about the cord tension in the skirt, the regional technique that spoke of specific teaching, specific hands passing knowledge to younger hands. I told her about the isotope timeline and the quality of directed attention it implied, not wandering, not migration, but purposeful crossing, back and forth between two specific points. For nearly 2 years, Han listened without interruption, her dark blue eyes steady on the garden. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. The people of this region, she said at last, have always understood the burial site as a specific kind of place, not sacred in any formal religious sense. The word I would use in Danish does not translate exactly, but it means something like receptive, a place that has absorbed enough human passage to be capable of receiving what is brought to it. She paused. The girl was brought there from a long way away. She was buried with great care by people who understood they were receiving something that had traveled further than any of them would travel in their own lives. The burial itself was an act of acknowledgement, of completing, as far as they were able, what she had not been able to complete herself. She turned from the window and looked at me directly. The cremated child at her feet, she said. This troubles the researchers greatly. They cannot determine the relationship. They cannot determine why a cremation, unusual for that time and place, should accompany an inhumation burial. They look at it as an anomaly to be explained. She set her cup down with a small, precise click. I think the child was also someone who did not finish, someone else brought to that place of reception to be completed alongside her. The people who buried her understood that unfinished things can be buried together, that they do not need to be related in life to be related in the ground. The wood stove made a small internal sound, a gentle shift of settling material, and the heat it produced moved through the room with the slow evenness of warmth that has been accumulating for hours. I thought about my mother's tapestry, the final stage with its deep greens and warm gold. The plan fully formed in my mother's mind, existing nowhere else, carried out of the world with her when she left it. I thought about the door I had closed. There is something you came here to ask me, Hannah said, not unkindly. I said, I think I need to know what finishing looks like when the person who was in the middle of the crossing is no longer there to finish it themselves. Han looked at me for a long moment. The blackbird in the rowan tree had gone still on its branch, regarding the garden below with one bright eye. Someone else makes the crossing, she said simply. Not the same crossing. That cannot be replicated, and attempting to replicate it exactly is a way of avoiding the act rather than performing it. A different crossing, one that acknowledges the distance that was traveled, the intention that was present, the destination that was prepared for and never received. She paused. The girl's burial, she said, was that act, performed by people who had no way of knowing where she had been going, what she had been carrying, or what waited for her at the other end. They could not complete her journey. They could only acknowledge, plainly and with great care, that a journey had been made and had not arrived, and that this deserved acknowledgment before the ground received her. She stood, slowly and deliberately, and went to the window. She stood with her back to me for a moment, looking at the garden, at the rowan tree with its dark berries holding their color against the gray morning. "The burial site is 12 kilometers from here," she said. "The ground has been fenced and managed as a heritage site for decades, which is appropriate and also beside the point. What matters is still there. The quality of the ground, the specific receptiveness of a place where something unfinished was received with care." She turned to face me. "People still go there, not tourists mostly, though tourists come in summer and take their photographs and leave. I mean people who go in autumn or winter, early in the morning when the site is quiet, people who are carrying something unfinished and need a place that knows how to receive it." I looked at my hands in my lap. "You should go," she said. "Not today. The light will be gone by early afternoon and the track to the site is uneven. Tomorrow morning before 9, when the mist is still on the fields, take something that belonged to the person who did not finish. Not to leave it. These are not superstitious acts, and I will not dress them up as ritual. Simply to have it present, to let the ground know what crossed so much distance to stand above it." She sat back down and picked up her coffee. "And then," she said, with the quiet precision of someone delivering the last and most important instruction, "say what is true, not what is prepared, not what is adequate, not what a person is supposed to say in such a place, what is simply plainly true, about the distance, about what did not arrive." The wood stove breathed its patient heat. Outside, the blackbird dropped from the rowan branch to the garden wall and sat there for a moment, very still, before lifting without apparent effort into the gray morning air. I had one more question. I asked it carefully. I asked whether she thought the girl, the one in the ground 12 kilometers from this window, whether she thought that girl had known, at the end, that she was not going to complete the return. Han was quiet for a long time. "I think," she said at last, "that the body knows before the mind agrees to know." I think she felt the distance still ahead of her and felt the distance still behind her. And I think those two distances met somewhere in her chest in the last days. And I think she understood that what she had been carrying, whatever it was, the obligation, the love, the thing that kept drawing her back, would need to be carried forward by the ground instead of by her, and that the ground was capable of it, and that this would have to be enough. She looked at me steadily. "The ground is always capable of it," she said. "That is what the old people here understood, and what we have mostly forgotten, and what I think you came here to be reminded of." I did not trust my voice sufficiently to respond. I nodded, which she accepted with the same plain practicality with which she had received everything else, and we sat together in the warmth of the room, while the morning light held its gray consistency outside the window, and the rowan tree stood in the garden with its dark berries, and the stove breathed, and the house held its warmth around us with the patience of walls that had been doing exactly this for a very long time. I left Hanmoller's house at noon with a taxi waiting on the gravel, and I carried back to the city in my bag the one thing I had brought from Bristol without consciously deciding to bring it. A shuttle from my mother's loom, small and smooth and worn to the specific shape of the hand that had used it for 30 years. And that evening I sat with it on the kitchen table and looked at it for a long time. And I thought about 12 kilometers of flat Jutland road in the early morning mist, and what I was going to say when I got there. The mist was still in the fields when the taxi dropped me at the track entrance at 10 minutes past 8. It was the particular mist of flat inland country in late October, not the coastal fog I had grown up understanding, not wet or heavy, but a soft diffusion of the morning air. sitting 2 meters above the ground in a consistent layer that made the fields look as though they were floating slightly, unmoored from the earth beneath them. The distant tree lines suspended in gray-white, as if someone had begun to paint them in and then thought better of it. The sky above the mist layer was a pale, washed blue, entirely clear. The kind of sky that arrives in autumn after several days of overcast and carries in it the specific quality of light that has had to travel through cold air to reach you. I stood at the track entrance for a moment and breathed it in. The shuttle was in my jacket pocket. I had wrapped it in a square of soft cloth, a piece of the undyed wool jersey I keep in my kit for handling delicate textiles, the closest I had to something appropriate, and it sat against my ribs with the slight, specific weight of a small object that has been used a great deal and carries that use in the density of its grain. My mother had bought it at a weaver's supply in Bath 26 years ago. I knew this because she had told me on one of the early visits I had made to the back bedroom as a child, standing at the threshold watching her work, asking the questions children ask about the objects that surround the adults in their lives. She had told me the name of the shop, which I had forgotten, and the year, which I had not. The track to the burial site ran through a low gate, and then across a field that had been harvested, the stubble pale and regular in the mist, and then through a stand of oak that was holding its last leaves, brown and dry and curled at the edges, not quite ready to release, but clearly in the final stages of the decision. The track was uneven as Hannah had warned, the surface a mixture of compacted earth and embedded stone that required attention to navigate without twisting an ankle. And I was glad of the attention it required, because it kept me present in the physical act of walking, rather than in the interior conversation I had been conducting since the previous evening. There were no other people. The site itself came into view through the last of the oaks. A low mound in the field, gentle in its contour, surrounded by a simple post fence that marked the heritage boundary, without imposing on the landscape. The mound was covered in grass that had gone the amber brown of late autumn, and the morning light caught the individual blades at their tips and made each one briefly luminous. The whole surface of the mound holding a faint, diffuse gold that was entirely a product of the angle of the light and the condition of the grass and had no other cause or meaning, and which was, for that reason, perfect. I stood outside the fence for a while. I was not composing anything. I had decided on the train back from Basel the previous afternoon, and in the long evening at the kitchen table with the shuttle in front of me. The composing was the wrong approach. Anne had been precise about this. Not what is prepared. What is simply, plainly true. I had spent 10 months preparing things. Preparing to be ready. Preparing the right moment. Preparing the adequate response to a loss that had not waited for me to be adequate before it happened. And all of that preparation had functioned as a way of not doing the thing itself. The mist was beginning to lift from the field as the morning light strengthened. It lifted not evenly, but in sections, clearing first over the harvested stubble to my left where the sun was reaching the ground directly, holding longer in the shadow of the oak stand behind me, so that I stood in a border between clearing and remaining fog, the visibility changing around me by degrees. I opened the gate and walked up to the mound. The ground inside the fence had a different quality from the ground outside it, not dramatically different. It was the same Jutland soil, the same grass, the same geology as the field surrounding it. But there was something in the texture of standing on it that was distinct in the way that the inside of a very old building is distinct from the outside. Not supernatural, not charged with any energy I could name, but accumulated, used. The ground here had absorbed a great deal of human attention over a very long time, and human attention leaves something in a place, the way habitation leaves warmth in walls long after the fire has gone out. I took the shuttle from my pocket and held it in both hands. The wood was worn from being carried against my body. It had the smooth, slightly burnished surface of an object that has been handled constantly for decades, each handling adding an infinitesimal contribution to a patina that is, the material record of use. My mother's left thumb had worn a particular depression into the left side of the shaft, barely perceptible to the eye, completely clear to the touch, and I found it with my own thumb and rested there. I did not think about what to say. I simply said what was true, plainly, in the order it arrived. I said her name, my mother's name, which was Ellen, spoken into the October air of a Jutland field without performance or direction, simply released. I said, she was in the middle of something when she died, and I have been standing outside the door of it for 10 months because I believed I was waiting for readiness, and I understand now that readiness was not coming and was not, in any case, the point. I said, the tapestry she was making has a plan. The plan exists in her notebooks, which I have not opened, and in the cones of yarn she ordered in colors she had not used before, which I have not touched, and in the knowledge of the technique she was working toward, which exists in me because she put it there over 20 years of the Loom sound in the wall of the house in Stroud, whether I was paying attention or not. I said, I am going to finish it. Not those exact words, perhaps. I cannot recover the exact words now, 16 months later, sitting at a different table in a different city with the shuttle beside the keyboard as I write. But that was the substance, plain and specific and in the correct order, which is the order in which the things were actually true rather than the order in which they would have sounded most considered. The mist had almost entirely lifted by then. The field was clear in every direction, the harvested stubble pale and orderly under a sky that had gone fully blue, and the oak trees behind me had lost the gray-white shroud that had made them soft and had become themselves again, dark-barked, precise, each branch distinct against the morning. I stayed for a while longer, not speaking, simply standing on the ground of a place that had been receiving unfinished things for 3,000 years, and had not, as far as anyone could determine, found the work beyond its capacity. I thought about the girl whose hair had recorded her crossings in its chemistry. I thought about the person who had repaired her sleeve with wool from home, mid-journey, and kept going. I thought about the hands that had buried her with great care in this specific ground, completing as far as they were able what she had not been able to complete, and how that act of careful reception was the thing that had allowed her story to arrive, intact, at 1921, when a spade found the edge of an oak coffin in a peat bog in Jutland. You have to receive the unfinished things. You have to open the door and go in. Otherwise, the story does not arrive. It simply waits, covered in the room you have been keeping closed. I walked back down the mound and through the gate and along the track to the field, and the stubble was silver in the full morning light, and 2 lapwings rose from the far edge of the field as I crossed it, exactly lapwings I was certain this time, and they moved in the loose, tilting way lapwings move, as if the air beneath their wings is a substance they are negotiating with rather than simply using. I watched them until they were beyond the tree line. The taxi was waiting at the track entrance, the driver reading something on his phone with the absorbed patience of someone comfortable with waiting, and I got in and said, "The station, please," and he put his phone away and turned a car around on the verge, and we drove back toward Vadeli through the October morning, through the flat country with its wide sky and its bare branch windbreaks, and its red tile farmhouses sitting solidly in the landscape, entirely at home in it. I texted my sister from the back of the taxi. I told her I was going to go back to the house in Stroud. I told her I was going to open the back bedroom and finish what Mum had started. I told her I thought we should do it together if she could manage the flight, and that I understood if she could not, but that I wanted her to know the invitation was there. She replied before the taxi reached the outskirts of Veschel. She said, "I have been waiting for you to say that for 10 months. I will book the flight tonight." I looked at my phone for a moment, and then put it in my jacket pocket beside the shuttle, and I looked out the window at the Jutland fields moving past at the pace of a country road in morning, and I felt something shift in my chest. Not dramatically, not with any sensation I would call relief exactly, but with the specific quality of a door that has been closed for a long time opening on a room that has been waiting, patiently and without reproach, for the person who needed to come back to it. We returned to Copenhagen in the early afternoon. I went directly to the museum because there was still work to do, and I had agreed to deliver the preliminary assessment by the end of the week. Lars looked up when I came into the conservation suite and gave me the brief nod that was his version of a full welcome, and I went to my bench and opened my notebook and worked through the afternoon with a quality of attention that was different from the previous days. Cleaner, somehow, more direct, as if a filter I had been looking through without knowing it had been removed, and the materials in front of me were simply what they were. Extraordinary and finite and fully present. Astrid was at her bench when I arrived, and was still there when I packed up to leave at 6. She did not ask where I had been. She said when I passed her on the way to the door, "The repair in the sleeve. I have been looking at it again this afternoon. The tension of the mending stitches is slightly tighter than the surrounding weave. Someone working quickly or working with great concentration, or both?" I stopped. "Both," I said. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing and was doing it with everything they had. Astrid considered this and nodded once and returned to her work. Then I went out through the security doors into the corridor, and then out through the museum's main entrance into the Copenhagen evening, which was cold and clear and smelled of the canal 2 streets away, and the specific clean darkness of a northern city in late autumn, when the air has been washed by a week of overcast, and the first clear night arrives like something restored. I walked back to Norbro without hurrying. The preliminary assessment took 3 days to complete, and it was good work, careful, specific, grounded in the technical evidence, while remaining alive to what the technical evidence implied about the people who had made and worn and mended and buried these objects. Lars read the draft and said it was exactly what was needed, which from him was the equivalent of considerable praise, and I received it as such. I sent Hannah Muller a letter, handwritten, on paper from the small stationery shop near the museum, thanking her for the conversation and for the direction to the burial site. I told her that I had gone in the morning mist as she had suggested. I told her it had been sufficient and that I thought she would understand what I meant by that word. She replied, 2 weeks after I returned to Bristol, in a brief note in her precise Danish-inflected English. She said she was glad. She said the ground was always glad to receive what was brought to it with honesty. She said one more thing at the bottom of the note, which I have kept in the drawer of my desk alongside the shuttle since it arrived. She wrote, "The girl traveled so far. So do we all, in the end. The question is only whether we travel towards something or away from it, and whether we are honest about which one we are doing." I read that sentence several times when the letter arrived. I read it again now, occasionally, when the work on the tapestry is difficult, or when the grief comes back with the particular unexpected weight it carries on certain mornings. And each time it does what a true sentence does, it holds. My sister arrived in Stroud on a Saturday in December, 8 weeks after I returned from Denmark, and we went to the house together. And we stood outside the door of the back bedroom for perhaps 30 seconds, which was all the time either of us needed, and then I opened it. The room smelled of wool and wood, and the particular stillness of a space that has been closed for a long time, but not abandoned. A held smell, not a stale one. The difference between a breath held deliberately and air simply forgotten. The sheet over the loom was the one my sister had placed there in February. A cream-colored cotton sheet from the linen cupboard on the landing, slightly too small for the loom's full width so that one corner of the upper frame was still visible. The old oak darkened with years of handling, smooth at the places where my mother's hands had touched it most. My sister stood beside me in the doorway. Her name is Rachel, and she had flown from Auckland to Heathrow in a journey that had taken 31 hours with a connection in Singapore. and she had driven from Heathrow to Stroud in a rental car on the wrong side of the road for her after 11 years in New Zealand, and she had arrived at the house in the late afternoon with her hair still holding the compressed flatness of long-haul travel, and her eyes carrying the particular brightness of someone running on determination rather than sleep. I had made soup. We had eaten at the kitchen table and talked for 3 hours about our mother, which was the first time either of us had talked about her in that way, not around her, not through the logistics of the estate and the solicitors and the practical necessities of a death, but directly, her specific self, the things that had been true about her that were not true about anyone else. Rachel had told me things I did not know, small things, particular things, the way our mother had hummed without awareness while she cooked, always the same 3 bars of something neither of us could identify. The way she'd kept a notebook of colors beside the loom, not for recording what she had used, but for recording colors she encountered in daily life that she wanted to remember. The specific gray-green of lichen on a stone wall in winter, the color of the sky at 4 in the afternoon on a clear January day. Rachel had found the notebook during the week she had spent at the house after the funeral, and had kept it without mentioning it to me, and she had brought it to Stroud in her bag, and she put it on the kitchen table between our soup bowls, and I held it without opening it for a long moment before I opened it. The last entry was dated the 10th of January, 11 days before our mother died. She had written, "The gold I ordered is not quite right, warmer than I wanted, but I think it might be better than what I wanted. Sometimes the material knows." I closed the notebook and kept my hand flat on the cover. We had gone to bed not long after, Rachel in her old room and I in mine, and the house had held us in its familiar geometry. The creak of the 3rd stair, the particular sound the boiler made at 11 when it cycled down for the night, the way the streetlight from the road came through the gap in the curtains of my childhood bedroom and made a narrow, pale line across the ceiling that I had watched for years without counting them. In the morning we had made tea and stood in the kitchen without speaking much, the way sisters who have known each other their whole lives can stand in a kitchen without speaking. And then Rachel had said, "Are you ready?" And I had said, "I do not think readiness is the point." And she had looked at me for a moment with an expression that meant she understood more than I had explained. And we had come upstairs. I crossed the room and took the sheet from the loom. I folded it as I pulled it free. A practical instinct, the habit of someone who handles materials carefully. And Rachel took it from me and set it on the chair in the corner, and we both looked at the loom. It was exactly as our mother had left it. The warp threads were set and tensioned, perhaps a third of the final tapestry already woven. The completed section rolled onto the cloth beam at the front, where she had been storing it as she worked. The colors she had used so far were the ones I recognized from her earlier work, the deep earth tones and the complex grays that had characterized her mature style, building the ground of the piece, the foundation layer from which the final colors would emerge. The cones of yarn on the shelf above were exactly where they had been in February. The deep greens and the warm gold still wound, and beside them the color notebook, the one Rachel had told me about, and 3 small cards in our mother's handwriting that I had not seen before. The notation system she had developed for herself over 30 years of working, shorthand for tension adjustments and color sequencing and the specific decisions she had been planning to make in the final stage. 3 cards. The complete plan for what remained. Rachel was standing beside me, and I was aware of her breathing, slow and steady, and I was aware of my own hands at my sides, open, and I was aware of the loom in front of us as a thing that had been waiting with the particular patience of objects that have been used with love, not inert, not merely mechanical, but somehow still oriented toward the work, still set up for the forward movement that had been interrupted. I reached out and touched the warp threads. They were still at the correct tension. My mother had known, or had been fortunate, or both, The warp had held through 10 months of an unheated room in the English winter and spring and summer and back to winter again, and the threads were still true, still ready, and the touch of them under my fingertips was the touch of something that had been made with complete attention and was simply waiting for attention to return to it. I said, "She left the instructions." Rachel said, "She always left the instructions. She just did not always tell you where they were." I laughed at that, briefly and without warning, the way laughter arrives sometimes at the precise intersection of grief and recognition, and Rachel put her arm around my shoulders for a moment and then released me, and I sat down at the loom. I did not weave that morning. I was not ready to weave that morning, and I understood the distinction clearly enough not to force it. What I did was read the 3 cards in sequence, following my mother's notation with the specific literacy that 20 years of watching and learning and occasional guided practice had built in me without my ever having named it as training. The plan was clear. It was ambitious, more ambitious than her earlier work, a structural complexity in the final third that would require sustained concentration and more technical skill than I had yet exercised independently. And it was entirely achievable. It was achievable by someone who had the foundational knowledge and was willing to work slowly and carefully and make the mistakes that slow, careful work eventually corrects through its own accumulated attention. It was achievable by me. Rachel sat in the chair in the corner where the sheet had been folded, and she read the color notebook while I read the cards. And occasionally one of us said something and the other responded, and the room was warm from the radiator we had turned on when we arrived, and the winter light through the window was the low, clear light of a December morning in the Cotswolds, which is a specific and beautiful light that I had grown up in without appreciating, and now received with the quality of attention you give to things you have learned to see properly through the experience of their absence. We stayed in the room for 2 hours. When we went back downstairs, Rachel made more tea, and I stood at the kitchen window looking out at the garden, dormant, tidy, the beds my mother had maintained with the same deliberate care she gave to everything, and I felt the specific quality of something that has been set back in motion, not resolved, not completed, set in motion, which is different and is, I now understand, the correct aspiration for the kind of grief that involves unfinished work. You do not complete it in a morning. You begin again, in the correct direction, with the instructions that were left, and the hands that are available, and the honest acknowledgement of the distance still ahead. I went back to Stroud 6 times over the following 8 months. Sometimes Rachel was there, in the weeks when she had arranged to work remotely from the UK. More often I was alone, driving up from Bristol on a Saturday morning and spending the day in the back bedroom, working through the tapestry's final stage in sections, making mistakes and correcting them, learning my mother's plan from the inside, the way you can only learn a piece of work by doing it rather than reading about it. The gold yarn was warmer than I had expected, warmer, in fact, than I would have chosen. But my mother had been right, as she had noted in the color notebook 11 days before she died. The warmth was better than what she had originally wanted. The material knew. Materials often do, when the person working with them is paying sufficient attention. I finished the tapestry on a Saturday in late September, 14 months after I had first sat at the loom. It was a quiet finishing. No moment of drama. No single final pass of the shuttle that I recognized as conclusive, until I sat back and looked at the completed cloth and understood that what I was looking at was done, that it had arrived at its intended completion, that the plan that had existed in 3 handwritten cards and in the muscle memory of a woman who was no longer alive had been carried forward by a different pair of hands into a finished thing that existed in the world. I sat at the loom for a long time. I thought about a girl in a Bronze Age bog who had traveled so far that her own hair held the record of it, a chemical diary of crossings made and remade between 2 distant points for nearly 2 years, until the final crossing that did not complete. I thought about the hands that had buried her with care in the receptive ground of Jutland, completing as far as they were able what she had not been able to complete herself. I thought about Hanmoller's sitting room and the warmth of the wood stove and the rowan berries holding their dark red against the gray morning. And I thought about a low mound in a flat field, with the mist lifting from it in sections as the October light strengthened. I thought about my mother's left thumb, and the depression it had worn into the shuttle over 26 years of use, and how my own thumb had found that place on the morning I stood on the burial mound and had rested there, and how it had rested there again every time I sat at this loom for the past 14 months. Finding the same worn place, the same specific hollow made by the same repeated pressure of attention and care. The shuttle was on the shelf above the loom now, beside the empty cones. The greens had been used completely. The gold had been used to the last meter, which my mother had somehow known it would be, which no longer surprised me. Rachel called that evening. I told her it was finished, and she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "Good." And I said yes, and we stayed on the line for a while without speaking, which was sufficient. I took the tapestry off the loom the following morning and hung it on the wall of the back bedroom, which is where it still is. I had thought I might move it to my flat in Bristol, or offer it to Rachel, or find some other destination for it. But when I hung it in that room, in the winter light from the window that had been its whole context since the warp threads were first set, it was immediately clear that the back bedroom was where it belonged. The room that had been closed was now the room that held the finished thing. That seemed correct. That seemed like the right kind of completion. Not a removal, but a transformation of the same space, the same walls, the same light, into something that could now be entered without the weight of avoidance pressing on the door from the outside. I go to the house in Stroud several times a year. I open the back bedroom when I arrive, always first, before I put my bag down or make tea or do anything else. The tapestry is there, the greens and the gold in the low winter light or the long summer evening light depending on the season, and the loom is there beside it, empty now, but still set up. And the cones on the shelf are empty, but still present. And the room smells of wool and wood and the specific quality of a space that has been returned to its purpose after a long interruption. My mother's not there. I do not feel her there, not in any way I would describe as presence or visitation or any of the words that get used for such things. What I feel is the quality of work that was done with full attention in a specific place over a long time, which is a different kind of presence. Not the person, but the impression the person made in the materials and the space and the accumulated air of the room. The way a hand makes an impression in soft wax that holds the shape long after the hand is lifted. It is enough. It is, I think, exactly enough. I still have Hannah Muller's note in the drawer of my desk in Bristol. I have read it enough times that I could write it from memory. But I do not read it from memory. I open the drawer and take out the paper and read it in her handwriting, because handwriting carries something that transcribed words do not. The specific pressure of a specific hand on a specific morning, the material record of attention. The girl traveled so far, she wrote. So do we all, in the end. Outside the window of my Bristol flat, on the mornings when I sit at my desk with the note in front of me, the city moves through its ordinary morning in the ordinary light, and I think about flat Jutland fields, and the mist lifting in sections, and a low mound in the amber grass, and the feeling of warp threads still at tension under my fingertips after 10 months of waiting, and the specific warmth of a small wooden shuttle that has been carried in a jacket pocket close to the body for a long time. Some crossings take longer than the person who began them. That is not a failure of the crossing. That is simply its nature, when the distance is great enough and the intention was real enough to survive the person who first carried it. You take it up. You carry it forward. You arrive. The coin from nowhere. I've been trying to write this account for over a year. I started it 3 times. The first time I got as far as the drive up the coast before I closed the document and went and stood in my kitchen for a long time looking at nothing. The second time I managed the first night in the rental cottage before I stopped again, not because the memory was too painful, but because I could not find a way to explain what the place felt like before anything happened in it. I wanted whoever read this to understand what it was like to arrive there in the ordinary world, while the ordinary world was still intact. So I am going to start there. I drove up the Maine coast in the second week of October, which is the best and worst time to make that drive. The summer people are gone. The lobster shacks have their shutters up. The roadside stands that sell blueberry jam and hand-painted birdhouses in July are just weathered boards and padlocked chains by then. And the light on the water is that specific low gold that makes everything look like a memory of itself rather than a thing actually happening. I had the windows down despite the cold because the smell off the bay is something I have loved since I was a child. Salt and old wood and something mineral underneath. Like the water is exhaling the stone it has been wearing down for 10,000 years. My name is Daniel Marsh. I am 41 years old. I am, or was, a contract archivist, the kind of person institutions hire when they need an outside set of hands to catalog things they do not have the staff for. I spent most of the 2000 teens moving between university collections and small regional museums, sorting boxes, building finding aids, occasionally identifying things that had been mislabeled for decades. It is quieter work than it sounds. Most of archival work is patience and a certain tolerance for the smell of old paper, which I have always found comforting the way some people find the smell of rain comforting. It is the smell of something being preserved. I had taken the main job as a form of recovery. That is the honest way to put it. My marriage had ended in the spring. Not dramatically, not with screaming, but with a very long and very quiet conversation on a Sunday morning in March that had left both of us sitting at our kitchen table looking at our coffee cups as if we did not recognize them. Claire had moved to her sister's by April. I had stayed in the apartment in Portland, Oregon, because neither of us wanted it. But I had nowhere else to go, and I had spent the summer doing very little except existing in rooms that still smelled faintly like her shampoo and trying not to think too hard about the fact that I was 40 years old and had just watched the main structure of my adult life fold quietly in on itself. The main job came through a colleague. A small maritime history nonprofit near Rockport had a collection of donated papers, a deceased local historian's entire personal archive, boxes of correspondence, photographs, research notes accumulated over 40 years, and they needed it cataloged, assessed, and partially digitized before their grant deadline in December. 6 weeks of work, maybe 8. A rental cottage on the water included in the arrangement. It was the kind of offer you accept not because it is exactly what you want, but because continuing to sit in your apartment in Portland watching October come through the windows seemed like the worst alternative. I told myself I was going to do good work. I told myself the salt air would help. I was not entirely wrong about either of those things. The cottage sat at the end of a gravel road about 2 miles outside a town called Gull Harbor, which is small enough that it does not appear on most digital maps unless you zoom in past the point where sensible people stopped zooming. The road to it ran through a grove of white birch, and then along a low ridge above the water. And when I first drove it, just past 4 in the afternoon, the light already going amber and thin, I could see the bay through the trees in pieces, the way you see a film through a gap in a fence. Silver and pewter and a dark bruised blue where the clouds were sitting on the horizon. The cottage itself was older than I had expected. The listing had described it as a restored historic property, which in Maine real estate language means something different than it does elsewhere. What it meant here was that the building had been standing since approximately 1890, that it had been given new wiring and new plumbing at some point in the mid-90s, and that everything else, the wide plank floors, the low ceilings, The windows with their original glass that made the outside world swim slightly when you looked through them was original and fully intended to stay that way. I did not mind. I had grown up in old houses. I carried my bags in from the car while the last of the good light was still on the water. The woman from the nonprofit, her name was Ruth Alcott, and she was the kind of practical Maine woman in her 60s who communicates primarily through efficiency and looks at you with an expression that means she has assessed you and is withholding her conclusion, had left a key under a ceramic frog on the porch steps and a handwritten note on the kitchen table giving me the Wi-Fi password and the name of the hardware store in town. There was also a handwritten addition at the bottom of the note that I did not fully register until later that first evening. It said, "The collection is in good order except for the last 2 boxes, which we have not opened. James Fenton was particular about those. You will know when you find them." I folded the note and put it in my jacket pocket and forgot about it entirely while I made myself dinner, canned soup and crackers, because I had not yet found the grocery store, and sat in the single armchair by the window watching the fog come in off the bay. It moved the way fog moves in that part of Maine, not rolling or drifting, but simply arriving, thickening the dark by degrees until the lights of a lobster boat out on the water became soft. Sourceless glows suspended in nothing. The cottage was warm. The radiators made a sound like a slow, patient conversation in a language I did not speak. I was tired from the drive in the way that long, solitary drives make you tired. Not sleepy, but emptied, your mind still moving at highway speed, even though your body has stopped. I thought about calling my mother in Vermont. Decided it was too late. Thought about texting Claire something and then closed my phone without opening it. I could not remember the last time I had been somewhere with no one who expected anything from me. I stayed in the armchair until the fog had completely eaten the view, and the only light outside was the faint suggestion of the far shore. And then I went to bed. That is what I want you to understand. On that first night, everything was correct. The cottage smelled of old wood and salt, and the particular dusty warmth of a house that has been closed for several weeks and is just beginning to breathe again. The mattress was old, but not uncomfortable. The fog pressed its quiet against all the windows. I lay in the dark and listened to the bell buoy somewhere out on the water, a sound I had not heard since childhood, slow and regular and patient, marking a hazard that every local sailor already knew by heart, and I fell asleep before I had finished deciding whether I was glad I had come. I did not dream that first night. Or if I did, I do not remember what about. I remember only that I woke once, very early, before the light, when the fog was still total, and in the moment between sleep and waking I was absolutely certain, in the way you are certain of things in that border country, that I had heard something outside the bedroom window. Not a sound that repeated, just one occurrence of something already over by the time I was awake enough to identify it. I told myself it was the wind off the water, working at the eave. I told myself this before I had fully decided to be awake at all, which is how you know the explanation is not an investigation, but a decision. I pulled the blanket up. The bellboy rang its slow measure in the dark. I went back to sleep. In the morning, there was frost on the cottage steps, and the bay was the color of pewter, and I made coffee in a pot that was older than I was and stood on the porch with it in both hands and watched the cold light come across the water. I told myself, going to be fine. The archive was in a converted storage room at the back of a nonprofit's office building, and on that first morning, when Ruth Alcott handed me the key and gave me a look that contained something I could not yet name, I had no way of knowing that the last 2 unopened boxes would change the way I understood the rest of the week, the rest of the drive, and eventually the rest of the year. The archive smelled of cedar and newsprint and something else underneath. Something faintly mineral, like a basement that had never fully dried after a flood decades ago. Even though the room itself was clean and carefully maintained, Ruth Alcott had organized the donated boxes into 2 long rows on metal shelving, each labeled in her precise handwriting with a number and a date range. 43 boxes in all. James Fenton had spent 40 years collecting. I learned this from the brief biography Ruth had prepared for the grant application, which she left on the work table along with a yellow legal pad and 2 sharpened pencils. A gesture so deliberately analog that I found myself smiling at it before I caught myself. Fenton had been a high school history teacher in Gull Harbour for 31 years, retiring in 2003. He had never published formally. He had given occasional talks at the library and once at a regional maritime conference in Bath. He had no children. He had died in February of the previous year, alone in his house at the age of 77, and had left his entire collection to the non-profit in a will that his executor described, in a brief note clipped to the biography, as unusually specific about what should and should not be disturbed. I read that phrase twice. Then I put the biography down and started at the beginning, the way you are supposed to, with box 1. The work was genuinely good. Fenton had been meticulous in a way that most private collectors are not. Correspondence was sorted chronologically. Photographs were labeled on the reverse in his small, cramped hand. Research notes were cross-referenced to source materials that he had also kept. He had focused primarily on pre-colonial and early colonial maritime history along the mid-coast, which meant a great deal of material about the fishing and trading communities that had existed here long before European settlement formalized them into towns. There were notes on Penobscot oral traditions. There were hand-traced maps of tidal patterns and seasonal migration routes. There were 2 full folders dedicated to something he called the Goddard problem, which I set aside for closer reading because the label was the most intriguing thing I had encountered by noon. I ate lunch at the work table, a sandwich from the small grocery I had found that morning, turkey and Swiss on bread that had the particular softness of bread made for people who have been eating it their whole lives and have strong opinions about it. I ate without thinking about what I was eating, which is a sign that I was fully inside the work, and that was the first good thing that had happened to me in several months, to be inside a problem rather than circling the edges of it. To have something to attend to. The Goddard folder turned out to be about a real archaeological site. I did not know this going in. I had heard the name somewhere, the edge of something half remembered from an undergraduate survey course, but Fenton's notes filled it in precisely. The Goddard site was a pre-Columbian Native American settlement on a tidal peninsula on the mid-coastal, used seasonally for centuries for fishing and shellfish gathering. Excavated in the 1950s by an amateur archaeologist named Guy Melgren, the site had yielded the expected materials: pottery fragments, stone tools, bone debris, and one artifact that was not expected at all, a silver coin, Norwegian, as it turned out, minted during the reign of a king who had ruled between 1067 and 1093, a Viking Age coin, in other words, found in a Native American midden with no other European material anywhere near it, deposited there sometime around 1180 to 1235, based on the stratigraphy of the surrounding artifacts, 80 years or more after it was struck. Nearly 1,000 kilometers south of the only confirmed Norse settlement in North America. I stopped reading. I looked at the legal pad in front of me, where I had been making finding aid notes in my own handwriting. The pencil was still in my hand. I had pressed down hard enough on the last entry that there was an indent in the sheet below. I had not noticed doing that. The coin had no explanation. That was what Fenton's notes made clear, not with alarm, not with the breathless language of the mystery enthusiast, but with the careful, methodical flatness of someone who has examined every available explanation and found each one genuinely insufficient. He had corresponded with archaeologists at 3 universities. He had read every paper written about the site, He had obtained a photograph of the coin itself, which was paper-clipped to the back of the folder, a black and white image, slightly overexposed, showing a small disc with worn markings, resting against what appeared to be a ruler for scale. I studied the photograph for longer than was strictly necessary for cataloging purposes. The coin was small, unremarkable, visually, in the way that very old things are often unremarkable. The weight of time compresses them into simplicity, strips the surface detail down to essentials. But there was something about the image that I kept returning to. Not the coin itself, something about the ruler was resting against, the angle of it, or the way the light fell, that made the photograph feel like it had been taken in a hurry, as if the person holding the camera had wanted to document the thing quickly, before they had to look at it for too much longer. I told myself I was projecting. I made a note on the legal pad, Goddard folder, significant primary research, cross-reference to Maritime Exchange Network materials in boxes 12 through 15. Then I went back to the chronological work and spent the rest of the afternoon on boxes 3 through 7, which covered Fenton's early research years and were beautifully organized and entirely ordinary. Property records, town histories, correspondence with the Maine State Historian's Office, the kind of material that builds a solid regional archive without a single moment of strangeness. I left at 5, just as the light off the bay was turning that specific orange-gray that means sunset and fog rather than clear sky. The drive back to the cottage took 7 minutes. I counted them without meaning to, the way you count things when your mind is doing something else underneath. It was not until I was standing in the cottage kitchen, waiting for the water to boil for pasta, that I thought about Ruth Alcott's note again. The part at the bottom, about the last 2 boxes, I went and found the note in my jacket pocket, where I had left it the night before. James Fenton was particular about those. I put the note back in my pocket. I thought he was particular about his entire collection. The man had been meticulous about everything. For him to be specifically, additionally particular about 2 boxes meant something different. It meant those 2 boxes contained something he had a relationship with, not just a scholarly interest in. The water boiled. I made pasta and ate it at the kitchen table while the fog pressed its weight against the window glass. From somewhere down the ridge past the birch grove, I could hear the faint sound of someone's wind chimes, a neighbor I had not yet seen, on a property I had not yet noticed was there. The chimes were irregular in the way wind chimes always are, almost a pattern, and then not, almost a rhythm, and then dissolved back into randomness. I thought about the coin in the photograph, small and gray and resting against its ruler, something that had crossed an ocean and then kept traveling, somehow, passed from hand to hand through networks we had never fully mapped, until it ended up in the dark of a tidal peninsula on the Maine coast, surrounded by the ordinary debris of daily life. I thought about how objects carry the memory of their movement, how a thing that has traveled a great distance holds that distance inside it in some way that is not metaphorical but actual. The wear patterns, the oxidation chemistry, the microscopic evidence of every surface it has rested against. An archivist understands this. An archivist knows that an object's condition is its biography. I washed the dishes. I checked my phone, no messages, a weather alert about overnight frost, a promotional email from a storage company I had used during the move out of the apartment. I did not check Claire's social media, which I considered a personal victory of moderate significance. I went to bed at 9:47 and lay in the dark, with the window cracked an inch because I cannot sleep without air movement, and the sound of the water was different that night. Not louder, just more present, as if the bay had moved slightly closer during the day while I was not watching it. I noticed, just before sleep, that the wind chimes had stopped. I noticed also that I could not remember whether they had stopped gradually or all at once, whether they had wound down into silence the way wind chimes do when the air goes calm, or whether they had simply ceased between one moment and the next, as if someone had reached out and held them still with one careful hand. I did not get up to check. I thought about whether I should check, and then I thought about whether I had set my alarm for the following morning, and then I thought about the pasta, and whether there was enough left for lunch, and that mundane inventory was the last thing in my mind before sleep came. The small arithmetic of a refrigerator shelf holding me at the surface of myself, keeping me from going deeper into the question I did not yet want to name. The coin had been there for nearly 800 years before anyone found it. Whatever patience that required, I was beginning to suspect it had not diminished. The fog had not lifted by morning. It had simply changed character overnight, thinner now, more diffuse, the kind that does not obscure so much as soften, turning the birch trees along the ridge road into gray suggestions of themselves and flattening the bay into a single plane of pale silver that seemed to produce its own faint light from underneath. I drove to the archive with both hands on the wheel, even though the road was dry and the visibility was adequate, which tells you something about the quality of my attention that morning. I had slept badly, not because of noise or cold or any external disturbance I could name, but because of a dream I had reached the edge of several times without fully entering. Something about a room that kept rearranging itself when I was not looking directly at it, so that every time I turned back to a wall or a doorway, it was in a slightly different position than I remembered. Close enough to correct that I kept questioning my own memory, rather than the room. I woke at 5:43 and lay still for a while and watched the pale rectangle of the window, and did not go back to sleep. By the time I reached the archive, I had finished the coffee from my travel mug and decided to say nothing about the dream to anyone, which was an easy decision because there was no one to say it to. Ruth Alcott was in the front office when I arrived. She was on the phone and she looked up when I came in and gave me a brief nod that contained, I thought, a small question she had decided not to ask. I raised my coffee cup in a greeting that was also a deflection, and went through to the archive room and closed the door behind me. I had left off at box 7. I started on box 8. The material in boxes 8 through 11 was denser, more personal, in the way that a researcher's work becomes more personal as they move deeper into a problem that has started to feel significant to them. Fenton's handwriting changed in these years. His earlier notes had been careful and upright, each letter fully formed, the handwriting of a teacher who understood legibility as a courtesy to the reader. By the material in box 9, dated to the late 90s, roughly 15 years into his research, the handwriting had compressed and accelerated, the letters leaning forward as if trying to arrive somewhere faster than the pen could carry them. He had circled back to the coin, not exclusively and not obsessively. He was still doing solid, broad regional work across this same period. There were folders on Penobscot trading routes and a lengthy correspondence with an archaeologist at the University of Maine about shell-midden dating techniques. But the Goddard material threaded through everything else like a watermark, present in other documents without being the subject of them. A reference in the margin of a letter about something else entirely. A date circled in a calendar with no explanation beside it. I found the first anomaly in box 10. It was a photograph, not a research photograph, not the careful documentary images Fenton had taken of artifacts and sites, with their ruled scales and identifying labels on the reverse. This was a personal photograph, the kind with the slightly overexposed quality of film cameras in the 1980s. The colors too warm and the edges soft. It showed a stretch of shoreline, rocky, tidal, the particular dark gray basalt of the mid-coast, with a figure standing at the water's edge. The figure had their back to the camera, a man, tall in a canvas jacket and rubber boots, looking out at the water, looking at something out on the water. Specifically, his posture had that quality of directed attention, head slightly forward, weight on the front foot, as if he was trying to see something more clearly. The water in the photograph was empty. The horizon was clear. Whatever he was looking at, was either too far to be visible or not visible at all. On the reverse, in Fenton's handwriting, Goddard Peninsula, August 1988. The third time. Not the third time visiting the site. The research notes confirmed he had visited it at least a dozen times before that date. The third time something else then. The third time standing at the water's edge and looking out at whatever required that quality of attention. I put the photograph aside and kept going. Box 11 held the correspondence files from the late 90s, and it was there that I found the letter that rewrote my understanding of everything I had cataloged so far. It was from a woman named Margaret Pease, a retired archaeologist at Bowdoin College, and it was dated November of 1999. Her handwriting was precise and slightly formal, the handwriting of someone who had been writing academic letters for decades and had not seen a reason to change. She was responding to a question Fenton had apparently asked her directly. His side of the correspondence was not in a collection, which meant he had not kept copies of his own letters, which was the first gap in his otherwise meticulous archiving. The gap itself told me something. Margaret Pease wrote, "You are the third person to ask me this question in as many years. I will tell you what I told the others. The coin is not the anomaly. The coin is the evidence of the anomaly. Whatever crossing it made, geographic or otherwise, it was made deliberately. Objects do not arrive at a place like Goddard by accident. They are brought. The question that should occupy you is not the route, but the intention." She continued, "I would also gently suggest, James, that you consider why this particular question has occupied you for so long, and whether the answer to that question is archaeological or personal. In my experience, the two are rarely as separate as we prefer to believe." I put the letter down. I looked at the wall opposite for a moment. Bare cinder block, slightly damp-looking, a single fluorescent tube overhead that had been flickering at the far left edge of its range all morning. Margaret Pease had been writing to Fenton the way a colleague writes to someone they are slightly worried about. Not alarmed, not intervening, but registering, carefully, a concern. The coin had occupied him for 11 years by that point. He had been back to the peninsula at least 3 times for reasons he did not record. He had been asking other researchers questions that he did not keep copies of. I thought about the last 2 boxes Ruth had warned me about. I thought about the phrase particular about those and what it meant when a meticulous man was additionally particular about something. I went and found Ruth at her desk. She was eating a late lunch, a sandwich and a cup of soup in a paper container from somewhere in town, and she looked up when I knocked on the open door with an expression that had made its decision about me and was waiting to see if I would confirm it. I asked her if she had known Fenton personally. She said she had. She said she had known him for 20 years, that he had been a regular presence at the nonprofit's events and one of the more reliable donors to their annual campaign. She said this in the tone of someone providing a professional record. I asked if he had seemed well in his last years. She was quiet for a moment. She looked at her soup. "He was focused," she said finally. He had always been focused. In the last few years, it was a different kind of focused. He stopped coming to the events. He stopped answering emails promptly. He was still doing the work. You can see that in the boxes. But it was as if the work had stopped being something he was doing, and it started being something he was inside of. She paused. "He called me in January," she said, 6 weeks before he died. "He asked me to promise that whoever cataloged the collection would be someone careful. I told him I would use a professional," he said, "and this is something I have thought about since he said, 'Make sure they open those last 2 boxes in the right order. They will understand which order is right when they get there.'" I asked her what she thought he meant. "I think," Ruth said carefully, "that James had been living with something for a very long time, and I think he wanted to make sure he was not the last person who knew about it." She picked up her spoon and looked at her soup. "I think he was lonely with it. I thanked her and went back to the archive room. I sat at the work table for a while without opening anything. The fluorescent tube flickered at its left edge. Outside the single small window, the fog was still the same diffuse silver it had been all morning, and the strip of visible sky above the tree line had not brightened or darkened since I arrived, as if the day had stalled at a single fixed point and was waiting for something to release it. I was thinking about what Ruth had said, about Fenton being lonely with it. I understood that particular loneliness better than I had any professional reason to. The loneliness of having a thing inside you that you cannot adequately explain to anyone who has not felt a version of it themselves. The loneliness of returning to the same question, the same place, the same object, because it is connected to something in you that has no other outlet. I had spent 6 months in an apartment in Portland, Oregon, circling the same unanswerable question about where my adult life had gone, and I had not called anyone about it. I had not written it down. I had simply lived adjacent to it, the way Fenton had lived adjacent to his coin. Margaret Pease had asked him whether his question was archaeological or personal. I already knew what the answer was for him. I was beginning to suspect the same distinction was going to matter for me. I opened box 12. The material inside was not what the label indicated. The label said, Maritime Exchange Networks, 2004 to 2009. What the box actually contained, beneath a thin layer of correctly labeled folders that matched the finding aid Fenton had prepared, was something different. A collection of objects, each wrapped in acid-free tissue, each tagged with a handwritten label and that forward-leaning later handwriting. Most of them were ordinary, fragments of pottery, a section of worked bone, the kind of study samples an amateur researcher accumulates through years of field work and correspondence with professional archaeologists who trust them with duplicates. At the bottom of the box, wrapped more carefully than anything else, was a small disc of silver. It was not the Goddard coin. I knew that immediately. The Goddard coin was in the main state museum, properly conserved, inaccessible to a retired schoolteacher in Gull Harbor. But it was clearly meant to occupy the same place in Fenton's thinking. It was a replica, a hand-cast reproduction, slightly rougher than the original, made with care, but without professional tools. On the back, in his handwriting, smaller than I had seen him write anything, for understanding the weight of it. The room was very quiet. The fluorescent tube stopped flickering for the first time all morning, settling into a steady hum that felt, in the silence, louder than the flickering had been. I held the replica in my palm for a moment. It was lighter than I expected, cool at first, then warming quickly to the temperature of my hand, the way silver always does. I thought about a man standing alone at the edge of a tidal peninsula in August, looking at empty water for the third time, trying to understand what had been carried across it and why. I wrapped the replica carefully and returned it to its tissue, and I thought, whatever Fenton had been trying to understand, he had not finished understanding it, and he had known he would not finish, and so he had made sure someone else would be standing exactly where I was standing when the time came. The 2 remaining boxes were on the bottom shelf. I had walked past them every day without registering them as different from the others, which I now understood was because they were not labeled the way the others were. Ruth's precise handwriting was on every other box in the collection. Date ranges, subject categories, Fenton's name in the top left corner of each label. These 2 had no writing on them at all. They were simply there, slightly further back on the shelf than the others, as if they had been placed by someone who wanted them accessible without wanting them prominent. I stood in front of them for a while without touching them. I was thinking about the replica coin still wrapped in its tissue in box 12, and about Margaret Pease's letter, and about the photograph of the figure at the water's edge looking at something the camera could not see. I was thinking about the order Fenton had mentioned to Ruth, that whoever came to these boxes would understand the correct order when they arrived. I looked at them both and I did not feel certainty, but I felt something that functioned like it, the way a compass needle functions without understanding what it is responding to. The left box first. I carried it to the work table and opened it with the same careful hands I use for every collection, even when my pulse is doing something I would rather it did not. The top layer was research. Dense, specific, more technical than anything else in a collection. Printed academic papers with Fenton's annotations in the margins, notes on isotope analysis and dendrochronology, and what he called in his own shorthand, the transmission problem, by which he meant the question of how the coin had traveled from a Norse community, almost certainly the Greenlandic settlements, given the dating, southward through indigenous trade networks along the Atlantic coast, through the hands of people who would have had no context for what they were carrying, arriving finally at Goddard. Not the what, the how of the how, the human chain of it. He had mapped it, not with certainty. The notes were careful to distinguish between what was documented and what was inferred, but with enough accumulated evidence to make a credible case for the route. The coin had likely entered the Labrador coast through direct Norse-Inuit contact, the kind that archaeological evidence now confirmed had occurred regularly and was more complex and sustained than the earlier historical accounts suggested. From there it had moved south through exchange networks that the mid-coastal Abenaki and their predecessors had maintained for centuries, networks that moved copper, obsidian, and shell ornaments across distances that still surprise researchers who encounter the evidence for the first time. The coin had taken approximately 2 generations to reach Goddard. Fenton's estimate passed through perhaps 4 or 5 pairs of hands, each pair of hands not knowing what they had, except that it was foreign, and therefore valuable, and therefore worth carrying forward. I thought about that. 4 or 5 people, across the width of a continent's edge, each briefly holding something they could not name. Beneath the research papers was a journal, narrow, cloth-bound, the cover worn at the corners in the way that cloth covers wear when they are handled daily for a long time. The first entry was dated June of 2001. The last entry, I checked the back before I read the front, which is not how I normally work, was dated 9 days before Fenton died. I did not read the journal immediately. I set it to one side, covered it with a sheet of acid-free paper the way you cover something you intend to return to, and opened the second box. The second box contained one thing, a letter sealed in an archival envelope with my name on it. Not my name exactly. The envelope said, "For the archivist," in Fenton's forward-leaning handwriting. But it had been placed here for me, for whoever sat at this table and worked through his collection carefully enough to arrive at this point in the right order, and the effect of seeing it was the same as seeing my own name. My chest did something I was not prepared for. A sudden pressure, not painful. More like the sensation of a door opening in a room you had assumed was sealed. I sat with the envelope in front of me for long enough that the fluorescent tube completed several cycles of its faint background hum. Then I opened it. The letter was 3 pages, written on both sides of each sheet in Fenton's compressed later handwriting, dated the previous January. He wrote without preamble, which I appreciated. He had clearly decided that whoever opened this letter had already done the work of the collection and did not need orientation. He wrote, "By the time you read this, you will have found the replica. You will have read Pisa's letter. You will understand what the coin is, and you will understand that the question of how it traveled is, at this point, reasonably well resolved. The transmission route is documented well enough to satisfy any reasonable standard of evidence. What is not resolved, and what I have spent 14 years failing to resolve, is the question of why it has weight." He continued, "I do not mean physical weight. The replica is lighter than you expect. You notice that." I stopped reading. I looked at the wall. I looked back at the letter. He had written that before he knew who would open the box, before he knew anything about me, and he had written it in the present tense as a plain statement of fact, because he had held the replica himself enough times to know exactly what it felt like in someone's palm for the first time, and he had understood that the sensation would be consistent. I kept reading. The coin carries something that the transmission route does not explain. I recognized this on my third visit to the Goddard Peninsula in August of '88, and I have been trying since that year to find a framework adequate to describe it. I have not found one that satisfies me. What I have found instead is this. The coin arrived at Goddard because someone at the end of that human chain chose to leave it there. Not lose it. Weave it. The stratigraphy makes this clear if you read Mellgren's original excavation notes carefully. The coin was not scattered with the other debris of daily use. It was placed, set deliberately into the soil of a site that had been used for generations, in a layer that corresponds to approximately 1190 in the Common Era. He wrote, someone who did not know what the coin was, who had never seen the ocean it crossed, who had no knowledge of the king whose face it may have once carried before the marking wore smooth. Someone set it deliberately into the ground of a place where their people had been coming, and, going for a very long time. The act was intentional. The meaning of the act is what I have been trying to understand. The second page was where the register of the letter changed. I want to tell you something that is not in the research. I want to tell you because I believe whoever opens this box will be a person in the habit of sitting quietly with things that resist explanation. And I believe they will have arrived here carrying something of their own that also resists explanation. Something personal that the work is not yet addressed, but that the work keeps brushing against. I put the letter face down on the table. Outside the window, the fog had finally begun to lift, thinning at the tree line into something paler and more luminous, and a strip of sky above the birches had gone from silver to a cool, washed blue. I looked at it for a while. I thought about my phone in my jacket pocket, and whether I had enough battery to make a call if I wanted to, and I thought about the grocery store in town and whether they carried decent coffee beans or only the pre-ground kind in cans, and I held those two thoughts in the front of my mind with a deliberateness that I recognized as avoidance and did not care about. Then I turned the letter back over and kept reading. The summer after my wife died, 2006, I went back to the peninsula. I had not intended to. I was driving on the coast road for no particular reason. The way you drive when staying at home requires more energy than movement, and I found myself at the turnoff without having consciously decided to take it. I walked out to the water. I stood at the place where Mellgren's excavation had been, which is marked now only by a slight depression in the ground that grass has mostly filled. I stood there for a long time. I do not know how long. The water was very still. I understood, standing there, that the person who had placed the coin in that ground had not placed it as a discard or a gift in any conventional sense. They had placed it as an acknowledgement, a recognition that an object had arrived from somewhere unimaginably far away, had crossed distances both geographic and human, and deserved to be given back to the ground at the end of its traveling, not kept, not passed forward, returned. I understood this because I had something in my own pocket that also needed to be returned to somewhere, and I did not yet know where that somewhere was. The letter did not explain what the object in his pocket had been. I did not think it needed to. The third page was brief. It said, "There is a woman in town named Edith Crane. She is in her 80s now, and she does not leave her house on the harbor road easily, but she will speak to you if you come in the morning and bring something from the bakery on Prospect Street. She prefers the plain things, not the decorated ones. She knew the Goddard site before Mildred excavated it. She knew it the way the old families here know things, which is differently from the way researchers know things. She can tell you what the site was understood to be by the people who used the coast road before the highway replaced it, before the summer people arrived, before anyone thought to dig there. She knows what the coins leaving meant. I could never quite bring myself to ask her directly. I think you will need to." He had signed the letter with his first name only. I folded the letter and put it in my jacket pocket next to the note from Ruth. which was still there from the first night. The 2 pieces of paper against my ribs. I sat at the table in the now quiet room and felt the weight of what had just been handed to me. Not dramatically, not with any sensation I could call supernatural, but with the specific gravity of something that has been waiting a long time to be passed forward and has finally found the right pair of hands. I opened the journal. The first entry began, "I think the coin shows Goddard the way grief chooses its objects, not randomly, not by accident, by a logic that is entirely coherent and entirely invisible until you are already inside it." The fluorescent tube hummed its single unwavering note overhead. Somewhere outside, a gull called once and did not repeat itself. I read until the light through the window told me it was past 4, and then I read for another hour after that, sitting still in the cooling room with my jacket still on and my coffee long since gone cold, because I had reached the part of the journal where Fenton had begun describing the dreams, and I needed to know whether his dreams had contained a room that rearranged itself when he was not looking directly at it. They had not. His were different from mine, but they were adjacent, the way 2 people's grief is adjacent without being identical, shaped by the same pressure without producing the same form. I closed the journal at 6:15 and sat in the dark for a moment before I remembered to turn the lights on. The bakery on Prospect Street opened at 7, and I was going to be there when it did. And I was going to bring the plain things, not the decorated ones. And I was going to ask Edith Crane the question that James Fenton had spent 14 years preparing himself to ask, and never quite managed. Prospect Street was 4 blocks long and ran parallel to the harbor, close enough to the water that the smell of low tide reached the bakery entrance on the morning wind. Rockweed and cold salt, and the particular darkness beneath that smell that means exposed tidal, mud. The layer of coast that is usually hidden and only briefly made visible when the water pulls back far enough to show what it covers. I arrived at 6:58. The bakery was called simply what it was. A hand-lettered sign above the door read, "Gull Harbor Bakery," in the same plain style as everything else in this town that had been here long enough to stop, needing to announce itself. A bell above the door rang when I entered. The warmth inside was immediate and total, the kind of warmth that comes from an oven that has been going since before dawn, and the smell was yeast and butter and something faintly sweet underneath that I could not identify and did not try to. A young woman behind the counter looked up and said good morning with the practiced friendliness of someone who means it, but has also said it several hundred times. I told her I needed plain things. She did not ask for elaboration. She packed a white paper bag with 4 plain rolls and 2 small plain pastries, the kind with no filling and no glaze, just a clean honest surface with a single score across the top. And when I paid, she said, without any particular emphasis, "For Edith?" I said yes. She nodded in the way people nod when something confirms what they already suspected. "She likes the Saturday rolls best," she said. "They are the same as the weekday ones. She just likes knowing they are the Saturday ones." I drove to the harbor road. Edith Crane's house was the 3rd from the end of a short unpaved street that ran down to the water's edge and stopped at a wooden dock that had clearly not been used for its original purpose in a long time. The house was a cape, gray shingled, with white window trim and a porch that ran the full length of the front. There were 2 wooden chairs on the porch facing the harbor, angled slightly toward each other, as if whoever sat in them had arranged them for conversation and then left the arrangement for the next people to use. I knocked. There was a long pause, long enough that I considered leaving the bag on the porch rail and going. And then the sound of slow, deliberate movement from inside, and then the door opened. Edith Crane was 83 years old. I know this because she told me within the first 5 minutes, not as a bid for sympathy, but as a piece of factual information she offered the way you offer your name, plainly, without emphasis, because it is simply part of what is true about you. She was small and unhurried, with white hair cut close to her head and eyes that were a very pale gray, the color of the bay on an overcast morning. She wore a dark wool cardigan over a collared shirt, and she moved with the careful economy of someone who has made a long negotiation with their own body and arrived at a workable arrangement. She looked at the white bag in my hand. "Saturday rolls," she said. "The woman at the bakery told me you prefer them. Alice has been telling people that for 20 years. She stepped back from the door. "Come in." The inside of the house was warm and ordered, and smelled of wood smoke and something herbal I did not recognize. The walls of the hallway were covered with framed photographs, harbor scenes, family groups, aerial images of the coastline taken from a considerable height. I did not stop to examine them closely, but I was aware of them the way you were aware of a crowd when you walk through it. A sense of accumulated presence that was not unfriendly. She took me through to a room at the back of the house that faced the water. A small table by the window was already set with 2 cups and a plate, as if she had known I was coming before I had known I was going to arrive. I put the rolls on the plate and sat in the chair she indicated, and she sat across from me and poured tea from a pot that had been waiting on a trivet on the windowsill, already steeped to the right depth. "You are working through James's collection," she said. It was not a question. "Yes, I found his letter." She nodded. She looked at the harbor. "He was a good researcher," she said. "He was thorough, and he was honest, and he did not invent things to fill the gaps. Those are rare qualities." She paused. "He was also a man who had difficulty arriving at the last step of a thing. He could follow a question all the way to its final door and then stand in front of it for years without opening it." I asked if she knew why. She considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "I think," she said carefully, "that the question about the coin had become a container for something else, something he was carrying that needed a shape to live in." She turned her cup on its saucer, one slow rotation. "That happens with grief. It finds structures. It finds objects that are old enough and strange enough to hold the full weight of it without breaking." I looked at the harbor through the window. The water was very still that morning, the fog entirely gone, the surface the color of hammered tin under a sky that had gone clear and pale blue overnight. A single lobster boat was moving toward the far shore, leaving a clean white line behind it. "He told me in his letter that you know what the coin's leaving meant," I said. "The act of placing it at Goddard. He could not quite bring himself to ask you directly." She smiled at that. A brief, specific smile that contained affection and exasperation in equal measure. "James asked me everything except the things he most needed to know," she said. "He asked me about the Penobscot trade routes. He asked me about the seasonal use of the tidal sites. He asked about the families who had fished that peninsula before the highway changed the coast road. He never asked what I am going to tell you now, which is this." She set her cup down. "The old families along this coast had a name for certain objects, not a scholarly name, a working name. The kind of name you use when you were talking about something practical. They called them crossing things. Objects that had made a journey so long or so unlikely that the journey had become part of the object itself, not superstition. These were practical people, fishing people, people who understood the sea as a working fact of their lives rather than a symbol. Their understanding was practical. An object that has been carried a great distance carries that distance inside it. And an object that ends its journey is not discarded. It is placed, set back into the ground of a place that has been used by people long enough to receive it properly." She looked at me steadily. The person who placed that coin at Goddard understood it was a crossing thing. They did not know where it had crossed from. That knowledge had been lost along the 4 or 5 pairs of hands it traveled through. But they understood the nature of what they held. They placed it at Goddard because Goddard was a place of long use. A place the ground had been opened and closed enough times to know how to hold something indefinitely. I thought about Fenton's journal, his first entry. The coin chose Goddard the way grief chooses its objects. James believed the coin still had weight, I said. After all those years in the museum case, he made a replica to understand the weight of it. He was not wrong, Edith said simply. A crossing thing does not stop being what it is because it has been placed behind glass. It simply waits. She looked at her hands on the table. Small, precise hands, the knuckles enlarged with age, the skin thin enough to show the tendons beneath. James needed to finish something. He knew that. He came close several times. He could not quite reach it. The lobster boat had reached the far shore and disappeared behind the point. The harbor was completely empty now. The white wine it had left already dissolving back into the flat gray-blue surface. "What does finishing it look like?" I asked. She was quiet for a moment. The wood smoke smell was very present in the room. Outside, a gull crossed the window without sound, visible for 1 second and then gone. "Someone needs to go to Goddard," she said. "Not to the museum, to the site itself, the peninsula. Someone who was carrying their own crossing thing, and I think you are, though I will not ask you what it is, needs to go to the place where the coin was placed and do what the original person did. Not bury anything. Simply acknowledge the distance that has been traveled. Say it plainly, out loud, to the ground and the water. The specific words matter less than the plainness of them." She paused. "James never went back after 2006. I think going back without completing the act felt worse to him than not going. And not going had its own cost. He paid it for 8 years. I thought about an apartment in Portland, Oregon. I thought about driving up a coast road in October with the windows down, telling myself it was the salt air I needed. I thought about a Sunday morning in March, and 2 coffee cups on a kitchen table, and the very long silence that had settled over a life I had been building for 11 years, and how I had been carrying that silence in my chest like a stone ever since, without once finding the words adequate to set it down. I said, I do not know if what I am carrying is the right kind of thing." Edith Crane looked at me with her pale gray eyes. "Crossing things are not romantic," she said. "They are not poetic. They are simply things that have traveled too far to pretend they have not traveled. If you have come a long way from something you cannot name yet, that qualifies." She pushed the plate of rolls toward me with one finger. "Eat something. The peninsula road is unpaved, and the tide will be low this afternoon." I ate. The roll was dense and plain and tasted exactly like what it was. We sat at the table for another hour. She told me about the peninsula, the practical geography of it, where the road ended, how far the walk was to the site itself, the depression in the ground that Fenton had described in his journal. She told me that the site had been used for generations not only for fishing but as a place where difficult things were brought and left, not in any ceremonial sense she was prepared to elaborate on, but in the working practical sense of a place that had the kind of long use that makes ground receptive. She did not tell me what to say when I got there. She said the plainness was the point, that the original place had not spoken in a language anyone at Goddard would have understood, and the object had made its meaning clear regardless, and that what mattered was the directness of the act, rather than any particular form it took. When I stood to leave, she remained seated, looking at the harbor. I thanked her. She made a small dismissive gesture with one hand that meant the thanks were unnecessary, that this was simply what the conversation had been for. At the door I stopped and asked the thing I had been holding since I sat down. I asked her if Fenton had ever seemed frightened. She was quiet for a moment. "No," she said finally. "Not frightened. Lonely. There is a difference though. From the inside I imagine they can feel similar." She looked at the harbor. He was a man who understood something that he could not share with anyone who had not also understood it. That is its own kind of weight. I walked back to my car. The harbor road was empty. The tide was beginning its retreat down the rocks along the shore, exposing the dark tidal mud I had smelled that morning. And in the sharp, clean air, the smell of it was not unpleasant, but ancient, the smell of something that has been covered and uncovered 10,000 times and is entirely indifferent to the distinction. I sat in the car for a moment. I put my hands on the steering wheel without starting the engine. I thought about Claire, not with the circling, pressurized quality that her memory had carried all summer. More plainly than that, I thought about the specific fact of 11 years and the specific fact of a Sunday morning and the specific fact that I had driven 3,000 miles in the wrong direction afterward and called it recovery without once acknowledging the distance I was putting between myself and the thing I had not been able to finish. I thought about the coin. 4 or 5 pairs of hands, each carrying something they could not name, each passing it forward to the next person who could carry it a little further. I started the engine. The tide would be low by 3. I drove back to the cottage to find the peninsula road on the map, and the whole drive I was aware of the letter in my jacket pocket. Fenton's letter against my ribs. And I thought, he prepared everything except the last step. And then he left the last step for someone else, and I had spent 11 months doing exactly the same thing, and today that was going to stop. The peninsula road was exactly as Edith had described it. Unpaved, narrow, hemmed on both sides by a low tangle of rugosa rose and bayberry that had gone fully dormant for the season, the canes stripped of leaves and showing their true gray-brown color, thorned and patient. The road ran about 3/4 of a mile from the coast highway to a small clearing where the ground leveled, and the trees thinned, and the bay opened up in front of you without warning, the way the ocean always opens up when you have been enclosed in vegetation and then suddenly are not. I parked in the clearing and sat for a moment. The afternoon light was doing what October afternoon light does on the Maine coast, coming in at a low angle that made everything simultaneously clearer and more remote, the details of the shoreline sharp and the distances beyond them impossible to gauge. The tide was out. The exposed rocks along the peninsula's edge were dark and barnacled, the tidal pools between them catching the sky in pieces, each pool a separate small sky lying flat in the stone. I got out of the car. The walk to the site was 10 minutes through low scrub, following what had once been a path and was now simply a suggestion of one. A slight compression in the vegetation, a memory of foot traffic that had not happened recently enough to keep the growth back. The ground was uneven, tusk-socked with dead grass, and the soil underfoot had a particular give to it, soft in a way that was not quite mud but more like something that had absorbed a great deal of water over a long time and was holding it deeply. I had Fenton's journal in my jacket pocket, his letter in the other side. I was aware of the weight of both of them as I walked. The site itself was not marked. There was no sign, no historical plaque, no boundary rope. There was, exactly as Fenton had described, and Edith had confirmed, a shallow depression in the ground about 4 meters across, so gradual in its curvature that you would walk past it without registering it unless you were specifically looking. The grass that had grown back over it was slightly different from the grass around it, finer, more uniformly distributed, as if the soil beneath it had been turned and returned enough times to change its texture permanently. I stood at the edge of the depression. The water was about 30 meters further, at the base of a low rocky shelf that dropped to the tidal flat. The bay stretched from there to the horizon without interruption. No boats visible, no birds on the water. The surface had the stillness of very cold water on a day with no wind. A stillness that is not calm, but concentrated, the way a held breath is concentrated. I had been thinking, on the drive and on the walk, about what I was going to say. I had tried to compose something. I had started several versions in my head and abandoned each of them for the same reason, which was that they were all too constructed, too aware of themselves as acts of meaning-making. And what Edith had said was that the plainness was the point. The original placer had no language adequate to what they were returning. They had acted anyway, so I stood at the edge of the depression, and I stopped trying to compose anything, and I simply said what was true. I said Claire's name. I said it the way you say a name when no one else is around to hear it. Not performing it, not directing it anywhere in particular, just releasing it into the air the way you release a breath you have been holding longer than was comfortable. Her full name. The name I had not said aloud, alone, since the Sunday in March. The air did not change. The water did not change. Nothing responded. I had not expected a response. That is not what this kind of speaking is for. I said I drove 3,000 miles and told myself I was recovering. I was not recovering. I was extending the distance between myself and the fact of it, which is not the same thing, and I have known the difference since approximately April, and have been choosing not to know it. The bay held its stillness. I said, 11 years is a long way to have traveled. I am not sorry I traveled it. I am not going to pretend the traveling did not happen, or that it did not matter because it ended before I thought it would. A gull appeared from the direction of the far shore, crossing the water at a low altitude, and passed over the peninsula without landing. I watched it go. I reached into my jacket pocket and took out Fenton's letter. I had thought about this part carefully on the drive. The letter was not mine to keep. It had been written for whoever arrived at the collection in the right state of preparation, and I had arrived, and the letter had done its work on me, and now its traveling was complete. Fenton had written it to be passed forward one last time and then set down. I understood that the same way I had understood which box to open first, not through reasoning, but through the kind of knowledge that accumulates quietly in the body while the mind is busy with other things. I set the letter on the ground at the edge of the depression, not buried. Placed, set down with care on the dead grass at the precise spot where the soil changed quality, where the ground had been opened and closed enough times to know how to hold something indefinitely. I held my hand on it for a moment, flat-palmed, feeling the cold of the ground through the paper. Then I stood up. I stood there for a while longer, not expecting anything, not waiting for a sign, simply standing in a place that had been used by people for a very long time, and allowing the use of it to be what it was, accumulated and patient and entirely indifferent to the specific content of any single visit, the way very old ground is indifferent to individual footsteps without being indifferent to the fact of passage. The light was going. The low October sun had reached the tree line behind me, and the shadow of the peninsula's edge was moving out across the tidal flat in a slow diagonal. I thought about Fenton standing in this same spot in August of 2006, with something in his pocket he could not name. I thought about him returning to his car and driving back to his house and spending 8 more years with the journal and the replica coin and Margaret Pease's letter and all the careful accumulated research, building the most complete possible understanding of every aspect of the crossing except the final act of it. I did not feel sorry for him. I felt the specific tenderness you feel for someone who was very close to something and could not quite reach it, which is different from pity and closer to recognition. I had nearly done the same thing. I had driven to Maine in October and told myself it was work. It was work. It was also the farthest I could get from Portland, in a direction that still felt purposeful, and I had been standing at the edge of the real reason for 11 months without once letting myself look directly at it. The archive had been the mechanism. Fenton's letter had been the door. Edith Crane had been the last clear direction I needed, but the territory had always been the same territory. The specific longitude of loss that you accumulate when a long thing ends, and you have not yet found the language to acknowledge the distance you traveled inside it. The letter was still on the ground where I had placed it. The damp of the soil was already beginning to darken the paper at the edges. I said one more thing before I left. Not to Claire. That part was complete. to Fenton, or to the ground, or to no one specifically, which is the same as to the air. I said, "I found the order. I hope that is sufficient." Then I walked back through the low scrub to the clearing where my car was parked, following the faint compression in the vegetation, and I got in and I drove back to the cottage along the coast road with the windows down, because the salt air off the water was cold and clean and completely itself. And by the time I reached the gravel turnoff, the sky had gone that deep, specific blue that comes after the last color has left it and before the dark has fully arrived. I sat on the porch steps for a long time after I parked. The bay was invisible in the dusk, present only as a sound and a smell. The bellboy was ringing its slow measure somewhere out in the channel, patient and regular, marking its hazard for sailors who already knew it was there, but needed the confirmation anyway. I thought about the coin in its case in the State Museum in Augusta, small and gray and worn smooth, behind glass in a climate-controlled room, the last object standing from a human chain that had stretched the length of a continent's edge across 2 generations. I thought about the person at the end of that chain, who had understood what they held without knowing where it had come from, who had placed it with intention and ground that knew how to receive it, who had not waited any longer than necessary. The porch light was on. Inside the cottage, the radiators were doing their slow conversational ticking. I could smell, faintly, the residue of the morning's coffee still in the pot on the stove, and the old wood smell of the walls, and underneath both of those the salt that was in everything here, in the air, in the wood grain, in the fabric of the cushion on the porch chair. The salt that meant the water was always close, always present, always willing to carry things a long way if you put them in. I went inside and washed my hands at the kitchen sink and stood for a moment looking at the water running over them, warm and ordinary and entirely sufficient. Then I sat at the kitchen table and opened my laptop and began, for the 4th time, to write this account. This time I did not stop. The title arrived on the 3rd night of writing, the way titles arrive when the story has finally agreed to be told. Not chosen, but recognized, already there in the material, waiting to be seen. I wrote it at the top of the document and looked at it for a moment and left it exactly as it was. Outside, the bellboy rang in the dark. The fog was coming back in off the water, the way it always did by midnight on the mid-coast, patient and unhurried and completely indifferent to whether anyone was awake to watch it arrive. I was awake. I was writing. The salt air came through the cracked window, and the radiators spoke their slow language, and the account took its shape across the hours, one true sentence after another, each one a small return, each one a little more of the distance finally acknowledged and set down. Some crossings take a long time to complete. This one was done. The tattoo said, "Amma." I want to be precise about the way it smelled when I drove into Gatlin Hollow for the first time, because I think smell is the thing memory reaches for first when it is trying to tell you something you were not ready to hear. It was late April. The windows of my truck were down, and the air coming off the ridge was cool in the way that air can only be cool in the hill country of eastern Tennessee. Not the flat cold of winter, but something softer, something that moved against your face like the inside of a closet you had not opened in years. I had driven down from Nashville, 4 hours southeast on the interstate, and then another 40 minutes on state routes that became county roads that became something barely wider than a deer trail with gravel pretending to be a shoulder. The GPS had stopped being confident about 45 minutes before I arrived. It made a quiet sound that I would describe as uncertain, and then it simply said in the flat voice that all those systems use that it was recalculating. I remember thinking about whether I had left the burner on under the coffee pot. I had not. I knew I had not. But the mind goes to things like that when it is trying to avoid what is actually happening, and what was actually happening was that I was driving into a place I had agreed to write about without fully understanding what I had agreed to write about. My name is Caroline Marsh. At the time, I was 37 years old and working as a freelance crime journalist, the kind who does long, slow, documented pieces for regional magazines and occasionally for the kind of true crime podcast that takes itself seriously. I had spent the previous 2 years writing almost exclusively about rural cases that happen in places with names that most people outside those counties had never heard. Cases where the full story had never been printed because the people with the full story lived 30 miles from the nearest wire service and had no particular reason to talk to someone from outside. I had come to Getland Hollow to write about a man named Daniel Wyatt. Daniel had been a land surveyor, 29 years old, married for 6 weeks before he disappeared. His body had been found in the woods above the Panther Creek watershed, 11 days after he was last seen leaving his house on a Tuesday morning in October of the previous year. He had a tattoo on the inside of his left forearm, in dark blue ink, that read "Mama" in lowercase cursive letters. The police investigation was still ongoing. Several people had been arrested. His wife, Cara, had been among them. I tell you all of this now, flatly, because I need you to understand what I knew and what I did not know when I turned off the county road and came down the long gravel slope that led into the bowl of the hollow. I knew the facts. I had read the initial police reports, the arrest records, the coroner's preliminary findings. I knew enough to write a first draft of the investigation. What I did not know was what it felt like to be inside the geography of it. The hollow opened up around me slowly, the way a hand opens when it is not entirely sure it wants to let something go. The ridgelines on either side were still holding the green of early spring, and the creek that ran along the road caught the late afternoon light in long, stuttering flashes between the tree trunks. There were houses back from the road, not many, maybe one every quarter mile, and each one had that particular quality of eastern Tennessee rural houses, which is that they look as though they have been there since before the road was a road, and have simply endured the road's arrival without much opinion about it. I found the motel I had booked on the outskirts of the hollow's small commercial strip, which was not a strip so much as a widening of the county road that included a hardware store, a gas station, a diner with a hand-painted sign, and, at the far end, the Hollow Rest Motel. 8 units. A parking lot of cracked asphalt with grass coming through the joints in long, thin blades. The woman who checked me in was named Darlene, and she had the particular quality of watchfulness that I had come to recognize in people who have lived their entire lives in a small place where something very bad has recently happened. She looked at my out-of-state registration. She looked at my face. She handed me the key to Unit 4 without saying anything about the case, and I did not bring it up. The room smelled of industrial carpet cleaner, and underneath that, something faintly floral that I could not identify. Sanctuary. The bed was high and firm, with a dark blue cotton blanket folded at the foot, and when I sat on the edge of it after carrying my bag in, the springs gave with a sound like a deep, patient exhale. I sat there for a moment, just listening. The ridge to the west was blocking the last of the light, and through the window, the sky above the hollow was going from orange to a bruised deep green that I had not seen anywhere else. It was the kind of color that made the air feel closer, like the atmosphere was pressing itself down gently, testing the weight of something. On the drive in, I had passed a mailbox at the end of a gravel lane, with the name Wyatt painted on it, in white letters that had been there long enough to go gray at the edges. I had not slowed down, but I had looked. There is something about seeing a name on a mailbox when you have spent months reading that name in police reports. It makes the name real in a way that documents never quite manage. Daniel Wyatt had lived half a mile from where I was sitting. He had left that lane on a Tuesday morning to go survey a parcel of land that, as far as anyone could determine, did not exist. The call requesting his services had come from a cell phone that was never recovered. He had driven away in his truck, and the last recorded image of him, caught by a trail camera mounted on a fence post outside a neighboring property, showed him parking his truck by the county road and getting into a dark blue sedan. He had been smiling. I do not know why that detail stayed with me as I unpacked my recorder and my notebook in the motel room with a floral smell I could not place. It was not in any of the documents I had read. It was something Daniel's brother, a man named Marcus, had said to me on the phone a month before I drove down, in the plain, worn-down way that people describe things they have gone over too many times. He got in the car, Marcus had said, and he was smiling like he was going to meet a friend. The light outside had gone fully green by the time I finished unpacking. Through the bathroom window, I could hear the creek somewhere below the tree line, moving fast over stones, and in the distance, just before it went too dark for sound to carry that far clearly, I heard something that I thought at the time was a bird. Later, I would not be sure it was a bird at all. I pulled the blue blanket up over my knees, opened my laptop, and began reading through the interview transcripts again from the beginning. The hollow settled into its own quiet around me. Something on the wall made a slow ticking sound, like a clock someone had stopped winding. I told myself the case would be straightforward, a clean investigation. I would interview the right people, document the timeline, and write the piece. I told myself that several more times before I finally turned the light off. Somewhere above the creek line, the ridge was holding the last warmth of the day, and the hollow below it was already dark, already listening. The way that places that have seen terrible things always seem to be listening, just a half step ahead of anyone who comes to ask questions. The diner opened at 6 in the morning, which I knew because the sound of its door being unlocked carried across the empty parking lot and through the thin wall of Unit 4 with a clarity that suggested the hollow had been holding its breath all night, waiting for something to happen. I had not slept well, not badly enough to feel alarmed about it. Just the particular restlessness of a first night in an unfamiliar room, where the body has not yet made its accommodations with the new geometry of the mattress, the new quality of the darkness, the new register of ambient sound. The creek had run all night below the tree line, and somewhere around 2 in the morning I had become aware of a low, intermittent sound from the direction of the ridge that I could not categorize. Not a voice, not an animal exactly. Something between the two, far enough away that I could tell myself it was wind moving through a gap in the rock face and almost mean it. I had lain there for a while, staring at the ceiling, thinking about whether I had replied to an email from my editor. I had not. I made a note on my phone to do it in the morning. The diner was called the Ridge Line, and it was the kind of place that had been doing exactly what it was doing for long enough, that the menu had stopped being a document and had become a kind of geological feature, laminated, coffee-stained, and absolutely permanent. I ordered eggs and toast and a cup of coffee that arrived before I had finished putting my recorder on the table, which told me something about the pace of service, and therefore something about the pace of the town. The woman who brought the coffee was younger than Darlene at the motel, mid-20s, with dark hair pulled back and a way of moving through the narrow space between the counter and the tables that suggested she had been doing it since she was old enough to carry a plate. Her name tag said Brianna. She did not ask me what I was doing in Gatlin Hollow. In my experience, when people in small towns do not ask what you are doing there, it is because they already know. The question would be a formality, and formality in a place like this costs something. I drank the coffee and looked out the window at the county road. A pickup went by, going slow, then a school bus going slower, then nothing for a long time. The road sitting empty in the pale morning light with the ridge above it just beginning to catch the sun. That late, green underwater arrival I had noticed the evening before, the light that came down like something filtered through deep water. My first interview of the day was with Marcus Wyatt, Daniel's older brother. He had agreed to meet me at the diner rather than at his house, which I had understood without asking, as meaning that he did not want me inside the space where his grief lived. We would sit in public, where there were edges and a door, and he could leave when he needed to. I respected that. I had learned to respect it. Marcus arrived at 7:45, which was 5 minutes before the time we had agreed on, and I noticed that he had dressed carefully, clean flannel, clean jeans, boots that had been wiped down. The care of it meant something. When people dress carefully for an interview about their dead, it means they have decided the account matters, that the telling is an act of respect toward the one being told about. He was 34. He had Daniel's jaw, and Daniel's way of going still when he was paying attention, which I knew from the photographs I had studied. He sat down, put his hands around the mug Brianna brought without being asked, and looked at me with the particular expression of a person who has told a story so many times that they have stopped being surprised by their own emotion and have arrived instead at a kind of precise, tired clarity. He said the thing that nobody puts in the reports is how quiet she was. I asked him to take me back to the beginning. Marcus had known, he said, from the night Daniel did not come home. Not suspected, known in the way the body knows things before the mind is caught up. He had called Kara, Daniel's wife of 6 weeks, and she had answered on the second ring, which was itself wrong, because Kara was the kind of person who let calls go to voicemail and returned them at her own pace. She had answered immediately, and she had said in a voice that Marcus described as level, very level, that she did not know where Daniel was. She had said it, Marcus told me, the way you would say you did not know where you had put your keys. I wrote that down. The diner was warm around us. From the kitchen something was cooking that smelled of butter and black pepper, and under the table my left boot was pressing against a loose floorboard that rocked slightly with every shift in my weight, and I remember noticing it, and thinking I should mention it to someone, and then not mentioning it to anyone. Marcus stayed for an hour and 20 minutes. He told me the timeline with the precision of a person who has reviewed it so many times it has become a kind of internal architecture, something load-bearing. Daniel had left at 8 in the morning. The call requesting the survey work had come from a number that traced back to a prepaid phone purchased at a gas station in a town 40 miles away, 3 weeks before Daniel disappeared. The truck had been found on the county road. The dark blue sedan, the one the trail camera had caught, had never been recovered. The tattoo, I said quietly. Marcus's hands tightened around the mug. He got it, Marcus said, when our mama died. He was 22. He drove to Knoxville and he got it done. And he came home and he showed me and I said, Daniel, that is the most you thing you have ever done. And he just smiled. He looked out the window. A car went by. Then nothing. She picked the flowers for the funeral, Marcus said. Kara picked the flowers, and she stood at the graveside in a black dress, and she did not cry. Not one tear. My wife cried. My aunts cried. The neighbors cried. Kara stood there in that black dress, and she looked at the casket, and she did not cry. He stopped. People grieve different ways, he said. I know that. I have told myself that approximately 400 times. But there is a difference between grief that does not look like grief and the absence of grief, and I know which one I was watching. I drove out to the Wyatt property after the interview, not to approach the house. Kara was still technically a resident, though under conditions I would not describe in detail here, but to see the land itself, the mailbox with the gray edge lettering, the gravel lane going back between the trees toward a house I could not see from the road. There was a dogwood at the edge of the lane, late April, so it was in full flower, and the blooms were the particular white of dogwood flowers. Not clean white, not paper white, but the white of something old that has been washed many times. The blooms hung in the still air without moving. There was no wind. I stood at the road for perhaps 2 minutes, which felt longer. Sanctuary. In the truck on the drive back. I stopped at the gas station and bought a cup of terrible coffee in a foam cup, and I wrapped both hands around it and sat in the parking lot for a few minutes with the heat running and the cup warming my palms. And it was, in that moment, the most grounding thing I had felt since I had arrived in the hollow. The thing I could not put down after Marcus left the diner was the detail about the phone calls. And the week before Daniel disappeared, his wife Kara had made and received calls from a single number, one number, repeatedly, hundreds of times over the course of the month preceding the disappearance. And that number belonged to a man named Garrett Lyle, who was at the time of Daniel's disappearance a branch supervisor at a regional finance company with an office in a town 20 miles east. I had known this from the documents before I arrived. What I had not known, what Marcus told me in the last 10 minutes of the interview, and the way that people save the things they cannot quite bring themselves to leave with, was that Garrett Lyle had also known Kara's mother. Specifically, Kara's mother had worked at the same branch where Garrett Lyle was supervisor. 2 years before Kara began working there. The timing of that, the layering of it, saddened me as I drove back to the motel and parked and sat in the cab for a moment longer than I needed to, looking at the ridge above the hollow. The sun had moved enough by then that the light was no longer green. It was the clear, hard gold of mid-afternoon, and in that light the ridge looked different, less patient. More like a wall. I went inside and opened the case files again from the beginning, looking for the detail I knew was there and had not yet located, the one that would tell me how far back this had actually started. Outside, the creek ran on in its low, constant voice, and in the tree line behind the motel, something moved once through the upper branches, a sound like a breath taken too quickly, and then went still. The documents were all facts, and the facts were all correct, and something underneath all of them was not yet visible. The way the foundation of a thing is not visible until the ground around it shifts, and then suddenly you can see exactly how deep it goes. The county records office was in a low brick building on the far side of the ridge in the larger town of Crest Fall, which was 20 minutes from Gatlin Hollow by a road that climbed steeply enough in two places that my truck's engine made a sound I did not entirely trust. I had been awake since 4:30, not from the sound on the ridge this time. The night had been quieter, or I had been too tired to register it, but from a thought that had arrived fully formed somewhere in the dark hours before dawn, the way thoughts sometimes do when the mind has been working on something without permission. The thought was simple. It was this. The prepaid phone that had been used to call Daniel Wyeth and arrange the survey work had been purchased 3 weeks before Daniel disappeared. But Daniel and Kara had only been married for 6 weeks total. That meant the phone had been purchased during the 3rd week of the marriage. Someone had begun planning while the wedding photographs were still being printed. I drove to Crest Fall with that sitting in my chest like a stone that had not yet decided whether it was going to sink or float. And the road climbed between the ridges in the early morning gray, and the trees on either side were close enough that their upper branches met overhead in places, making the road feel less like a road and more like a passage through something that had been waiting to close. The records office opened at 8:30. I was there at 8:15. Sitting in the parking lot with a gas station granola bar and the last of a thermos of coffee I had made in the motel room using the single-serve machine that sat on the bathroom counter next to a courtesy card explaining the checkout time. The clerk who helped me was a man named Roy, somewhere in his 60s, with the careful deliberateness of someone who has spent decades handling documents that matter to people in ways they cannot always articulate. He did not ask me why I wanted property records for the Panta Creek watershed parcels. He simply pulled them and set them on the counter in a manila folder and went back to his desk and left me to it. I stood at the counter for 2 hours. What I found was not dramatic. It rarely is in the records office. What you find in a records office is the skeleton of a thing. The dates and names and transfer amounts that, laid end to end, describe the shape of what happened, without describing the feeling of it. But the skeleton of this particular thing was unusual enough that by the time I drove back over the ridge toward Gatlin Hollow, I had filled 6 pages of my notebook in handwriting that became progressively smaller and more compressed, the way my handwriting always does when I'm trying to keep up with something that is moving faster than I expected. 3 of the parcels that Daniel had been contacted about surveying did not exist in any current deed record. They had existed. That was the careful part. The part that someone had clearly researched. They had been real parcels, legitimately recorded, at various points between 30 and 60 years ago. Land that had since been consolidated, absorbed into larger holdings, or transferred to state conservation easements. Someone had known exactly which parcels would appear in an outdated database, but would not appear in a current one, creating a request that would seem plausible to a working surveyor and would generate no immediate paperwork trail. The specificity of that, the research required. I sat in my truck in the records office parking lot and thought about the level of patience that implied. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Marcus. The detective handling the case was willing to speak with me. Briefly, off the record at a coffee shop in Crest Fall at 2 in the afternoon. Her name was Detective Linda Pruitt. She had been on the case from the first missing persons report. I had 2 hours. I drove down into Crest Fall's small commercial district and found a bench by the creek tributary that ran through the center of town, and I sat in a thin April warmth with my notebook and went back through everything I had, laying the timeline out in sequence for the 3rd time since I had arrived. It was on this 3rd pass that I noticed what I'd been looking at without seeing. Kara had worked at the same branch as Garrett Lyle for 14 months before Daniel's disappearance. Her mother, whose name was Patricia, had worked at the same branch for 11 months before that, overlapping with Garrett Lyle by the full 11 months. When Patricia left the job, Kara took her position. That sequence, mother, then daughter, at the same desk in the same office, with the same supervisor, had a quality I could not immediately name. It was not sinister on its face. People pass jobs to family members. It is practical, common even. But Patricia had left the position, according to the records I had requested, not because she found other employment. She had left because the branch had filed an internal complaint regarding a personal relationship that had developed between Patricia and her supervisor, between Patricia and Garrett Lyle. I became aware sitting on that bench that the water moving through the creek channel below me was very loud, that the sound of it filled the space in a way that made it difficult to think clearly, which was perhaps what I needed in that moment. A few seconds of just sound, just cold water over gray stone. No names, no timeline, no the particular horror of understanding that 2 women who shared blood had both, at different times and apparently without the other's initial knowledge, been drawn into the same man's orbit. Sanctuary, a woman walking a golden retriever past the bench, and the dog stopped to look at me with the uncomplicated goodwill that dogs carry like a credential, its tail moving in a slow arc, and the woman said, "Sorry, he likes people." And I said, "That is perfectly all right." And for a moment, that was the only thing happening in the world. Then the moment passed and the timeline was still there. I met Detective Pruitt at 2 o'clock. She was in her late 40s, with close-cropped gray hair and the manner of someone who has learned to sit in silence with other people's worst moments without making the silence feel like pressure. She drank black coffee. She did not bring documents. She spoke carefully, in the way of someone who has thought extensively about which words she is willing to put into the world. She said, "What I can tell you on background is that the investigation revealed a level of coordination that we did not initially anticipate." I asked what she meant by coordination. She said, "The phone, the parcels, the vehicle, the timing. None of those things were improvised. Each one required either research or resources or both, and at least one of those elements required knowledge of Daniel Wyatt's specific daily routine, The roads he typically used, the times he typically left, the professional instinct that would make him get into a stranger's car without suspicion. She paused. She turned her coffee cup a quarter turn on the table. Someone close to him, she said, was providing information in real time. I already knew this from the arrest records, what I did not yet know, and what Detective Pruitt did not confirm, but did not deny when I asked, which, in a conversation conducted on that basis is its own kind of answer, was whether the information had been flowing in both directions, not just Cara to Garrett Lyle, but Garrett Lyle providing guidance on how to behave, how to seem, when to speak, and when to go quiet. I drove back to the hollow in the late afternoon, and the light was doing something specific to the tree line that I had not seen on previous days. A low, lateral gold that came in almost parallel to the ground, catching the undersides of the new leaves and making them the color of something lit from within, which was beautiful and also, in the context of where I was and what I had spent the day learning, deeply uncomfortable. The motel parking lot was empty except for my truck and a white sedan I did not recognize, parked 2 units down from mine with its engine ticking as it cooled. I sat in my cab and looked at the white sedan. I thought about whether I had eaten anything since the granola bar. I had not. I made a note to get dinner from the diner before it closed. The sedan was still there when I went inside. I could see it through the gap in the curtain of Unit 4's window, parked at the same angle, the same distance from the building. As the evening came on and the hollow went dark around the motel's single exterior light, the sedan sat there without changing, and I did not hear a door open or close. At 9 o'clock, I checked through the curtain again. It was gone. I had not heard it leave. I stood at the window for a moment with the curtain in my hand, looking at the empty space where it had been, and felt the particular quality of unease that comes not from what is present, but from what has quietly and completely ceased to be. There was no reason to be troubled by a car in a motel parking lot. There was no reason at all. Outside, the hollow had gone fully dark between the ridges, and somewhere above the tree line, the first stars were appearing in a sky so clear and so cold, it looked like the ceiling of a room that no longer had walls. I want to tell you about the moment I understood that this story was not going to let me stay at a professional distance from it, because I think that moment is the honest beginning of everything that followed. And I have been a journalist long enough to know that when you stop being able to maintain the distance, you have either gotten too close or you've gotten close enough. And the difference between those two things is not always apparent until much later. The moment came on my 3rd morning in the hollow. I had driven out before dawn, which I recognize now as a decision my body made before my mind had formally approved it. I had simply woken at 5, dressed in the dark, and found myself behind the wheel on the county road, with the headlights cutting through a ground fog that sat in the hollow at that hour, like something that had decided to stay. The ridge above was invisible. The creek below the road was invisible. There was only the narrow corridor of the headlights and the gravel and the fog pressing against the edges of the light with a patience that did not feel entirely indifferent. I drove to the place where Daniel Wyatt's truck had been found. It was a wide shoulder on the county road, a quarter mile past the Wyatt mailbox, where the gravel widened into a natural pull-off that people used. Marcus had told me, to access a deer trail that went up the East Ridge. The truck had been parked precisely within the pull-off's lines, which the initial report had noted as a detail worth remarking on. Daniel had parked carefully. He had expected to return. I pulled in and cut the engine and sat. The fog moved in the beam at the parking lights in long, slow currents, the way smoke moves when there is no wind to direct it, just its own internal motion, purposeless and continuous. I turned the parking lights off. The dark that arrived was total in a way that city dark never is, a dark that had weight and texture, and in it the sound of the creek below the road expanded to fill everything. that low and constant voice that I had stopped being able to hear as water and had begun, by the third morning, to hear as something more deliberate. I stayed there for perhaps 20 minutes. I am not certain what I was looking for. I am a reporter. I work with documents and interviews and the reconstruction of verified events. I do not work with what a place feels like before sunrise, and I would not ordinarily have given weight to what a place feels like, except that what this place felt like was specific enough to record. It felt occupied, not by anything I could name, not by anything that moved within the range of my senses, but in the way that a room feels occupied when you are certain someone has just left it, when the air still holds the displaced warmth of their presence and has not yet returned to the temperature it keeps when it is alone. Daniel Wyatt had stood on this gravel. He had gotten into a car and smiled. 14 days later, his brother had identified him by the letters on his arm. I drove back to the motel and sat at the small table by the window with my notebook open, and what I wrote there was not reportage. It was a set of questions that I had no professional framework for, and I wrote them anyway, because the alternative was to close the notebook and pretend I was not asking them, which seemed worse. The questions were these. At what point does another person become a resource rather than a person to someone doing this kind of planning? At what point does the one doing the planning stop being able to see the other as a person at all? And what does a person look like from the inside when they are being looked at that way? When the person standing across the breakfast table from you has already completed the arithmetic and arrived at an answer that does not include you? Did Daniel know? At some level, in the body's way of knowing things before the mind will accept them. Did he know? That was the question I could not put down. I met Eunice Harlan at 10 in the morning. Marcus had arranged it. Eunice was 73 years old and had lived in Gatlin Hollow since birth, in a house on the upper slope of the West Ridge that her grandfather had built and that had been added to in pieces over the decades, in the way of houses that belong to people who do not move. She had known the Wyatt family for 40 years. She had known Daniel since he was born. She had brought food to the house after the funeral, and she had, Marcus told me, sat with their mother in the last months of her illness. Sat with her through the long days when the illness was doing the slow and merciless thing it does toward its end. She was the person in the hollow who knew the most. That was what Marcus had said, simply and without elaboration. She is the person who knows the most. Her kitchen smelled of coffee and something baking, something with cinnamon, and the warmth of it after the cold of the early morning was the kind of warmth that does not just heat the surface of you, but settles into the places where you have been holding tension without realizing it. I sat across from her at a wooden table that had been there long enough to have developed its own topography, the gentle unevenness of decades of use, and she poured coffee into a mug that said A, Mountain Town's name on the side in faded blue letters. Sanctuary. She set a plate of biscuits on the table between us without comment. The way people in that part of the state offer food, which is not as hospitality so much as a simple acknowledgement that a person sitting at a table should not be sitting there without something in front of them. And the biscuits were warm and I ate one, and it was the most uncomplicated thing I had experienced since I had arrived. Eunice Harlan did not speak the way Marcus spoke. Marcus spoke with the precision of someone managing grief as though it were a structural problem, something to be reinforced against collapse. Eunice spoke the way someone speaks who has long since made peace with the full weight of what she knows, and has arrived at a place where the weight no longer surprises her, though it still costs her something to carry. She said, "I want to tell you about Kara, because I think you will write about her without understanding her if someone does not." I told her I was listening. She said, "Kara grew up in a house where love was a transaction. I do not mean that as a condemnation. I mean it as a fact about her formation. The same way a tree that grows on a slope grows at an angle, because that is the geometry it was given. Her mother, Patricia, was a woman who needed to be the most important person in every room she entered, and she communicated that need to Kara not through cruelty, but through a kind of constant, low-pressure instruction. Watch how this is done. Watch how you make someone need you. Watch how you stay necessary. Eunice stopped. She looked at her coffee. Patricia came into the Hollow about 15 years ago, she said. She was not from here. She was the kind of woman who makes a strong first impression, and the impression she made was of someone very warm and very present and very interested in you. That impression lasted for most people about 6 months. After 6 months, most people began to notice that Patricia's interest in them was connected to what they could provide: information, access, a certain kind of social standing. When the provision stopped, the interest stopped. I asked about Garrett Lyle. Eunice set down her mug with a precise, deliberate movement. She said, "Garrett Lyle is a man who recognized Patricia immediately, because he operates by the same architecture. Two people who understand that other people are primarily useful. The problem is that when two people like that meet, each one believes they are the one doing the using, and they are both correct, and the only question is which one is more patient." She said it without inflection, without judgment, in the tone of someone describing the load-bearing properties of a particular kind of stone. I asked how Kara fit into that. Eunice looked at me for a long moment before she answered. She said, "Kara loved Garrett Lyle." I believe that genuinely. I believe she was young enough and unformed enough in her understanding of what love requires, that she did not recognize the shape of what she had walked into, and by the time she recognized it, she had already made decisions that could not be unmade. She paused. She said, "The tragedy of Daniel is not only that he was killed. The tragedy of Daniel is that he was chosen specifically because he was good, because he was trusting, because he was the kind of man who parks his truck carefully on the shoulder of a road, because he intends to come back for it." She said that last sentence quietly, and after she said it the kitchen was very still. Outside the window of Eunice's kitchen, the west ridge rose in a long, unbroken line against a sky that had gone the flat, pale gray of a day deciding whether to produce rain. The dogwoods on the lower slope were in bloom. Those same old white flowers I had seen at the end of the Wyatt Lane, and in the flat gray light they did not look like flowers so much as they looked like something trying to hold its shape against a force that was pressing steadily against it. I drove back down to the Hollow slowly, with the windows up and the heater low, and the gravel ticked against the undercarriage of the truck in a steady, unhurried rhythm. At the county road I slowed. The Wyatt mailbox was directly to my left, 12 feet away through the window glass. The gray-edged letters. The gravel lane going back between the trees, and at the end of the lane, barely visible through the April branches, the house. A front window with a curtain closed. A porch light on. Though it was the middle of the day, I do not know how long I sat there at the intersection with my turn signal running, the clicking of it filling the cab with its patient, mechanical pulse, long enough that a truck came up behind me and waited, and I finally turned onto the county road and drove back toward the motel, and the clicking stopped, and the Hollow closed back around the road behind me, and somewhere above the tree line on the east ridge, a single crow lifted from the canopy, and crossed the gray sky in a long, unhurried arc and disappeared over the far side. Everything Eunice had said was true, and in the specific way that true things sometimes do. It had not answered the question that lived at the center of all of it. The question of what Daniel Wyatt had felt in the last conscious seconds he was given, and whether, in those seconds, he had understood. There is a particular quality to the fourth day in a place like Gatlin Hollow that I had not anticipated, and that I do not know how to describe without sounding like I am reaching for something that is not quite available in ordinary language. It is not familiarity. It is not comfort. It is something closer to the feeling of a frequency you've been hearing at the edge of your range of perception, finally shifting into full audibility, not louder, not more dramatic, just suddenly, undeniably present in a way it was not before. And once you can hear it clearly, you cannot locate the moment when you began to hear it, only that at some point the threshold was crossed, and now there is no crossing back. I woke on the fourth morning knowing I needed to talk to someone I had been avoiding. Her name was Janet Marsh, my mother's younger sister. She lived 40 minutes from Caroline Hollow, in a town called Beria, in a house she had shared for 31 years with a man named Gerald, who had died the previous August from a cardiac event so sudden that Janet had been in the kitchen making lunch when it happened, and had found him in the living room already gone, with the television still on and his reading glasses folded on the arm of the chair beside him. I had not spoken to Janet since the funeral. I want to be honest about why I had come to cover this particular case, because I was not honest with myself about it for the first 3 days, and the dishonesty cost me something I am still calculating. I had told my editor, and told myself, that the Wyatt case was a natural fit for the kind of work I had been doing, rural, undercovered, with a complexity that the initial wire reports had not captured. All of that was true. None of it was the reason. The reason was that Daniel Wyatt had been 29 years old. He had been married for 6 weeks. He had been, by every account from everyone who knew him, a man who trusted the people closest to him with a completeness that left no room for protective suspicion, because he had never needed protection from the people closest to him, and had no architecture for imagining that he might. My father had been that kind of man. He had died when I was 11, not from violence, not from anything dramatic, a slow illness, a long and patient diminishment, and at the end, a morning when he simply did not wake up. But what I remembered most, what I had carried without examining for 26 years, was the specific quality of his trust. The way he moved through the world as though the people in it were, by default, worth moving toward. The way he never locked the truck. The way he answered the phone. I had come to Caroline Hollow to write about Daniel Wyatt, and I had come because Daniel Wyatt had reminded me, in a document filed with the Harlan County Sheriff's Department, of my father. And I had not been willing to look directly at that until the fourth morning, when I lay in the high-sprung bed in Unit 4, and felt the recognition settle into me like something that had been waiting at the door for 3 days and had finally been let in. I called Janet at 7:30. She answered immediately, the way people who live alone begin to answer phones, with a speed that has nothing to do with eagerness, and everything to do with the specific alertness of someone for whom silence has become a texture they monitor closely. She said, Calvin, and in the single word I could hear 8 months of a house that was too quiet. I told her I was 40 minutes away. I asked if I could come. She said, I have been waiting for you to ask that since August. The drive to Berea took me out of the hollow and onto a state route that ran along the base of the eastern ridge, through a landscape that opened gradually from the compressed, vertical intimacy of the hollow into something wider and more horizontal. Rolling farmland, fence lines, the occasional grain bin standing silver in the pale morning light. The dogwoods were here too, lining the fence rows, those same old white blooms, and I drove past them without stopping. Janet's house was a white frame house on a corner lot with a deep front porch and a garden along the south side that had been planned and planted with the particular devotion of someone who understands that a garden requires you to believe in the future in a very specific and recurring way. Even in late April, the garden had the organized, tended quality of something being carefully maintained in the face of a significant gravitational pull toward letting it go. She met me on the porch. She was 61, with my mother's eyes and a way of holding herself that I recognized as the posture of someone who has been standing in their own grief long enough that it has become part of their physical bearing, not collapsed into it, not defeated by it, but carrying it the way you carry something heavy that you have accepted you will be carrying for the foreseeable future. She held me for a long moment at the door, and neither of us said anything, and I was aware of the garden smell coming up from the south side of the house, wet earth, and something green and just beginning. And I thought about my father's hands in the garden we had when I was small, the specific patience of the way he worked, and I felt something in my chest that I had been keeping carefully compressed for a long time shift and loosen in a way that was not comfortable, and was also underneath that a relief. We sat on the porch with coffee. Sanctuary. She brought out a heavy knitted blanket and set it over my knees without asking. The way the generous did, not as a gesture of care requiring acknowledgement, but simply as a practical response to the fact that the morning was cold and I had not dressed warmly enough, and the weight of it across my legs was the most specifically comforting physical sensation I had felt in longer than I could account for. Janet said, "You have been carrying your father for a long time in the wrong way." I asked her what she meant. She said, "You have been carrying him as an absence, as a thing that was taken. And the way you carry that kind of loss is you go looking for it over and over in the world, in situations where something good was taken by something that should not have taken it, and you write about it, and I think you believe you are doing it for the right reasons. And you are, Calvin, you are. But you are also doing it because you have not yet found a way to put him down gently, and you were hoping one of these stories will show you how." The porch was quiet. Below us, a car moved slowly down the street. A dog barked twice from somewhere and then stopped. I did not argue with her. I recognized the truth of it in the way you recognize things that have been waiting to be said, not as a surprise but as an arrival. She said, "The young man you are writing about." "Daniel." I said, "Yes." She said, "He sounds like your father." I said, "Yes." She looked at her coffee. She said, "You know what I think about, Calvin? I think about Gerald's glasses on the arm of the chair. I walked in and the television was on, and his glasses were folded there, and something about the way they were folded, carefully, the way he always folded them, made it so much harder than if they had been dropped, because he had not known. He had taken care of his glasses and set them down neatly, and he had not known." She stopped. She said, "I think Daniel Wyatt's careful parking is your Gerald's folded glasses. I think that is why you are here." I drove back to the hollow in the early afternoon, and the road went back between the ridges and the light went green again and the hollow closed around me, and I was different inside it than I had been when I left it that morning. Not resolved, not healed, which is not a thing that happens in a single morning on a porch in Berea, but different in the way that a room is different when you've opened a window that had been painted shut. Same room, same walls, same furniture, but the air is moving now, and you can feel that it is moving, and you had not realized until that moment how still it had been. I pulled into the motel lot and sat in the cab. I thought about Daniel Wyatt getting into the dark blue sedan, parking his truck carefully on the gravel shoulder, and I thought about my father's hands in the garden, and I thought about Eunice Harlan's words about the tragedy not being only the death, but the specific quality of the life that was taken, the trust, the openness, the parking of the truck. And then I thought about something that I had been sitting next to for 4 days, without turning to face directly. The records I had found in the county office showed that one of the 3 non-existent parcels Daniel had been called to survey was adjacent to land that had been in the Wyatt family for 3 generations, land that Daniel would have known, land whose boundaries he would have understood without needing to look at a map. Whoever had constructed the fake survey request had known that, had known specifically, that the familiarity of the adjacent land would make the request feel more plausible to Daniel, would make him less likely to ask questions, would make him get in the car without hesitation and, very likely, smile. Outside the motel window, the hollow was holding its afternoon quiet, that specific suspended stillness of the hours before the light begins to go. And in it, the creek was running, and somewhere on the east ridge something moved through the upper canopy in a long, slow disturbance of branches, and then was still. I opened my notebook. I wrote, someone knew him well enough to use his knowledge against him, and that person was close enough to him, and loved enough by him, that he never considered it a possibility. I looked at what I had written. Then I wrote, beneath it, my father never locked the truck. I closed the notebook. There are certain understandings that, once arrived at, do not permit you to unknow them. They become load-bearing, structural, part of the frame you use to hold everything else, and the frame is never quite the same shape again after they are in it. I finished the piece in January, 8 months after I drove into Gatlin Hollow on a late April evening with the windows down and the ridge air moving against my face like the inside of a closet I had not opened in years. I sat in a rented room in Nashville with the heat running too loud and the windows sweating condensation against the January cold. And I wrote the last paragraph of the longest thing I had ever written. And then I sat very still for a while and listened to the heat and did not do anything else. The piece ran in February, 43 pages in the print edition. The title was 3 words, The Careful Parking. My editor had suggested something more direct, and I had held the line on that title with a firmness that surprised both of us, and she had eventually agreed that it was the right call, though I do not think she fully understood why until she read the final version. The legal proceedings were still ongoing when the piece published. Carl Wyatt had entered a plea. Garrett Lyle had not. The 3 men contracted to perform the act itself had been arraigned and were awaiting trial in a facility outside Knoxville. The neighbor who provided information about Daniel's daily movements, a man named Pete Saylor, who had lived 40 yards from the Wyatt house and had accepted $300 in 2 installments for his cooperation, had pleaded guilty to a reduced charge and was awaiting sentencing. Garrett Lyle's father, a retired law enforcement officer from a neighboring county, had been arrested for attempting to move funds and facilitate his son's flight from the state. He had resigned his position and his retirement was under review. 8 people in total. I did not include that number in the piece as a number. I wrote it as a word, and I placed it near the end, in a sentence about the architecture of a plan that had required, at minimum, 8 separate human decisions to proceed, 8 separate moments at which a person had been presented with the full understanding of what was being asked of them, and had said yes. I thought about that sentence for a long time before I wrote it. I am still thinking about it. In the months between April and January, I had returned to Gatlin Hollow twice. The first time was in June, when the dogwoods were long finished and the ridges had gone to the deep, saturated green of full summer, a green so heavy it seemed to have weight, seemed to press down on the hollow from both sides simultaneously. I had sat with Marcus Wyatt at the diner again, and Brianna had brought coffee without being asked, and Marcus had told me that the house was being sold, that he could not afford to maintain it and did not want to, and that the mailbox would come down when the sale closed. He said it the way he said most things, with precision and with a control that cost him something I could see, but could not measure. I asked him how he was sleeping. He said, "Some nights I do not. I lie there and I go through the timeline. I find the places where I might have seen it sooner. I find the questions I did not think to ask. I find the morning I called him about a fence repair and he did not answer, and I assumed he was busy. That morning is always there when I cannot sleep. It is always waiting for me in the same place." I said, "You could not have known." He looked at me with an expression I recognized, the expression of someone who has been told the true thing and cannot yet receive it, because the true thing and the necessary thing are not always the same thing. And right now, the necessary thing is to stay inside the accounting, inside the detailed and unforgiving ledger of what was missed, because that ledger at least gives the grief somewhere to go. I did not say anything else. I drank my coffee. Outside, the summer ridge was pressing its green weight against the sky, and a truck went by on the county road. Slow, the way trucks always move through the hollow, as though the road itself required a certain deference. The second time I returned was in October. I drove down on a Tuesday morning, deliberately a Tuesday, the day of the week Daniel had left, and the ridge had gone to the reds and oranges of a Tennessee October. The kind of color that looks theatrical until you are inside it and realize it is simply the landscape doing what it does every year with complete indifference to whether anyone is there to register it. I parked at the wide shoulder on the county road, the pull-off where Daniel's truck had been found. The gravel was the same. The deer trail going up the east ridge was marked by a slight depression in the leaf litter, faintly visible. The creek below the road was lower than it had been in April, its voice quieter, more interior. The way voices go when they have been speaking for a long time and have arrived at the part of what they have to say that does not require volume. I sat on the hood of my truck, and I stayed there for a long time. I brought something with me. It was a small thing, a folded piece of paper with 2 sentences written on it in my own handwriting. Sentences that I had written the night before in the rented room in Nashville and had not been able to write before that night. Through all the months of the piece and the research and the interviews, they were sentences about my father, about the truck he never locked, about the way he moved through the world. I had not planned to do anything formal with the paper. There was no ritual I was performing. I was not that kind of person. And Gatlin Hollow was not that kind of place. Or if it was not asking anything of me that required a ritual. It was simply asking, in the way the places that have held significant events seem to ask, for acknowledgement, for the honest presence of someone who had come to understand what had happened here, and was willing to stand in the geography of it without looking away. Sanctuary, the October sun was low enough to be warm rather than bright, and it lay across the hood of the truck and across my back with a weight that was the specific weight of autumn warmth. Not the aggressive heat of summer, but something gentler, something that understood it was temporary and offered itself without pretense. And I sat in it and let it do its work. I thought about Daniel Wyatt smiling as he got into the car. I thought about my father's hands. I thought about Gerald's folded glasses on the arm of the chair. I thought about Eunice Harlan saying the tragedy of Daniel is not only that he was killed, and about the rest of that sentence, the part about his specific goodness being the precise thing that was used against him. And I felt that sentence move through me the way certain sentences do when they have been waiting for the right moment to complete their work. I unfolded the paper. I read what I had written to myself, quietly, in the way you read something that is not for anyone else, not performed, not announced, just the words and the place and the morning moving around them. Then I folded the paper again and put it in my jacket pocket. I did not leave it. It was not for the hollow. It was mine. I sat for another few minutes on the hood of the truck, watching the light move across the east ridge in the way that light moves in October hill country, slowly, with a quality of attention, as though it is aware of what it is illuminating, and has made a considered decision to illuminate it anyway. Then I got down from the hood, got back into the truck, and drove out of the hollow the way I had come in, on the narrow county road between the ridges, through the October color, past the fence lines and the grain bins and the dogwoods that were bare now, their branches holding nothing. Back in Nashville that evening, I called Janet. She answered on the second ring. I told her I had been to the hollow. I told her about the pull-off and the paper and the October sun. I told her, for the first time and in something approaching the correct words, about my father and the truck, and the specific quality of his trust, and how I had been carrying that quality as an absence for 26 years, and had come to understand, somewhere, in the geography of a story about a man I had never met, that it did not have to be only an absence, that it could also be an inheritance, something he had left in me deliberately, a way of moving toward people rather than away from them, that was his, and was also now mine, and that honoring it did not require me to protect it behind glass. Janet listened without interrupting, which is what Janet does. Which is one of the things that makes her the person in my life I call when I have finally found the words for something. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said he would have liked the title. I said, I know. Outside the Nashville window, the January city was doing what cities do. Moving, lit, continuous, indifferent to the particular interior event of any single person within it. The condensation on the glass turned the streetlights into soft, uncertain shapes, each one ringed with a halo that dissolved at its edges into the dark. I had one more thing to do. I had saved it, not consciously, not as a plan, but in the way the mind sometimes saves the thing that needs to be last, holds it back from all the prior moments in which it might have been done, until the right container exists for it. I opened my laptop and I found the photograph that Marcus had sent me in September. It was not in the case files. It was not documentation. It was a personal photograph taken at a family gathering the summer before Daniel disappeared, and in it Daniel was laughing at something outside the frame, his head turned slightly, his left forearm resting on the back of a lawn chair, the inside of the forearm visible, and on it, in dark blue ink, the word Mama, in lowercase cursive, exactly as Marcus had described it. I looked at it for a long time. Then I closed the laptop, turned off the lamp, and lay in the dark with the heat running its loud, reliable sound through the vent above the window, and I thought about the word on his arm, the word he had chosen to carry permanently, the word he had driven to Knoxville at 22 years old to have placed there, the word that had ultimately been the thing that identified him, that brought him back to the people who needed to find him, that refused, even at the end, to let him be anonymous. Some words do that. They stay readable long after everything else has gone quiet, and they keep saying the one thing they were always saying, and they do not stop. The weight of the keys. I still remember the way the light looked in the autumn of 1988, a honey-colored haze that seemed to hang motionless over the winding roads of the Appalachian foothills. My father, a man of quiet discipline in government-issued suits, had just been promoted to assistant district commissioner. It was a title that carried weight, but to a 12-year-old boy, it only meant leaving behind the familiar cracked sidewalks of our old neighborhood for a place that felt carved directly out of the mountain itself. We were moving into a bungalow that had been allotted to us, a sprawling, whitewashed structure that sat at the end of a long gravel drive overgrown with weeds. The drive from our previous posting had been long and exhausting, the kind of journey that leaves your skin feeling tacky and your mind slightly untethered. I watched the trees blur past the window, oak and maple and birch, their leaves turning to the color of dried blood. My brother, 3 years older and already cultivating a mask of teenage indifference, stared out the opposite window. He did not say a word for the last 2 hours of the trip. I could hear the rhythmic humming of the tires on the asphalt, a sound that eventually became a low, vibrating growl in the back of my skull. When we finally turned into the driveway of the new bungalow, the air seemed to change. It was cooler here, several degrees lower than it had been just 5 miles back down the road. The house was almost hidden by a wall of dense, unkempt henna bushes, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers to brush against the sides of our car. It was a government property, functional and imposing, but there was a stillness about it that felt deliberate. It was the kind of silence that does not just mean an absence of noise, but rather a presence of something waiting to be heard. Now, my father was not a man given to superstition, but I noticed the way his grip tightened on the steering wheel as we came to a stop. He did not get out immediately. Instead, he sat there for a moment, his eyes fixed on the dark, screened-in porch that wrapped around the front of the house. I reached down and checked the zipper on my backpack, pulling it back and forth just to feel the mechanical click against my fingertips. It was a small, mundane habit, a way to anchor myself to the physical world. while the shadow of the bungalow loomed over us. The front door was heavy, solid oak that groaned on its hinges as my father turned the key. Inside, the air smelled of floor wax, stale tobacco, and something else of faint, lingering sweetness that reminded me of funeral lilies. The previous tenant, a man named Henderson, had moved out in a hurry, leaving the house feeling hollow and expectant. We walked through the drawing room, our footsteps echoing against the polished wood floors. It was a beautiful home, filled with natural light and high ceilings. Yet I found myself looking at the corners of the rooms instead of windows. Well, as we explored the upstairs, I found a small room at the very end of the hallway. It was tucked away, almost an afterthought in the architecture of the house. The window looked out over the back garden, where the forest began its slow, relentless reclamation of the land. I stood there for a long time, watching the way the shadows of the trees stretched across the lawn like long, dark limbs. I told myself the chill in the room was just a draft from an old window pane. I wanted to believe it. So we spent the afternoon hauling boxes and debating where the sofa should go. My mother seemed happy, her voice carrying a false brightness as she directed the movers. But later that evening, as the sun began to dip below the ridgeline, I saw my father standing by the fireplace in the drawing room. He was holding the heavy brass key to the front door, turning it over and over in his palm. He looked tired, his shoulders slumped in a way I had never seen before. "Everything okay, Dad?" I asked, my own voice sounding thin in the vastness of the room. He looked up, a small, tight smile appearing on his face, but it did not reach his eyes. "Yes, Becky, just thinking about the commute," he said. He was lying. I knew it because he always called me by my full name when he was actually thinking about work. He took a deep breath, the sound of it catching in his throat like a piece of dry toast. "It is a good house," he added, almost as if he were trying to convince himself. "We will be very happy here." As night fell, the bungalow seemed to settle into the earth, the wood creaking and sighing like an old animal. I lay in my new bed, the sheets feeling cold and unfamiliar against my skin. Outside, the wind picked up, sending the branches of the oak trees scratching against the siding of the house. It was a lonely sound, one that made the room feel much larger than it actually was. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on the rhythmic ticking of the clock on my bedside table. I was almost asleep when I heard it for the first time. It was not a loud noise, but it was distinct, a soft rhythmic thud coming from the roof directly above my head. It sounded like someone was jumping, or perhaps walking with heavy, deliberate steps across the shingles. I froze, my breath hitching in my chest as I listened. The sound moved slowly, traveling from one side of the house to the other before falling silent. It was probably just a raccoon, I told myself, or perhaps a heavy branch falling from one of the overhanging trees. I repeated the thought until my heart stopped pounding against my ribs. The house was new, the mountain was wild, and there were 1,000 logical explanations for a noise in the night. I eventually drifted into a restless sleep, the image of the sprawling white bungalow etched into the back of my eyelids. It looked beautiful in the moonlight, silver and still, like a monument to a history we did not yet understand. I did not know then that the sounds on the roof were only the beginning. I did not know that some paths are not meant to be built upon, no matter who holds the deed. I only knew that the air in my room felt heavy, as if the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for us to notice what was already there. The next morning, the sun rose over the mountains, burning away the mist and making the forest look vibrant and alive. But as I walked down the stairs for breakfast, I noticed something that had not been there the night before. A single, muddy footprint sat in the center of the hallway, leading toward the room at the end of the hall. It was the print of a bare foot, narrow and long, as if someone had walked through the house while we slept. I stared at it for a long time, my vision narrowing at the edges as I tried to make sense of it. The mud was still damp, a dark, rich red that looked like it had come from the very heart of the woods. The following morning, the kitchen was bathed in a soft, buttery light that seemed to promise a domestic normalcy which the previous night had denied. My mother was busy at the stove, the rhythmic scraping of a wooden spoon against a cast-iron skillet providing a grounding, percussive comfort. The scent of sizzling bacon and browning bread filled the air, a salty and rich aroma that acted as a temporary barrier against the lingering chill of the hallway. I sat at the heavy oak table, wrapping my fingers around a ceramic mug of warm cocoa, letting the heat seep into my palms until they turned a faint, healthy pink. It was a moment of absolute physical safety, anchored by the mundane sounds of a family beginning its day. I kept my gaze fixed on the steam rising from my mug, focusing on the way the white vapor curled and vanished into the air. I told myself that the muddy footprint I had seen earlier was merely a smudge of old floor wax, or perhaps a shadow cast by the heavy velvet curtains. This was my mental shield, a deliberate insistence that my eyes had deceived me in the dim early light. If I could explain the mark away as a simple household imperfection, then the house remained just a house. It was an involuntary retreat into the ordinary, a desperate grab for the logical in a place that already felt slightly askew. My father entered the room, his face looking somewhat sallow despite the bright morning sun streaming through the windows. He did not mention the roof or the noises, but his movements were uncharacteristically slow and measured as he reached for the coffee pot. He looked at the floor in the hallway for a long second before stepping over the spot where I had seen the mark. Though the footprint itself had been wiped away by the cleaning lady who arrived at dawn, there was a tension in his jaw, a tightness that suggested he was holding back a question he was not yet ready to ask. As we ate, a knock sounded at the back door. 3 sharp and deliberate raps that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. My father rose to answer it, revealing a small, weathered man standing on the porch, his skin the color of parched earth, and his eyes obscured by the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat. This was the groundskeeper, a man named Elias who had tended to the bungalow for over 3 decades. He did not step inside, but instead remained on the threshold, his presence casting a long, narrow shadow across the linoleum tiles. Elias spoke with a voice that sounded like dry leaves skittering across pavement, each word chosen with a precision that felt both respectful and deeply cautious. He informed my father that he had found the garden gate standing wide open again, despite having padlocked it the evening before. He noted that the path leading from the ancient burial grove at the edge of the property had been trampled, though no animals were known to frequent that specific stretch of woods. His eyes flickered toward the staircase behind my father, a brief and knowing look that made the hair on my arms stand upright. There are rhythms to this land that do not align with the fences we build, Elias stated, his tone flat and devoid of any discernible emotion. He explained that the bungalow sat directly atop a passage used long before the foundations were poured or the white paint was applied. It was not a warning so much as a statement of fact, delivered with the weary resignation of a man who had seen many families come and go. He advised us to keep the internal doors locked at night, not to keep people out, but to ensure that the house remained a closed circuit. After he left, the silence that returned to the kitchen felt different, heavier and more suffocating than it had been before. My mother continued to move about, but her humming had stopped, replaced by the clatter of silverware being tucked into drawers with unnecessary force. I looked out the window and saw the henna bushes swaying in a wind I could not hear, their dark berries looking like clusters of unblinking eyes. The beauty of the Appalachian morning had lost its luster, replaced by the realization that we were mere guests in a space that already had a permanent occupant. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the drawing room, attempting to read a book while the shadows grew long and distorted. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a syllable in a language I was slowly beginning to translate. I watched a single spider weave a web across the corner of a high window, its movements methodical and tireless. The house felt as though it were expanding, the hallways stretching just a fraction longer than they had been during the tour the previous day. By the time the sun began to slip behind the jagged peaks of the mountains, a thin gray mist had started to roll in from the forest. It did not dissipate as it hit the warmth of the house, but instead seemed to cling to the glass panes like a living shroud. I found myself checking the locks on the windows, my fingers trembling slightly as I pressed the metal latches home. The comfort of the breakfast hour was a distant memory, replaced by a growing awareness of the setting sun. The evening brought a peculiar, bone-deep exhaustion that seemed to seep out from the very walls of the bungalow. To combat the growing gloom, my mother lit a fire in the hearth, the dry birch logs crackling and spitting tiny amber sparks against the fire screen. I sat on the rug, the intense dry heat against my shins, providing a sharp contrast to the damp mountain air pressing against the window panes. For a few minutes, the orange flicker of the flames made the room feel small and manageable. It was a golden pocket of safety in a house that felt increasingly vast. I focused my attention on the frayed edge of the wool rug, counting the individual blue threads that had come loose from the weave. I decided that the groundskeeper, Elias, was simply an eccentric old man who enjoyed unnerving city folk with tall tales of ancient paths. It was a comforting thought, a way to dismiss his unsettling precision as mere local theater designed to ensure his continued employment. By categorizing his words as a performance, I stripped them of their weight. My mind clung to this dismissive logic with a desperate white-knuckled grip. Dinner was a muted affair, the only sound being the silver clinking against porcelain plates. My brother kept his eyes downward, his thumb tracing the rim of his water glass with a nervous, repetitive motion. My father sat at the head of the table, his posture rigid, his ears clearly straining for any sound from the floor above. Every time the house groaned under the cooling night air, his fork would pause mid-air for a heartbeat before continuing. The atmosphere was brittle, like a sheet of ice that might shatter if anyone spoke too loudly. After the meal, I retreated to my room, the hallway feeling narrower than it had been at noon. I pulled the heavy wool blankets up to my chin, the familiar scent of lavender laundry detergent offering a brief floral sanctuary. The darkness in the room was not empty. It felt thick, as if the shadows had gained a physical density over the last few hours. I lay perfectly still, my ears ringing with the intensity of the silence. My heart felt like a trapped bird fluttering against my ribs. Then, the sound returned. It did not start on the roof this time, but inside the house, just beyond my bedroom door. It was the sound of a heavy, dragging weight, moving slowly down the length of the corridor. It was a wet sound, a rhythmic slither that suggested something moist being pulled across the hardwood. I could hear the faint metallic click of the door handles being turned, one by one, as the presence passed them. The house seemed to hold its breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, my breathing becoming shallow and ragged. The dragging stopped directly outside my door, the silence that followed more terrifying than the noise itself. I waited for the handle to turn, for the wood to groan under the pressure of an unwelcome guest. I could hear a low, melodic humming, a sound that was not quite human, vibrating through the floorboards and into the frame of my bed. It was a mournful, ancient tune that seemed to pull at the very marrow of my bones. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen below, the sound of glass shattering against the tile floor. The dragging noise outside my door vanished instantly, replaced by the heavy, panicked footsteps of my father running toward the stairs. I scrambled out of bed, my feet hitting the cold floor as I rushed to follow the light of his flashlight. My mother was standing in the center of the kitchen, her face pale in the beam of the torch. Every single cabinet door stood wide open. A jar of preserves lay smashed on the floor, the dark red liquid spreading like a pool of blood across the white tiles. My mother whispered that she had locked them all before coming up to bed. My father did not respond, his gaze fixed on the back door, which was now standing slightly ajar. A single, withered saffron flower lay on the threshold, its petals bright and jarring against the dark wood. The air in the kitchen was freezing, smelling of ozone and wet earth. We stood there in a tight circle, the small circle of the flashlight, our only defense against the encroaching dark. My father reached out and pulled the door shut, the bolt sliding into place with a definitive metallic thud. He stayed there with his hand on the wood, his head bowed as if in prayer or deep thought. I noticed that his knuckles were white from the pressure of his grip. We were no longer just a family in a new home. The following morning, the kitchen remained a site of silent, clinical investigation as my father knelt to inspect the baseboards for any signs of mechanical tampering. I found a momentary sanctuary in the laundry room, leaning my forehead against the vibrating side of the dryer while the steady beat, rhythmic thumping of tumbling denim created a cocoon of artificial warmth. The heat radiating from the metal appliance felt like a physical shield against the memory of the cold ozone smell from the night before. This was a machine I understood, a predictable cycle of movement and gravity. It was a small humming island of reason. I watched a single fly buzz fruitlessly against the window pane, its frantic movements appearing entirely unrelated to the gravity of our situation. I convinced myself that the open cabinets were merely the result of a faulty latch system, and the house settling on its ancient wooden bones. It was a comforting, involuntary delusion that allowed me to breathe without feeling the weight of the ceiling above me. If the house was simply old, then the house was not malicious. I focused entirely on the fly until my eyes began to ache. My mother spent the morning scrubbing the floor where the preserves had shattered, her movements jerky and repetitive. She refused to look at the back door, even as the sunlight illuminated the faint, reddish stains that the soap could not quite reach. My brother stayed in his room, the low murmur of his radio serving as a thin barrier between himself and the rest of the bungalow. The atmosphere was one of profound, unexpressed grief, as if we were mourning the loss of the safety we had felt only 48 hours prior. We were all mourning the version of our father that did not look over his shoulder every 10 seconds. Later that afternoon, my father invited the local police chief, a man with a face like a crumpled paper bag, to walk the perimeter of the property. They spoke in low, urgent tones near the edge of the henna bushes, their breaths forming small, translucent clouds in the crisp mountain air. The chief pointed toward the dense tree line where the forest floor turned into a carpet of rotting orange leaves and tangled roots. He spoke of the man who had lived here before us, a detail my father had omitted during the initial move. It appeared that the previous tenant had not left by choice, but had been found wandering the highway in a state of total, catatonic silence. The police chief described how the man had been discovered clutching a handful of saffron threads, his feet bare and bleeding from a long walk through the brambles. He warned my father that the local legends spoke of a saffron sannyasi, a displaced spirit who believed the bungalow sat directly atop his ancestral path to the river. This was not a story of a haunting, but a story of a territorial dispute between the living and the dead. My father listened with a grim, down-turned mouth, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. He did not scoff at the chief, which was perhaps the most frightening thing of all. As the two men walked back toward the house, I noticed that the shadows of the trees seemed to be stretching toward them with an unnatural speed. The light was turning a sickly bruised purple, the kind of hue that precedes a violent summer storm. I stood on the porch and felt a sudden sharp prickling at the back of my neck, as if 1,000 tiny needles were pressing against my skin. The silence of the woods was absolute, a void where the birds and insects should have been. It was a silence that felt heavy and intentional. I returned inside to find that the temperature in the drawing room had plummeted, the air now carrying the faint, metallic tang of a coming frost. My mother was sitting on the sofa, her hands folded in her lap, staring at the empty fireplace with an expression of hollow resignation. She looked smaller than she had a week ago, her presence dampened by the oppressive stillness of the high ceilings. The house seemed to be swallowing her bit by bit, absorbing her light into its whitewashed walls. I sat beside her and took her hand, her skin feeling as cold as a river stone. That evening the sun did not so much set as it was extinguished by a thick, suffocating bank of clouds. We retreated to the upper floor earlier than usual, the stairs groaning under our weight like a chorus of dying ghosts. My father carried a heavy iron fire poker with him, a detail he tried to hide behind his leg as we said our goodnights. I went to my room and pushed my dresser in front of the door, the heavy wood scraping across the floor with a sound that felt like a scream. I did not care about the scratches on the finish. I lay in the dark and waited for the first sound of the night, my ears straining against the silence. For hours, there was nothing but the sound of my own pulse, a wet thud that seemed to echo in the very center of my skull. Then the humming began again, but it was no longer coming from the hallway. It was coming from inside my closet, a low, vibrating melody that felt like it was being sung directly into my ear. It was the sound of a voice that had forgotten how to be human. The closet door remained closed, yet the humming seemed to vibrate to the very grain of the wood. I reached out and pulled my heavy, down-filled comforter over my head, the thick feathers muffling the world into a soft, rhythmic heartbeat of nylon and warmth. The interior of my makeshift tent smelled of clean cotton and the peppermint candy I had tucked into my pocket earlier that afternoon. This small, dark space was entirely mine, a soft fortress against the impossible sounds of the house. It was a singular, stifling comfort. I focused my mind on the multiplication tables, reciting them silently in my head to drown out the low, melodic vibration from the closet. 12 times 12 is 144. 13 times 13 is 169. I decided that the humming was merely the sound of the wind catching in the attic fence, transformed by the peculiar acoustics of the old bungalow. It was a simple matter of physics and architecture, a natural phenomenon I simply did not yet fully understand. My brain latched onto this clinical explanation with a desperate, frantic intensity. The humming eventually tapered off into a series of wet, clicking sounds, like a tongue tapping against the roof of a mouth. I lay motionless for hours, my muscles locking into a state of rigid, painful tension that made my joints ache. The air inside my blanket cocoon became hot and thin, but I refused to move a single inch. Every time the house creaked, I felt a sharp electric jolt travel from the base of my spine to the tips of my ears. The silence was heavy. Around 4 in the morning, a soft, scratching noise began at the foot of my bed. It was not the sound of a rodent, but rather the slow, deliberate scrape of a fingernail against the wooden bed frame. I could feel the vibration of the movement through the mattress, a rhythmic dragging that traveled from the left post to the right. I did not scream, because my throat felt as though it had been filled with dry sand. I simply squeezed my eyes shut until I saw bursts of static behind my eyelids. The sun finally began to bleed through the edges of my curtains, a pale, sickly yellow that did not feel like a relief. I emerged from my blankets to find the room exactly as I had left it, the dresser still braced firmly against the door. However, when I looked at the foot of the bed, I saw 5 deep vertical grooves carved into the polished mahogany. They were fresh, the raw wood showing white against the dark stain of the headboard. They looked like they had been made by something with incredible strength and very little mercy. I moved the dresser with a strength I did not know I possessed and ran into the hallway. My father was already there, standing by the linen closet with his hands trembling at his sides. He was staring at the floor, where a trail of bright saffron petals led from the stairs toward the small room at the end of the hall. The air in the corridor was thick with the scent of sandalwood and old, stagnant water. It was an ancient smell. My father did not say a word as he followed the trail of orange blossoms. He pushed open the door to the small guest room and stopped dead in his tracks. The room was empty of furniture, but The walls were covered in damp, reddish mud handprints that reached all the way to the ceiling. In the center of the floor sat a small clay lamp, the wick still smoldering with a thin, gray ribbon of smoke. It had not been there when we moved in. We stood in the doorway, the morning light failing to reach the corners of the room. I noticed that my father's breathing had become a series of short, wet gasps. He looked at me, and for the first time in my life, I saw a man who had completely run out of logical explanations. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, reflecting a realization that our presence here was a profound intrusion. We were the ghosts in someone else's sanctuary. The air in the small guest room felt unnaturally still, as if the oxygen had been replaced by a heavy, invisible liquid that resisted every movement. I stood by the doorframe, focusing on the rough texture of my wool sweater, rubbing the sleeve between my thumb and forefinger to ground myself in the familiar itch of the fabric. The warmth of the garment was a small, tactile mercy against the sudden, biting draft that seemed to rise directly from the floorboards. It was a singular, physical anchor. I found myself staring at the smoldering clay lamp, wondering if the local hardware store sold that specific shade of terracotta. I told myself that the groundskeeper, Elias, must have slipped into the house through an unlocked window to play a cruel and elaborate prank on us. It was a logical, if unpleasant, explanation that transformed a supernatural intrusion into a simple matter of human trespassing. My mind clung to this image of a mischievous old man with a ladder. I refused to consider any other possibility. My father eventually reached down and extinguished the small flame with the tip of his leather shoe, the charcoal scent of the wick filling the small space. He did not touch the lamp itself, but instead gestured for me to leave the room and head back toward the kitchen. His movements were jerky, like a marionette being operated by a novice, and his face remained the mask of pale, sweating marble. We descended the stairs in a silence so profound the ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer sounded like a rhythmic hammering of nails. In the kitchen, my mother was already packing a small suitcase with our most essential items, her hands moving with a frantic, mindless efficiency. She did not ask about the lamp or the handprints, as if she had already sensed the shift in the house's internal pressure. She spoke only of visiting my aunt in the city for a few days, her voice a thin, brittle reed that sounded as though it might snap at any moment. The atmosphere in the room was one of quiet, desperate retreat. I looked out the window and saw that the morning mist had not dissipated but had instead thickened into a wall of white that pressed against the glass. The trees beyond the henna bushes were mere ghosts of themselves, their branches appearing like fractured ribs against the gray sky. There was no movement in the woods, no bird song, and no wind to rustle the drying leaves. The world outside the bungalow had simply ceased to exist. Suddenly, a low, resonant chime echoed through the house, coming from the direction of the drawing room. It was a deep, bronze sound, like a temple bell being struck with a padded mallet, and it seemed to vibrate in the very marrow of my teeth. My father froze, his hand halfway to the telephone on the wall, his eyes fixed on the hallway. The chime was followed by the sound of bare feet slapping against the polished wood of the corridor. The footsteps were not hurried, but slow and deliberate, moving with a rhythmic grace that felt ancient and heavy. They did not sound like the footsteps of a man, but rather like the movement of something that had forgotten how to carry the weight of a body. My mother let out a small, muffled sob, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle the sound. We stood together in the center of the kitchen, a small island of living flesh in a sea of encroaching shadows. The footsteps stopped just outside the kitchen door, the silence that followed feeling like a physical weight on my chest. I could hear a faint, rhythmic rasping, the sound of labored breathing that carried the scent of sandalwood and wet earth once again. The door did not open, but a thin orange liquid began to seep under the threshold, staining the white tiles in a slow spreading pool. It was the color of a sunset captured in water. The saffron-colored liquid continued to spread across the white linoleum, its movement unnervingly precise as it avoided the grout lines to form a perfect shimmering circle. I retreated toward the breakfast nook, pulling a thick, knitted throw blanket around my shoulders and tucking my frozen hands into the soft, woolly folds of the fabric. The weight of the handmade quilt felt like a physical embrace from a world that still made sense. It was a singular, heavy comfort. I focused my eyes on the digital clock on the microwave, watching the red numbers blink with a rhythmic, electronic indifference. I decided that the liquid under the door was merely a ruptured pipe carrying mineral-heavy mountain water that had reacted with the old floor sealant. It was a simple chemical reaction, a mundane plumbing failure that coincided unluckily with our heightened nerves. My mind latched onto this image of a rusted copper pipe with a frantic, desperate certainty. The rasping breath on the other side of the door grew louder, sounding like the wind whistling through a hollowed-out log. My father stood paralyzed, his fingers hovering inches from the door handle, as if he were waiting for a signal that only he could hear. The air in the kitchen had become so cold that our breath formed thick, roiling clouds that hung motionless in the dim light. No one moved. A sudden sharp metallic snap echoed from the hallway. The sound of the heavy brass deadbolt sliding open of its own accord. The kitchen door did not swing wide, but instead drifted open a mere 3 inches, revealing a vertical slice of absolute, impenetrable darkness. From that sliver of shadow, a hand reached through a hand so thin the skin looked like yellowed parchment stretched over dry twigs. It did not reach for us, but instead began to trace the frame of the door with a slow, possessive tenderness. The fingers were stained a deep, permanent orange, the color of crushed saffron and ancient earth. My brother made a low whimpering sound in the back of his throat, a noise that seemed to break the spell of the silence. My father finally moved, grabbing my mother and me by our elbows and shoving us toward the back exit with the strength born of pure, primal terror. We did not stop to grab the suitcases. We burst out into the morning air. But the mist had transformed into a literal wall of white that felt as dense as cotton batting. I could not see the car, though it was parked only 10 feet from the porch steps. The world had been reduced to a 5-foot circle of visibility, the rest of the universe swallowed by the mountain's breath. We stood on the gravel, our chests heaving in the frigid air. From inside the bungalow, the bronze chime sounded again, deeper and more resonant than before. It was followed by a voice, a low, melodic chant that seemed to rise from the very foundations of the house. The language was unknown to me, but the cadence was unmistakable. It was a prayer of reclamation. The saffron sannyasi was not visiting. He was presiding. I looked back at the kitchen window and saw a figure standing behind the glass. It was tall and draped in tattered orange robes that appeared to be made of smoke rather than silk. It did not have a face, only a smooth, pale surface where features should have been, reflecting the gray light of the mist. It raised a hand and pressed it against the pane, leaving a damp, muddy print that began to glow with a faint, internal heat. The freezing mist continued to press against us, a heavy and damp shroud that seemed to muffle the very sound of our frantic breathing. My father led us toward the old stone garage, where the interior smelled of aged motor oil, dry sawdust, and the comforting, metallic tang of rusted garden tools. I leaned my back against a stack of burlap sacks filled with rock salt, the coarse and gritty texture providing a grounding, jagged sensation against my shoulder blades. The salt was a physical reality I could quantify and understand. It was a singular, rough sanctuary. I kept my eyes fixed on a single silver spider web stretched across the handle of a lawnmower, watching the way it shivered in the draft. I told myself that the figure in the window was merely a trick of the light reflecting off the condensation on the old glass panes. It was a common optical illusion, a psychological phenomenon known as pareidolia that happened to everyone in moments of high stress. My mind clung to the scientific term with a desperate, frantic rigidity. Inside the garage, the air was marginally warmer, but the silence from the house felt like a physical pressure building in my ears. We sat on the cold concrete floor, huddled together in a tight, shivering knot of limbs and dampened clothing. My brother was rocking slightly, his eyes wide and fixed on a heavy wooden door we had bolted from the inside. The bungalow loomed just 30 feet away, hidden by the fog, but projecting a sense of immense ancient authority. Suddenly, a rhythmic tapping began on the metal roof of the garage, a sound like small stones being dropped from a great height. It was not a random patter, but a deliberate and slow sequence that matched the cadence of the humming I had heard in my closet. Each strike vibrated through the structure, a dull and metallic thud that seemed to echo inside my own chest cavity. The tapping moved from the front of the building to the back. My father reached out and gripped my hand, his palm feeling like a piece of dry, weathered leather against my skin. He did not look at the ceiling, but instead kept his gaze focused on the narrow gap beneath the garage door. A faint orange light began to glow from the outside, a soft and flickering radiance that illuminated the swirling dust motes in the air. It was the same light as the smoldering clay lamp. We heard the sound of the bungalow's front door swinging open, the heavy oak groaning on its hinges, as if it were a living thing in pain. It was followed by the sound of the bronze chime, a note so low and powerful that the windows of the garage rattled in their frames. The melody was no longer a chant, but a command that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath our feet. The mountain was speaking. A shadow passed in front of the gap beneath the door, a slow and sweeping movement that blotted out the orange glow for several seconds. We heard the sound of bare feet on the gravel, a dry and rasping noise that suggested skin as tough as tree bark. The footsteps stopped directly in front of our hiding place, the silence that followed feeling like a vacuum that pulled the air from our lungs. Something was waiting. Then a voice whispered from just beyond the wood, a sound like the rubbing of dry autumn leaves together in a hollow wind. It did not use words, but instead spoke a single, elongated syllable that sounded like a sigh and a question all at once. The temperature in the garage plummeted, the moisture in the air turning into tiny crystalline flakes of frost that danced in the dim light. We were being counted. The freezing air inside the garage began to settle into a heavy, static calm that felt like the moment before a massive lightning strike. I reached out and pulled a dusty, discarded wool coat from a hook on the wall, wrapping its scratchy and oversized sleeves around my torso to create a small pocket of recycled body heat. The smell of cedar and mothballs emanating from the old fabric was sharp and medicinal, providing a grounding, nostalgic scent that reminded me of my grandfather's attic. It was a singular, pungent sanctuary. I focused my concentration on the small brass padlock hanging from the workbench, counting the individual scratches on its tumblers with a frantic and silent intensity. I decided that the whispering voice outside was merely the sound of the wind being forced through the narrow gap in the garage siding, creating a natural flute-like effect due to the specific air pressure of the mountain storm. It was a simple matter of fluid dynamics and structural resonance, a geographical fluke that had nothing to do with the house. My brain gripped this mechanical theory with a desperate white-knuckled conviction. The orange glow beneath the door suddenly intensified, turning from a soft flicker into a steady, pulsing radiance that seemed to breathe. We watched as a thin, saffron-colored mist began to curl through the cracks in the floorboards, rising in delicate and silent spirals that ignored the drafts in the room. The mist carried the heavy, cloying scent of marigolds and ancient sun-baked stone. The silence was absolute. My father slowly reached for the handle of a heavy gardening spade, his knuckles white as he prepared to defend the small circle of our family. We heard a soft, rhythmic thudding against the exterior wood, as if a forehead were being gently and repeatedly pressed against the garage door in a gesture of sorrow or exhaustion. It was not the sound of an attack, but rather the sound of a weary traveler asking for entry into their own home. The bungalow behind us seemed to groan in sympathetic response. Suddenly the garage door did not burst open, but instead began to dissolve at the edges, the solid wood turning into a fine gray ash that drifted away on the wind. The saffron sannyasi stood there in the widening gap, his tall and draped form silhouetted against the glowing mist of the mountain. He did not move toward us, but instead raised a long, orange-stained hand and pointed back toward the winding gravel drive that led away from the property. It was a gesture of dismissal, a silent command for the intruders to depart the sacred path. We did not wait for a second invitation. My father grabbed our hands and led us in a stumbling, blind sprint toward the car, our feet crunching over the frozen gravel like breaking glass. I did not look back at the bungalow, but I could feel its gaze upon my neck, a heavy and ancient weight that seemed to pull at my very shadow. The car engine roared to life on the third attempt, the sound of violent and mechanical intrusion into the sacred silence of the mountain. As we accelerated down the driveway, the headlights cut through the wall of white fog, revealing the henna bushes bowing low as if in a final mocking salute. I looked into the rearview mirror and saw the bungalow one last time, its white walls glowing with a soft, internal amber light. The saffron sannyasi was standing on the front porch, his faceless head bowed as he reclaimed the threshold that had always belonged to him. The house was no longer a dwelling. It was a monument. We drove for hours in a heavy, traumatized silence, the heater in the car blasting a dry and artificial warmth that could not reach the chill in our bones. My mother sat with her eyes closed, her lips moving in a silent prayer that had no end. We reached the main highway just as the first true light of dawn began to gray the eastern sky. The mountain was behind us. We reached the outskirts of the city as the morning sun finally broke through the mountain haze, transforming the world into a brilliant diamond-bright landscape of autumn gold and crisp blue. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the car window, watching the familiar sight of suburban streetlights and paved sidewalks return to view. The humming heater finally began to thaw the deep rhythmic ache in my joints, surrounding me in a soft and artificial warmth that felt like a gentle, mechanical hug. It was a singular, quiet relief. I spent the next several miles focused on the yellow lines of the highway, counting the rhythmic flashes of paint as they disappeared beneath our tires with a steady and predictable frequency. I decided that the entire experience had been a shared psychological reaction to the extreme isolation of the mountain and the lingering carbon monoxide from a faulty furnace in the old bungalow. It was a simple matter of environmental toxins and group suggestion, a medical curiosity that could be easily explained by a doctor or an engineer. My mind embraced this clinical theory with a final, desperate sense of closure. My father did not return to the bungalow, choosing instead to handle the resignation of his post through a series of typed letters and long-distance telephone calls. We moved into a modest two-bedroom apartment in the heart of the city, a place where the walls were thin and the sounds of the neighbors provided a constant human comfort. There were no henna bushes here, only a small potted geranium on the windowsill that caught the afternoon light. The air felt light and empty. In the weeks that followed, the frantic tension that had gripped our family began to dissipate like the morning mist over the ridge. My mother started humming again while she worked, her voice no longer a brittle reed, but a soft, melodic warmth that filled our small kitchen. My brother returned to his books, his posture losing the rigid and defensive crouch he had adopted in the mountains. We were safe. I often think about the saffron sannyasi, but the memory no longer carries the sharp electric sting of terror. I have come to realize that we were not victims of a haunting, but witnesses to a sacred and ancient continuity that simply had no room for us. The bungalow was never meant to be a home for a modern family. It was a temporary structure built over a permanent, spiritual highway. We were merely a brief interruption in a much longer story, The nightmare has been replaced by a profound and gentle sense of peace, a realization that some things in this world are meant to remain wild and untouched. I no longer fear the dark, because I understand that the shadows have their own purpose and their own quiet dignity. The mountain holds its secrets, and the saffron sannyasi holds his path, and there is a certain beauty in that unspoken arrangement. The world is much larger than our understanding of it. Last night, I dreamt of the bungalow for the first time in many years, but the house was no longer white and imposing. In my dream, the forest had completely reclaimed the structure, the oak trees growing through the roof and the henna bushes blooming with a vibrant orange fire. The bronze chime sounded one last time, a soft and resonant note that felt like a blessing rather than a command. I woke up feeling rested and whole. I am 35 years old now, and I still keep a small dried saffron flower in the back of my desk drawer. It is a reminder that we survived the mountain, and if we were granted the grace to leave when others were not. I look at the flower, and I feel a warmth in my chest, a quiet and enduring gratitude for the life we have built in the light. The journey is over. What the hollow keeps. The specific darkness of a Kentucky hollow before dawn. The way sound travels strangely between ridgelines, and the smell of wood smoke and creek water and something older underneath both. The smell of a place that has been inhabited for a very long time by people who understood that some nights were different from other nights. I have been trying to write this account for 11 months. Every time I begin it, I reach the same point and stop. The same image, the same moment, the same courtyard in the early morning light, and I put the pen down and go and stand at the window of my cousin's spare room in Lexington and look at the parking lot below and wait until the image recedes. It always recedes eventually. It has not yet stopped coming back. My name is Daniel Reese. I am 22 years old, and I grew up in a hollow outside Harlan County, Kentucky, in a place that does not appear on most maps with any specificity, a cluster of houses and a church and a creek and a road that the county graded once a year if you were fortunate and twice if you knew someone. I am telling you this not because the geography matters in itself, but because the geography is the container of everything that follows, and a container changes what it holds. The mountains around that hollow are old in the way that very few things in this country are genuinely old. Not old in years, but old in accumulation, in the weight of everything that has happened in them, and between them and beneath them. I grew up breathing that oldness without understanding it. I thought it was just the smell of the place. Wood smoke and creek water and red clay and something beneath all three that I did not have a name for until much later. My mother's name was Clara. She was 38 years old, and she was 7 months pregnant with my sister when this happened, and I need you to hold both of those facts at once as I tell this, because they are not separate from the story. They are the story, or at least the part of it that I carry the way you carry a stone in your chest that never gets lighter, only more familiar. I am a person who was never afraid of the right things at the right times. My friend Marcus would say this about me, and mean it as a compliment. The way that young men in that hollow understood the absence of fear as a measure of worth. My friend Caleb would say the same thing and mean it exactly the same way. We'd grown up together on those ridge lines and in those creek beds, the three of us, and the particular bravado of boys who have been told since childhood that the mountains are theirs. That understanding was woven into us as deeply as anything else, and I did not question it until the night I had reason to. It was the second week of October. I remember the quality of that afternoon, the way you remember the specific light of a moment that is about to change you, with a clarity that should not be possible given how ordinary it seemed at the time. We had been playing ball in the field beside the church, the three of us and 4 other boys from down the hollow, and the light was doing what October light does in those mountains, going golden, and then copper, and then a deep red that has no warmth in it but is beautiful in the way that beautiful things sometimes are when they are also about to end. The air smelled of fallen leaves and the distant wood smoke of someone's supper fire, and underneath both the particular cold water smell of the creek running fast after 2 days of rain. Marcus stopped walking first. He stopped on the road above the field and pointed, and Caleb and I looked where he was pointing, and there it was, the Alderman House, as the Hollow called it. Although the Aldermans had been gone from it for 40 years or more, it sat at the edge of the tree line where the hollow narrowed, set back from the road on a rise that gave it the look of something watching rather than something being watched. The walls were old stone chinked with mortar that had been failing for decades, with wooden additions built onto the back of the original structure that had sagged and half collapsed. So the whole thing had the profile of a man leaning heavily on something that could no longer hold him. Wild vines had come down from the ridge and taken the south wall. The windows on the upper floor were dark gaps in the stone. The door was a thick oak slab bound with iron, and it was slightly open, and had been slightly open for as long as I could remember. Marcus said, "Tonight is Tegeli night." He said it the way you say something you have heard all your life without deciding whether you believe it. Not with conviction, but not with dismissal either, with the flat delivery of a fact that has not yet been tested. Caleb and I had heard the same things all our lives. Every family in that hollow had their version of it, their grandmother's version or their great-uncle's version. The details varying, but the core of it consistent. One night each season, at the turning of the moon, when the temperature dropped a certain way and the wind came from a certain direction, the things that lived in the old places became stronger, became brave, became interested. You kept your doors closed on Tegeli night. You did not accept anything offered to you by someone you did not recognize. You did not go near the houses where the old things had been longest. I said, there is no such thing. I want to be honest about this. I said it with complete certainty, and I believed it with complete certainty, and both the certainty and the belief were the results of never having had reason to revise them. That is not courage. I understand that now. That is simply a person who has not yet been taught by the thing that will eventually teach him. Marcus said, $500 says you will not go in and come back out. I said I would, and I handed Caleb my jacket. The walk to the Alderman House took less than 3 minutes. The road was soft from the rain, and the footpath up the rise was overgrown with briarcane that pulled at my jeans. The temperature drops noticeably as I climbed, not the ordinary cold of evening coming on, but something more specific, a cold that seemed to come from the stone of the house itself, radiating outward the way heat radiates from a fire except in the opposite direction, as though the house were absorbing warmth rather than producing it. The vines in the south wall moved in a wind I could not feel. I pushed the oak door open with one hand and stepped inside. The room was large and low-ceilinged, with the particular quality of darkness that belongs to spaces that have been closed for a long time. Not the darkness of night, but the darkness of exclusion, of light that has simply stopped trying to enter. The floor was stone, covered in a thick deposit of old leaves and debris that should not have been there in a close room, and I remember thinking about that. Where had the leaves come from, if the door had been shut for years? And then not thinking about it because the mind finds its alternative explanations quickly when it needs them. Old photographs on the walls, frames going dark with age, the images behind the glass barely visible. A staircase in the far corner, its treads rotted through in places. A second room beyond an open doorway. And in that second room, visible even from where I stood, the silhouette of a tree growing up through the floor. An old, leafless tree with its roots splitting the stone and its branches pressed against the ceiling, and hanging from those branches, in the dim light that came through the gaps in the upper wall, a cluster of apples, deep red, round and full and absolutely wrong on a tree that was otherwise entirely dead. I stood in that doorway and looked at the tree for a long time. The wood smoke smell was here too, inside the house, layered over something else I could not identify, something organic and sweet and slightly wrong. The way certain flowers smell sweet at a distance and wrong up close. I was trying to locate the source of it when something touched my shoulder. Not a hand, not exactly. A pressure, directional and deliberate. The pressure of something making contact with intent. I turned around, and there was no one there. And the oak door behind me swung closed with a sound like a judgment. And the darkness in the room became complete except for the faint, impossible light coming from the apple tree in the next room. And I stood in the Alderman house on Degeli night and understood, for the first time in my 21 years, that the certainty I had carried onto that rise had been the certainty of a person who had never yet been wrong about the thing that mattered. I was wrong about this thing. I was wrong about this thing entirely. Outside, Marcus and Caleb were standing in the road with their hands in their pockets, and the October dark was coming down over the ridgelines, and the moon was rising full and cold above the tree line, and neither of them could have known, as they waited, that the version of me that had walked up that rise was not quite the same version that was going to walk back down. The old woman came out of the darkness the way certain things do in old houses. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but with the patient inevitability of something that had been present all along, and has simply decided that now is the appropriate moment to be seen. She was very old. I want to be precise about this, because the word old does not carry enough weight for what I mean. She was old in the way the house was old. Not in years accumulated, but in something deeper, something that had to do with duration rather than age, with having been in one place long enough that the place and the person had become difficult to distinguish from each other. She was small and bent, wearing a dark dress and a headscarf, and she moved with a walking stick that was not a store-bought cane, but a length of carved wood, dark and smooth with long use. Her face was deeply lined. Her eyes were pale and clear and entirely alert, and they found me in that darkness with a precision that made me understand, in a way I could not articulate at the time, that she had known exactly where I was standing before she had entered the room. She held out an apple. It was the same deep red as the ones on the tree. She held it in her open palm with a simple, unhurried gesture. The gesture of someone offering a courtesy so ordinary it required no comment. I want to tell you that I refused it. I want to tell you that some instinct rose up in me at that moment, some residue of every grandmother's warning, every story told around every fire in that hollow, and stopped my hand before it reached for the fruit. I want to tell you that. But the honest account, the one I have been trying to write for 11 months, does not allow me that comfort. I took the apple and put it in my backpack without thinking. The old woman smiled when I took it. Her smile was the thing that should have been my warning, and it was not, because I did not understand yet what I was seeing. It was not a warm smile. It was a smile of completion, of a thing correctly accomplished. The smile of someone who has extended an offer and watched it accepted, and whose interest in you now has a different quality than it had a moment before. She turned, still smiling, and moved toward the far wall. And I followed her because I needed to find the door, because the door was closed and the darkness was complete, and she was the only source of direction available to me. She led me past the apple tree. When I passed it, close enough to touch the nearest branch, I noticed that the apples were not simply red. They were the specific dark red of something internal, something that belonged to the inside of a living thing rather than its surface. I did not reach out and touch one. I did not slow my pace. I kept my eyes on the old woman's back and followed her through the darkness toward the outline of the oak door. And I was so focused on the door, on the rectangle of slightly less dark that indicated its position, that I was almost through it before I looked down. Her feet were wrong. I have spent 11 months trying to find a way to write that sentence that adequately carries what I mean. and I have not found one, so I will simply say it plainly and let it be what it is. Her feet were wrong, the heel faced forward and the toes pointed back, and she moved on them with the ease of something that had always moved that way, and the walking stick kept pace. And she did not look back at me, and the door was directly in front of me, and I went through it. The cold October air hit my face like something I had not realized I was missing. I walked back down the rise without running, which is something I have thought about many times since. The precise, managed pace I kept on that path, the way my legs moved with a kind of automated steadiness, while the rest of me was doing something entirely different, something that was not yet panic, because panic requires acknowledging what has been seen, and I was not ready to acknowledge it. The briar cane pulled at my jeans on the way down exactly as it had on the way up. The creek was audible somewhere to the left, running fast and cold in the dark. Marcus and Caleb were standing where I had left them. Marcus said, "You were in there for 20 minutes. I told him it had felt like 5. He said, 20 minutes, Daniel. I counted. Caleb looked at my face and did not say anything. He handed me my jacket and looked at my face again and still did not say anything, which was the correct response, because there was nothing yet available to say. We walked back down the hollow toward our separate houses, and I listened to the creek and to the wind in the ridgeline trees, and to the ordinary sounds of the hollow at night. Dogs, a screen door somewhere, the distant bark of someone's hunting hound up on the ridge, and I told myself that the old woman was simply someone who lived in the house, a squatter or a hermit, and that I had seen her feet in bad light and misread what I was looking at. I told myself this until I almost believed it, which is different from believing it, and I knew the difference and kept walking anyway. My mother was in the kitchen when I got home. The kitchen was the center of our house, the way it is in every house I've ever known that was built in that hollow. Not just the room where food was made, but the room where everything actually happened, where the real conversations took place, where the day resolved itself each evening into something manageable. It smelled of cornbread and something sweet on the stove. The lamp above the table made the room warm and yellow, and my mother was standing at the counter with her back to me, and the particular shape of her in that light, the slight forward lean she had developed in the last 2 months, the way she rested one hand on the counter's edge for balance, made my chest do something involuntary and immediate. She heard me come in and turned and looked at my face. She said, "What happened to you?" I said, "Nothing. I am tired. I am going to eat and lie down." She looked at me for a moment, with the specific attention of a person who knows exactly when another person is lying, but has decided, for reasons of her own, not to press it tonight. She handed me a bowl and a piece of cornbread, and I sat at the table and ate without tasting anything, and she moved around the kitchen with the careful, deliberate movements of a woman in her 7th month, and the lamp was warm above us. And outside the window, the October dark was complete, and the moon was risen fully above the ridgeline, and everything looked, in that yellow kitchen light, entirely ordinary and entirely safe. I went to my room and took my backpack off and set it by the door. I did not open it. I sat on the edge of my bed in the dark and listened to the sounds of the house. My mother moving in the kitchen, the stove ticking as it cooled, the creak of the 3rd porch step that had needed fixing for 2 years, and that I kept meaning to address and had not. I sat there for a long time without lying down. The moon came through the window at an angle and made a white rectangle on the floor, and I watched it move as the moon moved, and I thought about the old woman's feet, and then I thought very deliberately about other things, about the cricket field, about the $500 Marcus would owe me, about whether the creek would be low enough by the weekend to wade. And the deliberateness of the thinking was itself a kind of admission, the mind using motion as a shield against what it does not want to stand still and look at. After a while, I lay down and put my arm over my face. I did not sleep for a long time. When I finally slept, I dreamed of the apple tree. In the dream, the tree was in our kitchen, It was growing up through the floor beside the stove, its dead branches spread against the ceiling, its roots cracking the linoleum. The deep red apples hung from every branch, and my mother was at the counter with her back to me, and she was humming something I recognized but could not name. And on the highest branch of the tree, 2 owls were sitting side by side, looking at me with their large pale eyes, and one of them turned its head in that particular owl way, slow and mechanically far, and I understood without being told that the second owl had not been there before, that something in the count had changed, and that the change was important in a way I was not yet equipped to understand. I woke at 3 in the morning to the sound of my mother laughing. It came from the direction of the back porch. A high, sustained sound, too sustained with a quality of repetition in it that was not how my mother laughed. My mother laughed in short bursts, spontaneously, involuntarily, the way people laugh when something surprises them into it. This sound had none of that involuntary quality. This sound had intention in it. I lay in the dark and listened to it and counted my heartbeats without meaning to. And outside the window the moon was still up, and the hollow was perfectly quiet except for that sound, and the quiet around it made it louder than it was. I got up. The porch was dim, lit only by the moon coming through the screen, and my mother was sitting cross-legged on the porch boards, facing the yard, with her hair loose around her shoulders and her hands resting on her knees, palms upward, in a position that was not any position I had ever seen her occupy in 21 years of knowing her. She was laughing at something in the yard that I could not see. The sound stopped when I pushed the screen door open. She turned and looked at me. Her eyes were entirely calm. She said, "Go back to sleep, Daniel. I was just getting some air." Her voice was right. Her face was right. Her eyes were right. I stood in the doorway looking at her, and she looked back at me with the patient expression of a woman who has been interrupted in something private and is prepared to be gracious about it. And I told myself that she had needed air, that the pregnancy made sleep difficult, that there was nothing unusual about a woman sitting on her porch at 3 in the morning when the house was too warm. I told myself all of this, and I went back inside, and I did not look at the backpack by my door, and I did not think about what was inside it. And I lay back down on my bed and watched the moon rectangle move across the floor until it reached the wall. And then I watched it climb the wall, and outside my mother came back inside and I heard her careful footsteps on the hallway floor, and then the house was quiet again. In the morning I came to the kitchen and found a plate on the table. Cut apple, deep red. Each piece placed with a neatness that had nothing casual about it. My mother was at the stove, and she said, without turning, "I found it in your bag. I did not know you had stopped for apples. Go on and eat. Your father will be home tomorrow." I stood at the kitchen table and looked at the plate, and felt the floor do something uncertain beneath me. I said, "Mama, did you eat any?" She said, "I had a piece while I was cutting it." "Why?" I held the back of the kitchen chair and looked at the plate and looked at the apple pieces arranged there with their dark red flesh exposed and their cut surfaces already beginning to turn at the edges. And I thought about the old woman's palm and the old woman's smile and the old woman's feet. And I thought about the Gelly night and every story I had dismissed and every conversation in which it had been raised, and I understood with a clarity that arrived not gradually but all at once, the way certain understandings do, not built toward but simply present, the way a room is present when someone finally turns on the light, that the thing I had carried home in my backpack had already moved beyond my ability to put it back. That afternoon I walked to the creek and stood at the water's edge for a long time watching the current, and I told myself there was still time to undo what I had done. And the creek ran cold and fast around the roots of the bank trees, indifferent and continuous, and somewhere back up the rise the alderman house sat at the edge of the tree line in the October light, and its door was still slightly open and would remain so. I need to tell you about my mother before I tell you what happened to her. I need to do this because the account I am writing is not useful, not to me, not to anyone who reads it. If the person at the center of it remains a collection of symptoms and incidents rather than a person I actually knew, she deserves more than that. She has always deserved more than I was capable of giving her. And this is one of the things I have lived with for 11 months, and will likely live with considerably longer. Her name was Clara Reese, and she had grown up in the same hollow where she raised me, in a house 2 ridges over that belonged to her parents, and then to her oldest brother after them. She had married my father at 19 and moved into the house where I grew up, and she had made that house into something specific and deliberate, not decorated exactly, but inhabited in the full sense of the word, filled with the evidence of a person who was paying close attention to the life happening inside it. She kept a kitchen garden behind the house that produced more than we needed, and she gave the extra away without keeping account of it. She read everything she could find, paperbacks ordered from the county library's catalog, stacked on the nightstand and the kitchen shelf and the bathroom windowsill. She sang while she worked, not performing singing but functional singing, the kind that is simply what the body does when it is occupied and content. She was 7 months pregnant with my sister, and she was happy about it, and I want that to be part of this record. The day after I found the plate of cut apple on the kitchen table, I walked to Marcus's house before breakfast. Marcus was the one among us who had grown up closest to the old knowledge of the hollow. His grandmother was a woman named Edna Halcombe, who was 83 years old and had lived in the same house her entire life, and who was considered by everyone in Mahalo to possess an understanding of the old traditions that no one else her age had maintained with the same rigor and specificity. I had spent my entire childhood dismissing what Edna Halcombe represented, the way young men dismiss things they are not yet equipped to need. I walked to Marcus's house that morning with the specific urgency of someone who has dismissed a thing for years and now requires it immediately. Marcus listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. He was sitting on the porch step with his elbows on his knees and his hands together, and he looked at the middle distance the way his grandmother looked at things, as though the useful information was not in a visible world directly, but slightly behind it, accessible only through a certain quality of attention. Then he said, "You took the apple." I said, "I took the apple." He said, "And your mother ate from it." I said, "Yes." He looked at his hands. He said, "I need to take you to my grandmother." We walked the 2 ridges to Edna Halcombe's house without speaking much, and the morning was cold and clear, the frost still in the shaded places where the sun had not yet reached, and the ridge above us was dark against a sky that was just beginning to consider being blue. The hollow was waking up around us. Chimney smoke from 2 houses down, a dog moving through the creek brush below the road, and everything looked as ordinary as it always had, and I walked through that ordinary morning carrying a weight that had no ordinary name. Edna Halcombe was in her kitchen when we arrived. She was a small, dense woman, with white hair cut practically short, wearing a house dress and a cardigan that had been mended many times at the elbows. Her kitchen smelled of coffee and wood smoke and something herbal I could not identify. She looked at me when I came in, and then looked at Marcus, and something passed between them that I did not have the language to read. And she said, "Sit down, Daniel Reese." She poured coffee and set it in front of us and sat across the table, and she looked at me with eyes that were dark and very steady, and she said, "Tell me what night it was, and what you took, and what has happened since." I told her everything. The apple, the old woman, her feet, my mother laughing on the porch at 3 in the morning, the plate of cut fruit arranged with such precise neatness on the kitchen table. I told her in the order it had happened, without embellishment, the way you give a statement, because that was the register she required. I understood this without being told, the way you understand certain things about certain people immediately, without negotiation. When I finished, she said nothing for a long moment. She wrapped both hands around her coffee cup. She looked at the table between us as though the table were a document she was reading. Then she said, "The one in that house is very old." She said it the way she might say, "The roof on that house is very old," with the flat precision of a person describing a fact that has practical implications. She said she has been there since before the Aldermans built that house, and the Aldermans built it in 1841. I asked her what the old woman was. She said, in the old language of this hollow, the word for what she is comes out as something between witch and keeper. She said, "She keeps the Dgali night open, the way a doorman keeps a door open." She said she is not the danger herself. She is the mechanism. The apple is the invitation. She said, when your mother ate from that apple, she ate from something that has been growing in that house for a very long time, from roots that go deeper than that hollow. And what grows in those roots has patience, and it has hunger, and it has now been given an address. I asked what it had been given an address to. Edna Halcombe looked at me directly. She said, "To your mother's body." She said, "To the child in it." She said this in a voice that was entirely level, and the levelness of it was worse than any other tone would have been, because it meant she was not softening it. And she was not softening it because the time for softening had passed. I put both hands over my face and sat at her kitchen table and breathed. The wood stove ticked in the corner. Outside, a wind moved through the ridge trees with the sound of something large and indifferent passing through. I sat with my hands over my face and I thought about the 21 years of my life in that hollow. Every story dismissed, every warning redirected, every old knowledge treated as entertainment. And I thought about the $500 and about Marcus counting the minutes while I was inside that house, and about the ease with which I had reached out my hand and taken what was offered, because it had not occurred to me that offerings have conditions. I thought about my mother's singing in the kitchen. I thought about what I had carried home in my backpack and set down 8 feet from where she slept. Edna Halcombe gave me time with this. She did not fill the silence or manage it or redirect it toward practicality before I was ready. She sat across the table and drank her coffee and let me arrive at the other side of what I was feeling at my own pace. And when I finally lowered my hands and looked at her, she said simply, "It is not finished yet." She said, "There is still a way to move through this. But you need to understand what you are moving through before you can move through it correctly. And there is something you have not yet told me." I looked at her. She said, "What changed in your mother after the porch?" "Not last night, the day after." "Tell me the day." I had not told her about the day because I had been constructing the day as ordinary. The mind does this. It selects the incidents that confirm the story it needs, and it passes over the ones that do not. And I had been constructing the story in which my mother was fine, in which the porch had been an anomaly, in which the plate of apple had been a coincidence of timing and nothing more. I had been constructing that story since I woke up and had been nearly convincing myself of it by the time I reached Marcus's house. And now Edna Halcombe was asking me to stop constructing it. And the thing she was asking me to stop constructing was the only thing keeping me from the full weight of what I had done. I told her about the day, how my mother had moved through the kitchen in the afternoon with a slowness that was not her usual slowness, not the deliberate, careful movement of a woman in her 7th month, but something different, a heaviness that was not physical, a quality of attention turned inward and downward that made her seem simultaneously present and very far away. How she had not sung, how I had asked her twice if she was all right, and she had said yes both times, in a voice that was right in every technical sense and wrong in a way I could not locate. How she had sat at the kitchen table in the late afternoon with her hands flat on the surface and her eyes on the window, and had not moved for a long time. Long enough that I had stood in the doorway and watched her and said nothing because I did not know what to say. How her eyes, when she finally turned them toward me, had been flat in a way they had never been before. Edna Halcombe listened to all of this. She set her cup down. She looked at Marcus, and then at me, and she said, "It moves fast when the mother is carrying." She said this quietly, and the quiet of it had the quality of something she had known for a long time and had hoped, in this particular instance, would not be true. She said, "Tonight you cannot leave her alone in that house," she said, "and there are things you will see tonight that you will want to run from, and you cannot run, because running is what it wants, and what it wants is to separate you from her, because the only thing standing between what is in her and what it is moving toward is the fact that you are still there." I asked her what it was moving toward. She looked at her hands. She said, "The child." Outside, the wind moved through the ridge trees again, and the wood smoke smell of her kitchen was very strong, and the coffee in my cup had gone entirely cold, and I sat at her table in the mountain morning, and felt the full weight of what I had done settle into me like cold water finding its level, filling every available space, and I understood that the courage I had carried onto that rise 3 nights ago had been the wrong kind of courage entirely. The kind that does not count the cost, the kind that does not consider what it might bring home, and that the right kind was going to be required of me now, in circumstances I had not chosen and could not undo. Marcus drove me back to the hall in his truck. We did not speak for most of the drive. The mountain road was narrow and the trees were close on both sides, bare now in the middle of October, their branches reaching across the road in a way that made the sky into something broken and irregular above us. At the turnoff for our road, Marcus stopped and looked at me and said, "Grandma will come tonight. She will come at dark." He said, "Do not let your mother outside before then." I said, "All right." He said, "Daniel." He said it with a weight that meant he was about to say something he had been deciding whether to say for the duration of the drive. He said, "I should not have said $500. I looked at the road. I said, "You did not make me go in." He said nothing. I got out of the truck and walked up the road toward the house, and the morning was almost gone, and the sky above the bare ridgeline trees was the flat white of an October sky that has decided not to commit to any weather, and smoke was coming from our chimney in a thin, patient line, and I stood at the bottom of the porch steps and listened to the sounds of the house, and from inside came my mother's voice, very low, humming something I did not recognize, something that had no melody I knew, and the sound of it moved through me the way cold water moves through a closed hand, finding every small opening, occupying every available space, patient and thorough and entirely without mercy. I went inside and my mother was at the stove, and she turned and smiled at me, and her smile was almost right, and the almost was the thing I carried through every hour of that day. The distance between almost and entirely that widened with each passing hour, and that no amount of watching could close. Edna Halcombe arrived at dark, carrying a canvas bag and a lantern she did not need, because we had electric light in the house, but which she had brought anyway, and I understood without asking that the lantern was not for seeing by. She came in through the front door without knocking, and looked around the main room with the unhurried attention of someone taking inventory, her eyes moving from corner to corner and then to the ceiling and then to the floor and then to my mother, who was sitting at the kitchen table with her hands flat on the surface the way she had been sitting the afternoon before. My father was upstairs. He had come home from the city that morning, and I had met him at the door and told him that my mother had not been sleeping well, that she seemed tired and withdrawn, and that I was worried about her. He had gone upstairs to change and had come back down and sat with her for an hour and then gone back upstairs, unsatisfied with her responses, but without the vocabulary to name what was wrong, which is the position I had been in since the previous morning and which felt, by now, like its own particular kind of suffocation. Edna Halcombe set her canvas bag on the counter and looked at my mother for a long moment. My mother looked back at her with those flat eyes and did not say hello, and did not ask why she was there. which was itself a departure. My mother was a courteous woman, reflexively hospitable, the kind of person who offered something to drink before a visitor had sat down. The absence of that reflex was as clear a sign as anything I had observed in the preceding 24 hours. Edna Halcombe turned to me and said, very quietly, "How long has she been sitting there?" I said, "Since I came in at noon." She had not moved from the table in 4 hours. She had not eaten. She had not spoken except to answer direct questions, and the answers had been brief and accurate and entirely without warmth. Technically correct responses from a person operating the machinery of conversation without any involvement in it. Edna said, "Has she tried to go outside?" I said, "Twice. Once in the early afternoon toward the back of the property, and once about an hour ago toward the porch." I had redirected her both times with the specific gentleness of someone who is trying not to indicate that they are redirecting, who is trying to make the redirection feel like suggestion rather than restraint. She had complied both times without resistance, which was its own category of wrong. My mother was not a woman who complied without some form of comment. Edna looked at the ceiling again. She looked at the corners. She set the lantern on the kitchen table, not near my mother, but at the far end, and she lit it with a match from her cardigan pocket, and the light it produced was not the ordinary yellow of kerosene, but something slightly different, slightly warmer at the center and harder at the edges. And when it was burning steadily, she took 3 things from the canvas bag and placed them on the counter without explanation. A bundle of dried herbs tied with cotton string, a small jar of something dark, and a length of cord braided from what appeared to be different materials wound together. Then she sat down across from my mother and looked at her directly. She said, "Clara." She said it in a tone I had not heard her use before, a tone that was not soft and not hard but precise, the tone of someone using a specific instrument for a specific purpose. She said, "I am going to talk to Daniel now, and I need you to stay at this table." My mother looked at her. Something moved behind those flat eyes. Not recognition exactly, but acknowledgement. The acknowledgement of something that has been identified and knows it has been identified, and is making a decision about what to do with that fact. Then the flatness returned, and my mother folded her hands on the table, and Edna stood and came to where I was standing near the door to the front room, and she spoke to me in a voice low enough that it would not carry to the table. She said, "It has moved further in than I hoped." She said, "What is in that house on the ridge does not take." This is the important thing to understand, and most people do not understand it. Because the stories that have come down about Degeli night describe the taking, the possession, the change, and they describe the end of it, which is also a taking of a different kind. What the stories do not describe, because the people who could have described it were not in a position to afterward, is the middle. She said, "The middle is where you are now." She said, "What it does is not possession in the way you were thinking of it. It does not displace the person. It installs itself alongside them, in the space between a person and their own will, and it begins to operate that space. And the person remains entirely present and entirely aware and entirely unable to close the distance between what they want to do and what they find themselves doing instead." I thought about my mother's hands flat on the table. I thought about the 4 hours of sitting. I asked Edna what it wanted. She said, "The same thing it has always wanted." She said, "The apple carries a seed, and the seed requires warmth to root, and the warmth of the pregnant woman is the warmest thing in the natural world, not temperature, not the warmth of the body, but the warmth of 2 lives occupying one space, the warmth of something becoming." She said, "What is in the apple is very old, and it is looking for the oldest transaction there is, which is continuation." She said, "It wants to be born." The lantern on the table put its hard-edged light across the kitchen, and my mother sat at the far end of the table with her hands folded, and outside the window the Harlan County dark was complete, and the ridge above the hollow was a black mass against a sky with no moon yet. and I stood in my mother's kitchen and felt the specific, cold, total weight of a guilt that has no available action. The guilt of a person who has caused a thing they cannot uncause, who stands in the middle of the consequence of their own decision and understands with perfect clarity that understanding it does not reduce it. I asked Edna what I had to do. She said, "You have to go back to the house on the ridge." She said it simply, and then she waited, because she was a precise woman, and she understood that simple statements sometimes require time to settle before what follows them can be received. I said, "Now?" She said, "Before midnight." She said the Degeli night runs from the first full dark to the moment the moon reaches its highest point, and after that, the door begins to close, and if the door closes with what was brought out still attached to your mother, the closing seals it. She said, "You have until the moon is directly overhead." She looked at the window. She said, "You have approximately 2 hours." I thought with complete irrelevance about the porch step that needed fixing. I thought about it for a full strange moment. The specific repair, the exact board, the box of nails in the shed, and then I released it and came back to the kitchen. I asked what I had to do when I got there. Edna reached into the canvas bag and produced one more thing. The apple from my backpack. She had taken it while I was standing at the counter without my noticing, and she held it in her palm now in an echo of the old woman's gesture that made something in my chest contract. She said, "You brought it out. You have to bring it back." She said, "You have to return it to the tree it came from, and you have to place it back on the branch yourself. And you have to do it without putting it down anywhere between here and there." She said, "If it touches the ground outside that house, the connection is severed in the wrong direction." I asked what the wrong direction meant. She looked at me steadily. She said, "It means the severing happens at your mother's end rather than the apple's end." She did not elaborate, and I did not ask her to. She wrapped the apple in the cloth from the bag and placed it in my hands. She said, "Do not unwrap it until you are inside the house, and do not speak to anything you encounter in that house, and do not accept anything offered to you, and do not look at the tree until you are standing directly beneath it." She said each of these instructions in the same tone, with the same weight, the tone of someone who has given instructions before and has learned, from the outcomes, which parts require emphasis. I asked her, "What if she comes to me again?" Edna looked at me. She said, "She will come to you again." She said, "The one in that house is not done with you. You took what she offered, and you brought it back to her for the planting of it, and she considers that a relationship." She said, "She will offer you something again." She said, "You will not take it, and you will not speak, and you will not look at her feet." She said that last instruction with a particular deliberateness, and I understood that the looking had been its own kind of contact, that the seeing of that wrongness had created its own thread between me and the house, thin but present, and that Edna was telling me not to reinforce it. I put on my jacket. I held the wrapped apple in both hands. I went to the kitchen doorway and looked at my mother one more time. She was looking at me, directly, clearly, with more focused attention than she had directed at anything in the past 24 hours. And beneath the flatness, very far beneath it, barely visible the way a light is visible through deep water, there was something that was entirely her, entirely Clara Reese, looking out at me from the place where she had been pushed back to, from the interior room of herself where she was still present and still aware and still waiting. It was the most devastating thing I had seen in my life up to that point, and I have not seen anything since that has come close to it. She did not speak. I did not speak. I went out the front door and down the porch steps and up the road toward the ridge in the Harlan County dark, with the wrapped apple in both hands and the cold October air on my face, and the lantern light from the kitchen window behind me going smaller with each step, and above the ridgeline the moon was coming up with a patience and an indifference that belonged to something that had been doing this for a very long time and intended to continue regardless of what happened in the hollow below. The alderman house was exactly as I had left it. The oak door was slightly open, exactly as it had always been. Exactly as it had been when I pushed it open 3 nights ago with the easy confidence of a person who does not yet understand the cost of entry. I stood at the bottom of the rise and looked up at it and held the wrapped apple and told myself what needed to be told. Not that I was not afraid, because I was afraid in a way that was no longer manageable through the ordinary channels of self-talk, but that the fear was not the relevant thing. That the relevant thing was 2 hours and a moon still short of its highest point, and a mother sitting at a kitchen table who was still, beneath all of it, still there. I went up the rise. The cold that came from the stone of the house was worse than it had been 3 nights before. Deeper, more directed. The cold of a place that has had time to consider your return, and has prepared a reception for it. The vines on the south wall moved in the no-wind. The carved figures on the oak door were visible in the moonlight, half animal and half human, and I did not look at them for longer than it took to push the door open and step through. The room was dark. The apple tree in the next room gave its impossible light, the same faint illumination as before, the deep red of the apples throwing a color onto the stone walls that was not like any other color I had seen, something internal rather than reflected. Something that came from the fruit itself rather than from any external source. I stood in the first room with the wrapped apple in both hands, and I did not speak, and I did not look toward the corners, and I moved toward the tree with the steadiness of someone who has decided that steadiness is the only available posture and is committed to it fully. I was beneath the tree before she appeared. She came from the same darkness as before, with the same patient inevitability, and she held out her hand, and in her hand was an apple, and it was the deepest red I had yet seen, darker than the others, almost black at the stem end, and she held it toward me with the same open palm gesture, and her eyes were pale and clear and entirely alert, and she was smiling the completion smile, and I looked at her face and I looked at her hand, and I did not look at her feet. And I did not speak, and I did not reach out. I unwrapped the apple in my hands. I found the branch it had come from by a quality I cannot adequately describe. A correspondence, a recognition between the fruit and the wood. The way a key finds its lock, not by searching, but by belonging. I placed it back on the branch with both hands, gently. The way you set down something that has been away from its place for too long and needs to be returned without startling. The moment it left my hands, the room changed. The cold lifted. Not gradually, completely. In the space of a single breath, the way a fever breaks. The light from the apples did not go out, but changed quality, became ordinary, became the ordinary red of ordinary fruit in ordinary moonlight. Somewhere in the house a sound moved through the walls, low and long, a sound that was not quite structural and not quite vocal, and that diminished as I listened until it was indistinguishable from the wind on the ridge. I turned around. The old woman was still there. She was not smiling. She was looking at me with those clear, pale eyes, and the apple in her palm was still extended, and we stood in that dead tree's light and looked at each other, and I turned away from the apple. And I walked back through the first room and through the oak door and out into the cold, moonlit night. And I did not run, and I did not look back, and the door swung closed behind me with the same sound it had made 3 nights before. Above the ridgeline, the moon had not yet reached its highest point. I went back down the rise at a pace that was just short of running, and the briar cane pulled at my jeans, and the moonlight made the hollow road silver and unfamiliar. And behind me the alderman house sat at the edge of the tree line without sound, without light, with only the slightly open door that had always been open and would likely always be open, patient and present and entirely itself. I was 300 yards down the road when I heard it, faint from the direction of the house. The old woman's laugh, high and sustained, moving out over the hollow in the cold air, and then the sound of an owl, and then another, and then the kind of silence that arrives not because the sounds have stopped, but because something has been completed, and completion has its own particular quiet. And that quiet followed me all the way home. The kitchen light was on when I came down the road. I could see it from 200 yards out. The yellow rectangle of the kitchen window against the dark of the house, warm and specific and ordinary in the way that ordinary things become extraordinary when you have spent 2 hours in the particular dark I had just come through. I walked toward it the way you walk towards something you are not yet certain you are allowed to have, with a carefulness that is partly gratitude and partly the superstition of a person who has learned, recently, and at considerable cost, that the things you take for granted have weight. I came up the porch steps and opened the front door and stood in the doorway. Edna Halcombe was at the kitchen table. The lantern was still burning. My mother was no longer at the table, and for one long second the absence of her there registered as the worst possible thing. And then I heard her voice from the back of the house, from the bedroom, low and unhurried, talking to my father, the ordinary murmur of two people in a room at night, and I held the door frame with one hand and breathed. Edna looked at me across the kitchen. She looked at my hands, which were empty. She looked at my face. She said, "Sit down, Daniel." I sat down. She poured coffee from the pot on the stove and set it in front of me, and sat back down across the table. And for a moment neither of us said anything, and a lantern burned between us with its hard-edged warmth, and the house made its ordinary sounds around us. And outside the window the moon was at its highest point above the ridge, hard and white and beginning imperceptibly its long descent. She said, "Your mother came back while you were gone." She said it the way she said most things. Plainly, without preamble, with the precision of someone for whom language is a tool and imprecision is a form of waste. She said it was not sudden, it was gradual, over about 20 minutes, beginning perhaps half an hour after you left. She said, first her hands, which had been flat on the table, began to move, small movements, adjusting, the natural movements of a person rather than the stillness of something occupying a person. Then her eyes changed. Then she spoke, which was the confirmation. I asked what she said. Edna looked at the lantern. She said, she asked for water. She said it was the most ordinary thing, and she said it in a voice that was entirely her own. And she drank it, and set the glass down and looked around the kitchen as though she had been somewhere else, and was taking her bearings. And then she looked at me and said, "How long have I been sitting here?" Edna paused. She said, I told her a little while, and she accepted this, and after a moment she said she was tired and wanted to lie down, and I helped her to the bedroom. And your father was there, and she is sleeping now. I held the coffee cup and looked at the table. I said, "Does she know what happened?" Edna said, "She knows something happened." She said, "The experience from the inside of what she went through is not the same as the account you and I have of it from the outside." She said, "From the inside, it is experienced as a kind of waking dream, a heaviness, a distance from herself, as though she were watching her own actions from a slight remove without being able to close the gap." She said, "She will remember the feeling of it. But the specific events, the porch, the plate, the thing she said will come back to her slowly, if at all." She said, "This is a mercy, and we should not interfere with it." I thought about my mother asking for water. I thought about the ordinariness of it, the specific, uncomplicated humanity of a thirsty person asking for water, and how that ordinariness was the most relieving thing I had heard in 48 hours. Then I thought about what Edna had not yet said. I said, "And the baby." Edna set both hands flat on the table, not in the way my mother had set her hands flat, not with that terrible stillness, but in a deliberate way of a person preparing to say something that requires a stable surface beneath them. She said, "I do not know yet." She said this without softening it, which I had come to understand was her form of respect. She said what was in the apple had time to root, and the root was directed toward the child. She said, whether what you did tonight was soon enough to prevent that rooting from taking hold. She paused and looked at the lantern. She said, I will not know for certain until the child is born, and neither will you, and there's nothing to be done in the interim except what you would do anyway, which is to take care of your mother and wait. I said, what do I wait for? She said, you wait to see if the child is born whole. The word whole sat between us on the table like the lantern, throwing its light in every direction at once, illuminating things I was not ready to look at directly. I held it and did not examine it, the way you hold a coal carefully, present to its weight and its heat, but not pressing it close enough to burn. I said, and if she is not? Edna looked at me. She said, then we deal with that when it comes and not before, because dealing with it before it comes does not reduce it and only cost you the time between now and then. She said, I have seen this before, Daniel. Not often. Twice in my lifetime in this hollow, and each time differently. She said, the one in that house is very old and very patient, and she has been refused before, and refusal does not destroy her. It only turns her attention elsewhere. She said what you did tonight was sufficient to break the active connection, whether it was sufficient to undo what had already been planted. That I cannot tell you with certainty, and I will not pretend I can, because you deserve an honest answer more than you deserve a comfortable one. I sat with the honest answer for a long time. The coffee went cold in the cup. The lantern burned. Outside, the moon completed its arc, and the hollow settled into the deep quiet of an October night past midnight. The specific silence of a mountain hollow when the last of the day's wind has died and the nocturnal sounds have not yet begun. A silence that is not empty but full of the breathing of the trees, the movement of the creek, the patient dark of the ridge. After a while Edna gathered her things. She put the herbs in the jar and the braided cord back into the canvas bag, and she put the lantern out with a breath that was precise and deliberate, and the kitchen returned to its ordinary electric light, and it looked like a kitchen again rather than a place where the edges of things had been doing something complicated. She paused at the door. She said, come to me before the birth, and I will do what can be done. She said, and Daniel. She said my name in a way that indicated what followed was the most important thing she had said all evening. She said, what you feel about what you caused is correct. Do not let anyone talk you out of it. But do not let it become the only thing you are either. She said, guilt that has no direction is only weight. She said, find it a direction. She went out into the night and down the road toward the ridge, and I watched the pale shape of her cardigan disappear in the dark, and then I was alone in the kitchen with the ordinary electric light, and the cold coffee, and the sound of my parents in the back bedroom, my mother's voice low and occasional, my father's lower still, the sound of two people settling toward sleep in the way they had settled toward sleep for 19 years, entirely unaware of the full dimensions of the night they had just passed through. I washed the coffee cups. I dried them and put them back in the cabinet where they belonged. The weeks that followed had a quality I have difficulty describing accurately. A suspended quality, a held breath quality. Each day beginning with the specific, quiet question of whether today would be the day something changed, and ending with the provisional relief of nothing having changed. A relief that was never complete because incompleteness was the condition of that entire period. My mother recovered her full self gradually, over about 2 weeks, the warmth returning to her voice before the energy returned to her movements, the singing returning last of all. One morning in early November, a few bars of something half remembered while she was at the stove, and I stood in the doorway and listened to those few bars and felt something in my chest release that I had not realized I had been holding since the night of the Degeli. I did not tell her what had happened. Edna had advised against it, and I agreed with Edna's reasoning, which was that the account would cause my mother distress it could not relieve, that it would give her a shape for an experience she was better served not having a shape for, that the ignorance was not the comfortable ignorance of someone who had been spared something, but the functional ignorance of someone who had survived something and needed to go on surviving it without the weight of its full inventory. I told my father only that my mother had gone through a difficult few days, that I had been concerned, that Edna Halcombe had been kind enough to sit with her. He accepted this. He was a man who accepted things in good faith, and I was grateful for it, and I felt the gratitude and the guilt together, which is how I felt most things in that period. Marcus came to see me in the third week of November. He sat on the porch steps with me in the cold afternoon and said, "My grandmother told me what you did." I said, "She told me what to do." He said, "Not everyone would have done it." I said, "Most people would not have been in the position of needing to." He was quiet for a moment, and then he said, $500, and he put the money on the porch step between us. I looked at it. I said, "Keep it." He said, "Daniel." I said, "Keep it, Marcus." He picked it up and put it back in his pocket, and we sat on the steps in the November cold and said nothing for a while, and the creek was audible below the road, running fast with the recent rain, and the ridge above the hollow was bare of leaves now, and the Alderman house was visible from where we sat, its stone walls gray in the flat November light, its door slightly open, as it had always been, and would remain. My sister was born in December, on a night when the first snow of the season was coming down the hollow, in the way that snow comes in those mountains, sideways, driven, filling the air rather than falling through it. My father drove my mother to the hospital in Harlan, and I sat in the waiting room for 4 hours with my coat still on, unable to take it off, unable to be warm, sitting with the specific quality of dread that had no available action. That was simply the dread of waiting for an answer to a question you've been carrying for 2 months. The nurse came out and said, "A girl, healthy, everything where it should be." I sat in that waiting room chair for a moment without moving. Everything where it should be. I thought about Edna Halcombe's word, whole, and about the space between whole and its opposite, and about the 2 months I had spent living in that space, and about the fact that I was now, in this waiting room with its fluorescent light and its linoleum floor and its rack of outdated magazines, being allowed to leave it. I thought about what Edna had said about guilt finding a direction. I thought about my mother's face at the kitchen table, looking out at me from the pushed-back place where she was still entirely herself, still entirely present, still waiting. I went in and held my sister. She was very small and very complete and entirely herself, and she looked at me with the unfocused, ancient gaze of a person who has just arrived somewhere new and is taking their first account of it. And I held her carefully, the way you hold something that you understand, completely and without qualification, is not yours to put down. And outside the hospital windows the snow was coming down the hollow in its sideways driven way, and the mountains were dark above the town, and somewhere up one of those ridges the Alderman house sat in the snow with its door slightly open, as it had always been. My mother named my sister Alara. She said she had heard the name somewhere and could not remember where, and it had stayed with her, and she liked the sound of it. I looked at the name for a long time when my mother wrote it on the form. I said nothing. I held Alara, and she held my finger in her small, complete hand, and I thought about seeds and roots, and the specific warmth of 2 lives in one space, and about an old woman in a ruined house offering something in an open palm, and about all the distances between an offer accepted and an offer refused, and what it cost to learn the difference. I drove home alone that night through the snow, and the hollow was white and quiet, and the creek was audible beneath the sound of the snowfall. And when I passed the road up to the ridge, I did not look toward the Alderman house, and I drove the last 1/4 mile to our house, and parked and sat in the car for a moment in the dark and the snow. And I thought about Alara's hand around my finger. And I thought about my mother singing in the kitchen in early November. Those few bars of something half remembered. The singing coming back last of all. I thought whole. I thought everything where it should be. I sat with that for a long time in the car, in the snow, with a hollow quiet around me in the mountains, old and patient above. And then I went inside. I left the hollow 6 weeks later, not because I was driven out, but because I understood that staying meant carrying what I had done in a place where every road and ridgeline and creek bend was also a reminder of it, and that carrying it in a place that was entirely made of reminders was not carrying. It was drowning. And Edna Halcombe had told me that guilt without direction is only weight, and the direction, for me, was away, and away was what I chose. I have been in Lexington for 11 months. I want to say that plainly, before anything else, because the plainness of it matters, not the drama of exile, not the romance of escape, but the simple, unglamorous fact of a young man in a cousin's spare room in a mid-sized Kentucky city, working a warehouse job 3 days a week, and spending the other days trying to find the words for something that resists them. The spare room has a window that faces east, toward the mountains, though the mountains are not visible from here, only the suggestion of them and the quality of the morning light on certain days. A particular flatness, a particular clarity, that reminds me they are there even when I cannot see them. I keep the window closed, not because of the cold, though November in Lexington earns its cold honestly, but because of a habit I developed in the first weeks after leaving the hollow, a habit that my cousin James has never commented on, being a person of considerable tact, but that I am aware of in the way you are aware of your own particular arrangements, your own small architectures of management. I keep the window closed and I sleep with the lamp on, which is another arrangement, and I do not accept food or drink from people I have not known for a significant period of time, which is the third arrangement, and the most disruptive to ordinary social life, but which I have accepted as the cost of a certain kind of ongoing vigilance. These are not the arrangements of a person who is healed. I understand that. I am not writing this account as a document of healing. I am writing it as a document of what happened, which is a different thing, and the difference matters to me the way precise language always matters, not for aesthetic reasons, but because imprecision allows things to become other than what they are, and what happened in that hollow deserves to remain exactly what it was. My mother calls on Sundays. This is the part of my week that I organize everything else around, and I do not think she knows this. And I do not intend to tell her, because the telling would require an explanation, and the explanation would require either a lie or the truth, and I have given her enough of both in the past 11 months to last us both a considerable while. She calls on Sunday mornings, and she talks about the hollow, and about Alara, and about my father, and about the garden she is already planning for spring, and I sit on the edge of the bed in the spare room and listen to her voice. And the voice is right, completely and consistently right, and every Sunday morning that it is right is a Sunday morning I get to set the weight down for a few hours. Alara is 3 months old. My mother sends photographs, a phone full of them. Alara sleeping, Alara in the particular alert state of a 3-month-old taking account of the ceiling, Alara held against my mother's shoulder with her small fist curled at my mother's collarbone. I look at each photograph for a long time before I move to the next one. I am looking, each time, for the thing I am afraid of, and each time I do not find it. And the not finding is its own category of relief, the relief that does not fully relax into itself because it understands it will be required again next time. I went back to the hollow once, in early November, 3 weeks after I left. I drove up on a Saturday morning when I knew my parents would be at the church in town for a deacon's meeting, and I parked at the bottom of the road and walked up to the house and let myself in with my key, and I went through each room with the careful attention of a person looking for something specific. which is what I was. I did not find anything wrong. The kitchen was clean. The rooms were warm. The ordinary evidence of my family's ordinary life was present in every space. Dishes in the rack, a book of my mother's open on the kitchen table, Alara's things in what had been the guest room, the small bright paraphernalia of a new child distributed to the house with the casual abundance of something welcome. I stood in the kitchen for a long time. I stood where my mother had sat for 4 hours with her hands flat on the table, and I looked at the table, and I looked at the window above the sink that faced the ridge, and I thought about everything that had happened in this room and what the room had been returned to, and I thought about Edna Halcombe's word, whole, and I said it quietly to the empty kitchen, not as a question and not as a declaration, but as a kind of acknowledgement, the way you acknowledge a thing that has been decided, that has been gotten through, that has arrived at its conclusion by means of considerable cost and considerable grace in roughly equal measure. Then I went outside, and I walked up the road toward the ridge. I want to be precise about why. I have been precise about everything else in this account, and I owe it the same precision at the end. I did not go because I was drawn. I did not go because I had unfinished business in the way that phrase is usually meant. I went because I understood, standing in that kitchen, that the account I was carrying, the account I am still carrying, the one you are reading, would not be complete without one more deliberate act. And the deliberate act required proximity, required standing in a specific place with a specific intention, which is what completion requires when the thing being completed has been rooted in a place for longer than you can fully comprehend. The road up the hollow was familiar and unchanged. The November trees were bare, the ridgeline hard and clear against the sky, the air smelling of cold red clay, and the creek running fast below the road. I walked with my hands in my coat pockets, and I did not hurry, because hurrying would have been the wrong register. And I had learned over the preceding weeks that register matters, that the way you approach a thing shapes what the thing is able to give back to you. The Alderman house appeared around the last bend exactly as it always had. The stone walls, the collapsed wooden addition, the wild vines, the carved oak door slightly open, as it had always been and would always be. The cold that came from the stone was there, exactly as it had been on both previous approaches, and I stood at the bottom of the rise and let it come to me. Let it register without responding to it, the way you register the cold of deep water when you are standing at the edge of it and have not yet gone in and are deciding whether to. I did not go in. This is important. I want to be clear that I did not go in, because the account might seem to be building toward a third entry, a third confrontation, a completion achieved through return and repetition, but the completion I needed was not inside that house. I understood this standing at the bottom of the rise, looking up at the door, and the understanding was quiet and certain in the way that true things are quiet and certain, not arrived at through argument, but simply present, the way a room is present when the light is right. The completion was here, at the bottom of the rise, in the cold November air, with the ridge above and the hollow below and the house at the tree line and the carved door and everything exactly as it was and as it would be, long after I was gone from this place and from this account. I stood there for a long time. I thought about the night I had walked up this rise with the easy confidence of a person who has never yet been taught by the thing that will eventually teach him. I thought about the apple in the open palm, and the taking of it, and what the taking it cost. I thought about my mother at the kitchen table, looking out at me from the pushed-back place, still entirely herself, still entirely there. I thought about Alara's hand around my finger in the hospital room, her small, complete grip, and about everything where it should be. I thought about Edna. What the tide keeps. I did not plan to spend that winter in Maine. That is the honest beginning of this, and I have been trying to find honest beginnings ever since I got back. so I will start there and stay there. I did not plan it. I did not drive north in October with any particular intention. I am a copy editor, 39 years old, and I had taken a leave of absence from a publishing house in Boston because I had not been sleeping, and because my doctor had used the phrase, cumulative grief response, in a tone that suggested I should take it seriously. My mother had died in March. My husband had left in June, not because of her death, but because of everything that death had made visible between us. By September, I was living in a sublet in Somerville with a single bookshelf and a coffee maker that did not produce enough coffee. And I was editing other people's manuscripts about other people's lives and telling myself that this was fine. It was not fine. But I was very good at telling myself that it was. The cottage in Rockport belonged to my mother's sister, Aunt Vera, who had not used it in 3 years because of a hip replacement and its aftermath. She offered it to me in a phone call that lasted 45 minutes, most of which was her explaining why she could not be there herself. The cottage sat 200 feet from the water on a gravel road that the town maintained without enthusiasm. It had 2 bedrooms, a cast-iron wood stove, and a sitting room with windows that faced the harbor. Vera said it was drafty but honest. I understood what she meant by honest. I drove up on a Thursday in the second week of October. The moment I crossed into Knox County, the sky changed. It did not darken exactly. It lowered, the way a ceiling does in a room where someone has just made a decision. The trees along Route 1 had already gone deep red and copper, and the wind was pulling the last of them loose in a way that felt less like autumn, and more like something being cleared away. I stopped for gas outside Camden and stood at the pump with my hands in my coat pockets, listening. The air smelled of salt and something metallic underneath it. Cold iron or old rope, or both. A bell was ringing somewhere down toward the water, patient and regular, and I did not see any church. I told myself I was tired. I told myself the drive had made me melodramatic. I got back in the car and turned toward Rockport. The gravel road was exactly as Vera had described it. The cottage appeared around a bend in the road, as if it had been waiting there, just slightly longer than seemed reasonable. It was a white clapboard building with a green metal roof, and the exterior paint was doing its best against the salt air. The front porch held 2 weathered Adirondack chairs that faced the harbor, and the harbor was close enough that I could hear the tide working against the dock posts without opening the car door. I sat in the car for a moment. I do not know exactly why. I remember noticing that the coffee I had bought in Camden was still warm, and I drank the rest of it while looking at the cottage through the windshield. And I thought, entirely without reason, about whether I had renewed my library card before I left Boston. I had not. This seemed important in a way I could not explain, and I spent a full minute thinking about it before I picked up my bag and got out of the car. The key was under a flat stone beside the door, exactly where Vera had said it would be. Inside, the cottage smelled of cedar or an old wool, and something faintly sweet beneath both, dried flowers, perhaps, or the ghost of them. The sitting room was small and warm in proportion. The windows were tall and let in the gray harbor light in long rectangles across the floor. There were books on the shelves that I did not recognize. Not Vera's taste, not anyone's taste I knew. And a wooden bowl on the kitchen table that held 3 smooth stones, gray and oval, the kind that come from the beach. A note from Vera was propped against the bowl. It said, "Wood stove manual is on the shelf above the stove. The caretaker is a man named Hollis. He comes Tuesday mornings. Don't worry about the sounds at high tide. The house has always made them." I read the last sentence twice. I set my bags in the smaller bedroom because the larger one faced the water, and I was not ready for that yet. I made the bed with the extra blankets from the hall closet. Heavy wool, slightly scratchy. The kind that holds warmth like it means to. I opened the wood stove manual and read the first 3 pages, even though I had used a wood stove before and did not need to. There was something steadying about it. I sat at the kitchen table and looked at the stones in the bowl while the kettle heated on the gas burner, And I thought about my mother, and then I thought about her very deliberately, not the way you press a thumb against a bruise to remind yourself it is still there. By the time the tea was ready, the light had gone entirely from the windows. I had not noticed the sun going down. I sat with the mug between my palms and listened to the harbor. The bell I had heard from the road was still going, low and steady, somewhere out in the fog. A bell buoy, I understood now. Not a church. The sound was rhythmic and impersonal, and it should have been reassuring. It was the sound of something marking its position in the dark, so that other things would not collide with it. I told myself it was only a navigational instrument. Outside, the fog was moving between the dock posts with a slow, deliberate patience, and the tide was doing whatever the tide does when no one is watching, and the house was making the sounds Vera had told me not to worry about. And I sat at the kitchen table in a cottage that was not mine, in a town where I knew no one, and for the first time in months I felt something I could not name, not peace, not quite, but something that resembled the possibility of it. I finished my tea. I did not sleep well that first night. The sounds Vera had mentioned were real. A slow settling in the walls at high tide, a creak in the floorboards near the larger bedroom that came at irregular intervals, a sound beneath the sitting room windows that I could not identify and did not want to. I lay under the wool blankets in the smaller room and listened to the bell buoy, and I told myself that every old house along this coast had made sounds like these for 200 years, that the sounds were structural and explicable, that I was tired and grieving and prone to finding meaning in ordinary things. I was almost asleep when I heard it for the first time. Not the settling of the walls, not the bell buoy, something else, very faint, from the direction of the larger bedroom. A sound like movement that had no weight to it, like someone pacing without their feet touching the floor. I did not get up. I lay still and listened, and the sound did not come again, and after a while I slept. In the morning, the fog was still against the windows, and the 3 smooth stones were exactly where I had left them in the bowl, and I could not have said why I checked. The fog did not lift on Friday. I know that now as a fact. The way I know other facts about that week, not because I recorded them at the time, but because I have returned to them so many times since that they have worn smooth, like the stones in the bowl. The fog stayed all day, and I stayed inside, and I did not find this uncomfortable. That was the first thing that surprised me about Rockport in October, how naturally the fog became a reason to remain still. I made oatmeal in the morning with brown sugar from a paper bag I found in the back of the cabinet. I ate it standing at the kitchen window, watching the harbor disappear into white. There were lobster boats out there, somewhere. I could hear them. The low diesel knock of their engines carrying through the fog with a patience that felt almost conversational. A sound that had no urgency in it, only purpose. I thought about my mother's kitchen in Gloucester, the way the radio was always on, the particular smell of her coffee at 7 in the morning. I pressed the thought back down. I rinsed my bowl and set it in the rack to dry. I spent the morning with one of the books from the shelf in the sitting room. It was a slim volume, cloth-bound and faded green, with no author name on the spine. The title page read, Coastal Settlements of Knox County, a Local History, printed by a press in Rockland in 1961. I had not chosen it deliberately. I had simply reached for it the way you reach for the nearest thing when you do not want to think. But I sat with it by the window for 2 hours, and what I found in it was not what I expected from a local history pamphlet printed 60 years ago by people who presumably wanted to celebrate the town. There was a chapter near the back, 14 pages, titled, Losses at Sea and the Customs of Return. It was written in the flat, administrative language of mid-century local documentation, the kind of prose that describes everything with equal weight, as though the human cost of a thing and its navigational coordinates deserved the same sentence structure. But the content of those 14 pages was not administrative at all. It was a careful accounting of a belief that had circulated among the fishing families of this coastline for generations, a belief that the sea did not simply take, that it held, that it kept the things it claimed and occasionally returned them, but not in the form they had departed and not to the same address. The pamphlet describes specific instances. A man lost in a November storm in 1922, whose wife received, 7 months later, a wooden box on her doorstep containing objects she recognized as her husband's but could not explain the provenance of. A child swept off a dock in the summer of 1938, whose mother began the following winter to hear a sound in the walls of her house that she described to her neighbors as her daughter's way of moving through a room. A fisherman from a family that had worked this harbor for 4 generations, whose boat went down in 1955, and whose cottage, a white clapboard house on a gravel road 200 feet from the water, was afterwards said to be a house that remembered. I read that last sentence 3 times. I set the pamphlet down carefully on the arm of the chair, as though it were heavier than it was. I looked at the sitting room, the tall windows, the harbor light coming through the fog in that flat, directionless way it does when the sun cannot find a single angle. The wooden bowl on the kitchen table that I could see from where I was sitting, the 3 smooth stones. I had assumed they were decorative. I had assumed they were Vera's. I got up and went to the kitchen and looked at the stones more closely than I had the night before. They were gray and oval and ocean smooth. One of them had a faint line running through it, a vein of white quartz, the kind of marking that looks almost deliberate. I picked it up. It was cold, the way stones from deep water are cold. Not the cold of a room, but a deeper cold, something that came from below. I put it back exactly where it had been. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, thinking about whether I had turned off the burner under the kettle, even though I had not yet turned it on. This is what I mean when I say that the mind finds its own shelter. I was standing in a room that had just become something other than a kitchen, and my brain offered me the kettle as an alternative. I did not dismiss the pamphlet. I am a copy editor by trade, which means I am professionally suspicious of imprecise language, and that chapter had been precise. The dates were specific. The names were specific. The house on the gravel road 200 feet from the water had been described without drama, only with the quiet insistence of someone recording what was true because they believed someone eventually should know. In the afternoon, I put on my coat and walked down to the harbor. The fog had thinned slightly by then, not lifted, but pulled back from the waterline enough that I could see the dock and the boats moored along it, and beyond them the low smear of the outer islands in gray silhouette. The air was cold in a way that was not aggressive, only honest. I walked to the end of the dock and stood there with my hands in my pockets, listening to the water move against the pilings, and I thought about grief without intending to. The way it does not diminish so much as it changes frequency, becomes something you carry at a different register than you expected, lower and steadier, and always there. My mother had not drowned. She had died in a hospital bed in Gloucester on a Tuesday morning in March while I was parking the car. I was 6 minutes late. I have replayed those 6 minutes more times than I can count, and the parking garage is always exactly the same in the memory, and I am always exactly the same, and nothing I do in the memory changes what happens at the end of it. I stood on the dock and let the cold air come at my face, and I said nothing out loud, and the harbor did not respond, and this was correct. On the way back to the cottage, I passed a yard with a wooden bench and an old man sitting on it, which seemed improbable given the temperature, but he was entirely comfortable. A thermos on the bench beside him, a wool cap pulled low. He watched me come up the road with the patient attention of someone who has watched every version of this weather for 50 years. I nodded. He nodded back. He said, "You are in the Aldrich place." It was not a question. I said that I was staying there for the winter, that my aunt had lent it to me. He was quiet for a moment, looking past me toward the water. He said Ver Aldrich has not been up here in 3 years. Something about her hip. I confirmed this. He looked at me then, directly, with the kind of attention that has nothing social in it. He said that house has had 3 long winters without anyone in it. He paused. He said, houses along this water do not do well with long absences. I asked him what he meant. He picked up his thermos and unscrewed the cap with unhurried hands and took a drink before he answered. He said, they fill up with what they have been holding. And then, when someone comes in, he paused again, considering his words the way a man considers a knot before he works it loose. They do not always know what to do with the company. I stood on the road in the fog and looked at him and did not say anything. He said, you will hear things tonight. This is the second night, and the second night is when it begins in earnest. He said it the way he might say, the tide turns at 3:30, as information, not as warning. He screwed the cap back on the thermos. He said his name was Hollis, and that he would be by on Tuesday morning, and that if I needed wood for the stove, there was a cord stacked against the back of the shed, and I should help myself. I thanked him. I walked back to the cottage. I stood at the kitchen table and looked at the stones in the bowl for a long time. I did not touch them. Outside, the fog had come back to the waterline, and the bellboy was marking its position again in the dark. And the light had gone from the windows in the same sudden way it had the night before, as though the day had not ended but simply stopped. The padfoot was still on the arm of the chair where I had left it. I did not pick it up again that night. The sound came just before midnight, not from the larger bedroom this time, but from directly beneath my feet, as though something that had been waiting patiently on the floor below had finally decided to stand. I did not sleep after that sound. I want to be precise about this, because imprecision is how these things get lost. It was not a dramatic sound. It was not the sound of something breaking or something falling or something that announced itself with any urgency at all. It was the sound of weight shifting, deliberate, unhurried, the way a person shifts their weight when they have been standing still for a long time and their body has finally decided to adjust. One slow movement, directly beneath the floorboards, and then nothing. The nothing was worse than the sound. The nothing had a quality of attention in it, as though whatever had moved was now simply listening to see what I would do next. I did nothing. I lay under the wool blankets with my eyes open and my hands flat against the mattress. And I counted my own breaths until the counting became automatic, and after a long time the quality of the silence changed, became ordinary again, became the silence of a house near water, with the bell buoy going, and the tide working against the dock posts, and the fog pressing softly against the window glass. I told myself, old houses settle in the cold. I told myself, there is a crawl space, and crawl spaces have animals, and animals have weight. I said both of these things to myself with great deliberateness, and I almost believed them, and sometime around 3 in the morning I fell asleep. In the morning, I went down to the cellar. I want to note that I am not, by temperament, a person who investigates things. I edit other people's sentences for precision and clarity, and I do this well. And I am good at sitting with a manuscript for hours in complete stillness and finding the exact place where a paragraph loses its nerve. But I do not, as a rule, open doors to see what is behind them. The fact that I went to the cellar that Saturday morning is something I have thought about a great deal in the 14 months since, and the most honest explanation I have arrived at is this. I went because not going would have meant deciding that the sound was something I was not prepared to examine, and I had spent 6 months not examining things. I had become very efficient at it, and very tired. The cellar door was in the kitchen, beside the refrigerator. It was a plain wooden door, painted the same off-white as the kitchen walls, with a simple latch and no lock. I opened it and stood at the top of the stairs and looked down. The cellar was low-ceilinged and dry, which surprised me. I had expected damp, expected the sour smell of a main basement that had been taking on moisture for a century. but the air that came up the stairs was cool and almost neutral, with only a faint trace of something beneath it, something organic and faintly salt-tinged, like the smell of low tide but internalized, carried into the wood of the place over decades. There was a pull-chain light at the bottom of the stairs. I went down and pulled it. The cellar was largely empty. A water heater in one corner, copper pipes running up through the floor joists, a wooden workbench along one wall with a few old tools hung above it on wire hooks, a hammer, a hand plane, a coil of rope so old that it had stiffened into a permanent oval. The floor was poured concrete, smooth and uncracked. There was no evidence of animals. There was no evidence of anything that should not have been there. But against the far wall, stacked in a careful row and covered with a canvas tarpaulin that had been folded back at one corner, there were wooden crates, 6 of them, identical in size, built from the same dark wood, each with a small iron hasp on the front. I stood across the cellar and looked at them. They had the look of things that had been placed there with intention, and had not been moved in a very long time. The concrete around them was slightly discolored. A faint rectangular shadow where the crates had been standing, which meant they had not been moved in years, possibly decades. I did not open them. I went back upstairs and made coffee and stood at the kitchen window and looked at the harbor and thought about my mother. This is the part I've been moving around the edges of since I began writing this account, and I am going to stop moving around it now. My mother grew up in this town, not a Miss Cottage. She had grown up in a house on the other side of the harbor, a house that had been sold out of the family in the 1980s, but she had grown up here, and she had left at 17, and she had never come back, not once in 42 years, not for any reason I was ever given. When I was a child, I asked her about it, the way children ask about the places their parents came from, expecting a story. She would say, "There is nothing to go back to." She said it without bitterness and without nostalgia, in the same tone she used for factual statements about the weather or the time. There is nothing to go back to. I had accepted this because it was the only version available to me. It was not until I was standing in Vera's kitchen, with the harbor in front of me and the cellar door behind me, that I understood I had accepted it without ever examining it. I called Vera that afternoon. I told her I had found the pamphlet on the shelf, the local history, the chapter about the sea and what it returns. There was a pause on the line that lasted long enough that I checked to see if the call had dropped. Then Vera said, "Your mother put that there." I asked when. Vera said, "The last time she was in that cottage." I asked when that was. There was another pause. Vera said 1981. The summer before she left Rockport, I stood in the sitting room with the phone against my ear and looked at the harbor. I asked Vera about the crates in the cellar. She was quiet for a moment. She said, "Those belonged to a man named Edward Aldrich, who was my father-in-law, who died before I married into the family." She said he was a fisherman, and he went down with his boat in November of 1955, and those crates came back to the cottage without explanation some months later, and no one in the family has ever opened them. She said this in a tone that was careful and exact, the tone of someone who has rehearsed a version of a thing until the version fits. She said, "The caretaker, Hollis, knew Edward Aldrich. He was a young man then, but he knew him." She said, "If you have questions, Hollis will know more than I do." After the call, I sat in the chair by the window for a long time without doing anything. The fog had cleared during the afternoon, and for the first time since my arrival, I could see the harbor in full. The gray-green water, the moored boats lifting gently on the swell, the outer islands in hard silhouette against a sky that had gone the particular pale gold of a Maine late afternoon in October, a color that has no warmth in it but is beautiful regardless, the way certain true things are beautiful without being comforting. I sat with a cup of tea going cold on the windowsill beside me, watching the light change on the water, and I thought about my mother at 17, in this town, in this harbor light. I thought about the 6 minutes in the parking garage. I thought about how grief is not one thing. I had believed, or tried to believe, that it was a single weight you learned to carry, that its dimensions were fixed once it arrived, that you simply adjusted your posture and went on. What I was beginning to understand, sitting in that chair, in that light, with the cold tea in the harbor and the crates in the cellar beneath me, was that grief has rooms in it, that you can live in it for months and still find a door you have not opened. My mother had been here. She had been 17 and she had left, and she had never come back, and she had never told me why, and now she was dead, and the door to that room was still closed, and she was on the other side of it, and I did not have the 6 minutes back. The light left the water. The bellboy started up again in the dark. I sat in the chair until the room was completely black around me, and I did not reach for the lamp, and the house made none of its sounds that evening, not the settling in the walls, not the weight shifting beneath the floor, as though it understood that I was already inside something and had the decency to wait. I woke in the chair at 2 in the morning with my neck aching and the certain, uncomplicated knowledge that I was going to open those crates and that I was going to talk to Hollis first, and that whatever I found at the end of those 2 things would not be something I could put back down. Hollis arrived on Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock exactly. I had been awake since 5, not from the sounds. The house had been quiet since Saturday night, a quietness that did not feel like absence but like suspension, like a breath held with great patience and great deliberateness. I had spent Sunday and Monday reading the pamphlet again, making notes in the margins in pencil the way I do with manuscripts, marking the passages that return to the Aldrich name, the dates, the specific language around what the sea holds and what it eventually releases. There were 4 such passages. Each one was brief. Each one had been written by someone who clearly knew more than they were putting on the page, and who had made a careful decision about exactly how much to commit to print. I recognized that decision. I've spent 20 years working with writers who make it. I had the wood stove going by the time Hollis knocked, and the kettle on, and the pamphlet open on the kitchen table with my penciled notes visible in the margins. I did not hide it. I wanted him to see it. I wanted to understand what his face did when he saw it. He came in the way people come into a place they have been entering for decades, without ceremony, without looking around, hanging his coat on the hook beside the door as though the hook had always been his. He was a tall man, somewhere in his middle 70s, with the particular physical economy of someone who has worked outdoors all his life and has no interest in any movement that does not serve a purpose. His hands were large and still. He looked at the pamphlet on the table, and his face did nothing dramatic, only settled slightly, the way a landscape settles when a cloud passes over it. He sat down across from me without being asked. I poured the tea and I put his mug in front of him, and I said, "I need you to tell me about Edward Aldrich and what is in those crates." He wrapped both hands around the mug. He looked at it for a moment. He said, "How much do you already know?" I told him what I had found in the pamphlet, what Vera had told me on the phone, what the house had been doing since I arrived. I told him about the sound beneath the floor. I told him about the stones in the bowl, the way the larger bedroom felt occupied without being occupied, the way the silence in the house had a quality of attention that I could not explain in any language I trusted. I told him about my mother, about the fact that she had grown up in this town and left at 17 and never returned and never explained why. I told him about the 6 minutes in the parking garage. I did not plan to tell him that last part. It came out with the rest of it, the way things do when you have been holding them at a particular pressure for too long. He listened to all of it without interrupting. This is rarer than it should be. He listened the way he had sat down, without ceremony, with complete attention, as though what I was saying was information he intended to use precisely. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Your mother's name was Margaret." He said it as a statement, not a question. I confirmed it. He said, I knew her when she was a girl. He said she and Edward Aldrich's youngest son were very close the summer of 1981. He said the youngest son's name was Daniel, and Daniel went into the water off the outer dock in August of that year, and they did not recover him for 11 days. And when they did, Margaret left Rockport within a week and did not come back. I sat across the table from him and did not say anything. He said she was 17 and she had watched Daniel Aldrich come out of the water, and she had not been able to carry what that looked like. He said this without judgment, with the same flat precision he might use to describe weather. He said, some things a person cannot carry, and also stay. He said, leaving was not weakness, it was the only door she could find. I thought about my mother in her kitchen in Gloucester, the radio always on, the coffee at 7 in the morning. I thought about all the years of that kitchen, all the ordinary mornings, and the things she had been carrying inside all of them, the things she had never put down and never named, at least not to me. I asked Hollis about the crates. He took a long drink of his tea. He set the mug down with care. He said, Edward Aldrich went down in November of 1955 in a storm off Matanicus Island, and 6 months later, those crates appeared on the porch of this cottage, and no one has ever established where they came from or who left them. He said, the family believed they came back with him. He said this without apology, without any suggestion that he expected me to receive it as metaphor. He said, the belief along this coastline is very old and very specific. What the sea takes, it keeps in its own way. What it returns changed, and it returns to the house, not to the person. He said, the house is the address the sea knows. I asked him what was in the crates. He said, I have never opened them. He said it was not mine to open. He said it would need to be someone with a reason that the house recognized. He looked at me across the table with those still hands around his mug, and he said, I think you may be that person. He said, your mother came here in the summer of 1981 and put that pamphlet on that shelf and left those stones in that bowl and did not come back. He said, I think she meant for someone to finish what she could not. He said, I think the house has been waiting to find out if anyone would. I looked at the cellar door beside the refrigerator. I thought with complete irrelevance about the library card I had not renewed. I thought about it for a full strange moment. The specific bureaucratic inconvenience of an expired library card. And then I let it go, and I came back to the kitchen and to Hollis, and to the door. He said, I will come down with you if you want company. He said, or I will wait here. He said, either is correct. He said it the way he said everything, without pressure, without performance, with only the quiet insistence of someone who has been keeping the truth of a place for a very long time and is prepared to keep it a little longer, or to finally, carefully, let it go. I stood up. I went to the cellar door and opened it, and stood at the top of the stairs, and the cool, neutral air came up to meet me. And beneath it, that faint salt trace, that low-tide internalized smell of a house that has been holding something in its bones for decades. I looked down at the pull chain light and the concrete floor and the 6 crates against the far wall under their tarpaulin. Hollis remained at the table. I could hear him there. The small sound of the mug being set down. The particular quality of stillness that a person makes when they are present, but deliberately giving another person their space. I went down the stairs and pulled the chain. The first crate was not locked. The hasp was simply closed, and I lifted it, and I opened the lid, and I looked at what was inside with the overhead light making its small, insufficient brightness against the cellar walls. Inside the crate, on a bed of folded oilcloth, there were objects that had no business being as preserved as they were. A folded letter, handwritten, the ink still legible. A small glass bottle, sealed with wax, containing something dark. A man's pocket watch, its crystal uncracked. A child's drawing on paper, creased but intact, of a boat and a figure standing in it, and a word written underneath in a child's careful hand that I could read without difficulty. The word was home. I did not open the other 5 crates that day. I stood in that cellar with my hand on the lid of the first one, and the letter in my other hand unread, and I understood with a clarity that had nothing intellectual in it, that I was standing at the exact center of something, my mother's unfinished grief, a house that had been holding it in her absence, a family's loss folded into oilcloth and kept at the precise temperature of deep water for 60 years, and that the only direction available to me was forward. I heard Hollis's chair move on the kitchen floor above me. I heard him set his mug in the sink with a quiet, final sound. I held the letter, and I did not read it yet, and the house around me was completely still, and for the first time since I had arrived, the stillness had no watchfulness in it, only the feeling of something long suspended finally beginning, very slowly, to descend. I carried the letter upstairs unread and set it on the kitchen table, and Hollis looked at it once and then looked at me and said, "When you are ready," and I said, "I know," and we both understood that ready was not tonight, but that tonight was the night the distance between me and ready had finally become something I could measure. I read the letter on Wednesday morning, alone. I want to say that carefully, alone, because it mattered that Hollis was not there, that the harbor was quiet, that the wood stove had been going since 6, and the cottage had reached the particular warmth of a small, well-heated room on a cold coastal morning, the kind of warmth that has texture to it, that you feel against your forearms and the back of your neck. I had made oatmeal and not eaten it. It was sitting in the bowl going solid while I sat across from the letter on the kitchen table, and for a long time I simply looked at the envelope, at the handwriting on the outside of it, which was not a name but a single word written in faded brown ink, in the careful script of someone who had learned to write when penmanship was considered a form of character. The word on the outside of the envelope was, "Whoever." I have thought about that word for 14 months. Whoever. Not a name, not an address, not even a direction. Only an openness. A patient grammatical vacancy, a space left deliberately for the right person to step into. Edward Aldrich. Or whatever part of Edward Aldrich had folded that letter and sealed that envelope and placed it at the top of that crate on a bed of oilcloth, had not known who would come. He had only known that someone eventually would, and that whoever they were, they would need what was inside. I opened the envelope with the same care I use on old manuscripts. The paper was heavier than I expected, cream-colored, and it had not yellowed the way paper at that age should yellow. The handwriting inside was the same careful script as the outside, dense and unhurried, covering both sides of a single sheet. I will not reproduce it here in full because the full letter belongs to the Aldrich family, and because some of its contents are specific to people and events that are not mine to distribute, but I will say what it contained in the way that matters for this account. Edward Aldrich had written the letter to his youngest son. He had written it, based on the internal references, sometime in the late autumn of 1955, which meant he had written it close to the end. Whether before or after the storm I cannot say with certainty, and I have decided that the uncertainty is correct, that it is part of what the letter is, part of what makes it true. He had written to Daniel about the harbor, about the particular quality of November light on the water, about the smell of the boat in cold weather, about things a father notices about a son and does not always find the occasion to say while the occasions are still available. He wrote about what he hoped for Daniel. He wrote about the specific hopes, not large abstract ones, but small precise ones, the kind that know their subject intimately. He hoped Daniel would find someone patient. He hoped Daniel would not leave Rockport the way so many young people left, that he would stay and learn the particular rewards of staying in a place long enough, that it becomes yours in the deep way, the way that takes decades. He wrote, "The sea is not cruel. It is only indifferent. and we mistake indifference for cruelty because indifference does not explain itself. And we are people who need explanation. He wrote, I have worked this water for 30 years and I have never been afraid of it. I have been afraid of other things. He did not specify what other things. He did not need to. The letter had been written by a man who knew what he was afraid of and had chosen, in the time remaining to him, to set the fear down and write to his son instead. I sat at the kitchen table and I read it twice, and then I set it flat on the table and I put both hands over my face and I cried in the way I had not been able to cry since March, not the controlled, self-managed grief of the previous 6 months, the kind that arrives in measured amounts and retreats before it becomes inconvenient, but the full structureless kind, the kind that has no dignity and no consideration for the person experiencing it, the kind that is simply the body finally doing what it is needed to do for a very long time. I cried for Edward Aldrich, who had written to his son and never seen him read it. I cried for Daniel Aldrich, who had gone into the water at 20 years old in August and not come out for 11 days, and who had never read the letter. I cried for my mother at 17, who had watched Daniel come out of the water and had left this town carrying that image for the rest of her life. Through all the ordinary mornings, through all the years of the kitchen in Gloucester and the radio and the coffee at 7, through her marriage and my childhood and every conversation we had ever had in which he had been present, and also somewhere else, I cried for the 6 minutes in the parking garage. After a while I stopped. I washed my face at the kitchen sink with cold water and stood looking out at the harbor, which was gray and quiet and entirely itself, indifferent in the way the letter had described, not cruel, only not organized around my needs, which is the correct behavior of a harbor. I opened the remaining 5 crates that afternoon. Each one held objects of the same quality as the first, preserved beyond what preservation should allow, specific and personal, the accumulated material evidence of a life that had been interrupted rather than concluded. A navigation chart with penciled markings. A pair of work gloves, stiff with old salt but whole. 3 letters tied with cotton twine, addressed to Edward in a woman's handwriting, which I did not open because they were not addressed to whoever. A photograph of 2 boys on a dock, one older and one perhaps 15 or 16, squinting into the sun with the unself-conscious ease of people being photographed by someone they love. I looked at the younger boy for a long time. He had my mother's mouth. The particular set of it, the way it rested. I had seen that expression 10,000 times. I had seen it across breakfast tables and in hospital corridors and in the rearview mirror of her car, seeing it on the face of a boy who had been dead for 60 years, in a photograph in a cellar in the town my mother had left and never explained, was the kind of thing that reorganizes you, not dramatically, quietly. The way a room is reorganized when you move one piece of furniture and suddenly understand why nothing in it ever felt right before. I called Vera that evening. I told her what was in the crates. I told her about the letter, the photograph, the navigation chart, the gloves. I described the photograph, and I described the younger boy's mouth, and there was a silence on the line, and then Vera said very quietly, "Your mother never told you about Daniel." It was not a question. I said no. Vera said she could not. She said, "Some losses a person makes private not because they do not matter, but because they matter so much that speaking them out loud feels like spending them, like using them up." She said, "Your mother kept Daniel Aldrich in a room no one else was given access to, and she kept him there for 42 years. And I think she knew when she put that pamphlet on that shelf in 1981, that she was leaving a door unlocked for someone she trusted but had not yet met." I stood at the window with the harbor dark in front of me. I thought about trust extended across time, the specific and probable courage of leaving something for whoever, of believing that the right person would eventually arrive, of making a door in a place you were leaving and not locking it. Even though you had no evidence that it would be found. The wood stove was going. The cottage was warm. Outside, the bell buoy marked its position with the same steady patience it had marked every night since I arrived, and the fog was back at the waterline, and the house around me was quiet in the new way, not the suspended watchful quiet of the first days, but something genuinely different, something with an exhaled quality, the quiet of a room after a window has been opened and the air has finally moved through. I went to the larger bedroom that night. I made the bed with the heavy wool blankets from the hall closet, and I lay down facing the windows that looked out over the harbor, and I listened to the water, and I thought about my mother, and I let myself think about her without managing the thinking, without setting a limit on how long or how far the thought was allowed to go. I thought about her at 17 on this coastline, and I thought about her at 39 on a Tuesday morning in March, and I thought about all the distances between those 2 points, and everything that had moved through them. I did not hear any sounds from beneath the floor that night. The house was simply a house, with the tide outside and the wood stove ticking as it cooled and the bell buoy going in the dark. And I lay in the larger bedroom and I slept for 9 hours without waking, which was the longest I'd slept in a single stretch since the previous March, since the Tuesday morning, since the parking garage. In the morning I knew what I needed to do before I left. I lay still in that great coastal light and held the knowledge of it quietly. The way you hold something fragile not because it might break, but because it deserves the care. And outside the harbor was beginning its day without me, and I was, for the first time in a very long time, entirely present in the room I was actually in. I left Rockport on a Friday morning in the 3rd week of November. I had been there 6 weeks. The leaving was not abrupt. I had spent the final days doing the things that endings require, the small deliberate acts of closure that are not dramatic but are necessary. The way the last chapter of a well-made book is not the most exciting chapter, but is the one that makes everything before it true. I had washed the wool blankets and folded them back into the hall closet. I had stacked the remaining firewood against the shed wall in the way Hollis had shown me, split side down, covered with the tarpaulin, weighted at the corners with the flat stones he kept beside the shed for exactly that purpose. I had left the cottage cleaner than I had found it, which felt important in a way I did not need to examine. The crates were no longer in the cellar. I want to account for this carefully, because it is the part of this account that I know will sound like the place where a careful person stops being careful, where the documentary register gives way to something less verifiable. But I have spent 14 months committed to precision in this telling, and I will not abandon it at the end. So here's what is true. On the Thursday before I left, I carried the contents of all 6 crates up from the cellar and laid them out on the sitting room floor, and I spent an afternoon with them, reading what was mine to read, holding what was mine to hold, sitting with the photograph of the 2 boys on the dock for a long time in the gray November light, and then I repacked everything carefully, exactly as it had been found, in the same oilcloth and the same order, and I carried the crates back down and set them against the far wall. Friday morning the crates were gone. The concrete floor was clean. The discoloration where they had stood for decades was still there, that faint rectangular shadow, but the crates themselves were absent, and a tarpaulin was folded in a precise square on the workbench, and the cellar smelled only of cool air and copper pipe, with no trace of the salt tide smell that had been present since my arrival. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the empty wall for a long time, and I felt no fear, and I felt no particular surprise, and what I felt instead was something I can only describe as the sensation of a correct answer, the specific, quiet satisfaction of a thing that has been unresolved for a very long time finally, arriving at its proper conclusion. I went back upstairs and made coffee and drank it standing at the kitchen window. Hollis came by at 8, as he always did on Tuesdays, except that this was a Thursday, and he had not said he would come. He knocked and came in and looked at my packed bags by the door, looked at me and did not say anything for a moment. He hung his coat on the hook. He sat down. I poured him coffee without asking, and set it in front of him, and sat across from him, and we were quiet together for a while in the way that people are quiet together when the silence is doing useful work. He said, "The letter." I said, "I left it." He looked at his coffee. He said, "Where?" I said, "In the larger bedroom on the windowsill, facing the harbor." I said, "It belongs to this house." I said, "It was written to whoever, and whoever came and read it, and now it should stay where it can be found by the next person who needs it." I said, "I think that is what it was always for, not to be kept, to be passed forward." Hollis was quiet for a moment. He wrapped his hands around the mug the way he always did. He said, "Your mother would have understood that." He said it with a simplicity and a certainty that I received without argument, because it was true, and because I had spent 6 weeks arriving at the knowledge of it, and because sometimes the truest things are the ones that require no elaboration. I asked him about the crates. He said I did not move them. He said it plainly, without drama, without any indication that he found the fact unusual. He said, "The house returns things in its own time and its own way." He said, "The crates came back when Edward did not, and now they have gone back, and that is the nature of the arrangement." He said, "The sea keeps its own accounting." He said, "We do not always get to audit it." I asked him if this happened often, the keeping, the returning, the releasing. He looked out the kitchen window at the harbor for a moment. He said, "Often enough that the people who have lived along this water for generations have a language for it." He said, "Not often enough that anyone outside those generations believes them." He said, "The truth of a place belongs to the people who have stayed in it long enough to learn it." He said, "You have been here 6 weeks, which is not long, but you came with the right grief, and the house knew that, and sometimes that is sufficient." I asked him what he meant by the right grief. He considered this with the careful attention he gave to everything. He said, "Grief that is still open, grief that is not calcified into a position." He said, "The worst grief is the kind that has decided what it is and stopped changing, because that kind has no direction left in it, only weight." He said, "Your grief was still moving when you arrived." He said, "That is what the house was waiting for, not someone without pain, someone whose pain was still capable of going somewhere." I sat with that for a moment. I thought about the parking garage, and the 6 minutes, and the way I had been replaying them for 8 months with the fixed, grinding repetition of something that has decided what it means and cannot be moved from that decision. I thought about how arriving in this cottage, in this town, in my mother's unfinished history, had not resolved that grief, but had changed its quality, had returned it from a calcified thing to a moving one, had given it direction again, had let it become something other than a loop. I said, "I do not think I am fixed." He said, "No." He said, "That is not what happens here." He said, "Fixed is not what the sea offers. What it offers is movement. What it offers is the next direction." He said, "You came in one door and you will leave by a different one, and the distance between those 2 doors is what you will carry forward." He said, "That is sufficient." He said, "That is, in fact, everything." I drove away from the cottage at 9:30. I did not look back at it as I pulled out of the gravel drive. And this was deliberate, not avoidance, but the choice of someone who understands that some things are better carried forward than reviewed. The morning was clear for the first time in weeks. A hard November clarity. The sky a pale and definite blue above the harbor. The water catching the low sun in long, cold lines of light. I drove through Rockport with the window cracked, and the air that came in was salt and cold iron and the distant diesel knock of the lobster boats, and I let it come in until I was far enough from the water that it changed into pine and road and the particular smell of inland Maine in late autumn. I stopped once, on Route 1 outside Camden, at the same gas station where I had stopped 6 weeks before. I stood at the pump with my hands in my coat pockets, and I listened, and there was no bell ringing, or there was, and I could not hear it from here. And both of those things were correct. The morning was bright and cold and indifferent and entirely itself. A woman came out of the station with a paper cup of coffee and got into a car with Massachusetts plates and drove north without looking at me, and a truck went by on the highway, trailing a smell of diesel in distance, and the sky was very blue and very high above the tree line. I thought about my mother. I thought about her at 17, leaving this coastline on a road not unlike this one, carrying what she was carrying. I thought about the specific courage of a person who leaves a door unlocked in a place they are departing, who places a pamphlet on a shelf and 3 stones in a bowl and trusts, without evidence, that the right person will eventually arrive to finish what they could not. I thought about trust as a form of love that does not require the presence of its object. Love extended into the future, like a letter addressed to whoever, patient and open, and without a deadline. I got back in the car. I drove south toward Boston in the clear November morning, and the coast fell away behind me, and after a while the trees thickened and the light changed, and Maine became the particular American interior of highway and rest stops and the long flat miles of Route 1 that carry you back toward the city, whether or not the city is where you want to go. I found an apartment in Cambridge in December, a second-floor flat on a quiet street with tall windows and good light, and a radiator that knocked pleasantly in the cold mornings. I renewed my library card. I went back to work in January, part-time at first, and then full-time, and I was better at it than I had been before, more patient with the places where a sentence loses its nerve, more willing to sit with a paragraph that was trying to say something difficult, and had not yet found its way to saying it clearly. I placed the photograph on my windowsill. The 2 boys on the dock, squinting into the sun. I had taken it without deciding to. The morning I left, lifting it from the oilcloth without a conscious thought, the way you sometimes take the thing you need before you know you need it. I look at my mother's mouth on that young boy's face in the clear coastal light of a summer morning 65 years ago, and I think about all the distances a person carries without naming them, and all the rooms inside a grief that a person never opens, and what it means that she left a door unlocked for me in a house she could not return to. I think about the letter on the windowsill of the larger bedroom facing the harbor. I think about whoever. I still live in a city now, surrounded by the ordinary noise of 1,000,000 people going about their days, and most mornings I am entirely here, entirely in the life I am building out of the materials the last 2 years have left me. But sometimes when the room gets very quiet and the radiator has stopped its knocking and the particular stillness of 3 in the morning settles over everything, I catch it, faint and unmistakable. The low, patient sound of a bell buoy marking its position in the dark, somewhere out past the place where the light reaches, keeping its location known so that other things will not be lost against it. I have never been back to Rockport. I do not think I need to go back, because I do not think I ever entirely left, and I mean that not as haunting, not as unresolved distress, but as the simple, true fact of a place that has become part of the structure of who you are. The way a door you walked through changes you not by what was on the other side of it, but by the act of walking through, by the choice to go forward when going forward was the only honest direction left. My mother knew this coastline. She knew what it keeps, and what it returns, and what it asks of the people who come to it with grief that is still moving. She left me a door, and she trusted whoever, and whoever was me, and I went through, and I am still going. That is all. That is, as Hollis said, everything.